Hello, everyone. Welcome back. As you can see, I have a friend with me today, and I guess we should let my friend introduce themselves. I mean, you might not know who they are, maybe, but my wonderful friend. Hey, Trooper. Welcome back.
Hello, how are you? What are you doing?
I'm here. I'm here. I guess I should say who I am too. Or,
Yes, I
I
feel like you
mean,
should.
maybe.
Uh,
Hi, everybody. I'm your friendly neighborhood Prax at Deirdre Online on Twitter. Praxagorth as Meaphorias. See me over here on Twitch. Thank you, everybody, for those subs. Appreciate it. Um, and to my right, which is a shocker because I changed the overlay and was like, I'm gonna mess with everybody's head. We have my wonderful friend Trooper. Hello, Trooper.
Hello, how are you?
I'm
What are you
okay.
doing?
I'm talking to you, but you need to introduce yourself.
I, but you introduced me.
Yeah, but I said like your name, not like.
So I am Trooper SJP, and I am uh, a player in Prax's upcoming game that premieres this Sunday.
No, no, no.
Kara-
Next Sunday. Next Sunday.
Next
Premieres
Sunday,
next Sunday.
right? Because Lindy's away,
And
so not
session
this coming.
zero is.
This session zero is this Sunday. But so for me, I'll be hanging out with Prax next Sunday, this Sunday, but you won't be there,
No. You guys
audience.
on the internet won't be.
Yes, but you will be there the week after because that's when we start Carousel Court. And Krellin does ask if I think that all the things is maybe too ambitious a topic. I feel like all the things is just par for the course, really.
I
Seems.
I would like to point out there is video evidence. It exists on my YouTube of us discussing all of the things and taking 10 plus hours to do so.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I can't do that today because I've got a session zero later in the evening, but you know. Oh, I should say, as a heads up, I just got an email saying that they will be testing the fire alarm system sometime between today early and 3 p.m. I haven't heard it yet, but I have been gone on a bike ride, so hopefully they've already tested. But if I mute myself, it's because a fire alarm is going off.
That's
It probably
okay. I mean, if you look out the
forever.
window, I mean, how are you guys doing where you are? Because if you look at my window, everything is yellow, which is
Oh, yeah,
slightly
no.
disconcerting.
Oh, no, no. But better yellow than that kind of weird apocalyptic red, right? Which,
No, but see, here's the thing. I lived in Georgia, right? For those of you who don't know, I did live for 10 years in the city of Atlanta. And in Georgia, the saying is yellow sky, find a ditch. Because a yellow sky is one of the observable indicators of a tornado.
ah, I didn't grow up in a place with tornadoes. I grew up in a place with earthquakes.
Yeah. And then, of course, we have the air quality shit of, and now I'm back living in Connecticut, and it's like, oh, hi, Quebec is on fire, so
Is it really?
yes, that's why I have a giant yellow outside. It's because all the forest fires are blowing. It's like a massive thing. It's the air quality is zero. We're in the
I didn't know
red
that.
for New York. I think you might just be just far enough east to be avoiding the big,
Oh,
but it's, yeah.
we should find out whether that Wandering Dim's okay. I'm
Uh,
sure, yes,
I did text him earlier, but uh,
because,
yeah,
you know,
because for those of you who don't know, on Monday nights we both play in Wandering DM's Vampire the Masquerade Montreal by Night game, and it's hashtag not the Ravenous' fault.
yeah, 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 yeah. Oh,
Sorry,
um,
I'm
I hope
contractually obligated to say that now.
I hope everything is going to be okay. Hey, everybody in chat, remind me when we get off of here to just DM Simon just to give a check-in to make sure he's okay. You know. So Diesel Shot says, massive forest fire. Friends in Ottawa instructed to keep doors and windows shut and only go out for food. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
it's gonna be bad. I'm looking at it, and for the I live on Long Island Sound. Like literally, my house. There are 7 houses between me and the beach. It's right down there. Trooper has been to my house. He has not been to the beach because he has not been to the house.
We have.
And
We
did
walked over to the beach.
we did walk
Yeah, yeah,
over,
yeah.
but it was a
It was
little
very
cold.
cool. Well, yeah, but it was awesome. Look, I grew up in San Francisco, so I'm used to cold beaches. And the idea of cold beaches is actually quite, look.
Krellin, I see
Well, I
what you
would.
just said there. It is not the
Blame the
Ravnos'
reference.
fault. It's hashtag blame the frickin' Bruja. It's the Bruja's
Yeah,
fault.
I will take all the fault. Everything that happens in this campaign is my character's fault, and I'll just take it.
No.
Because
It is not all
why
your
not?
fault. Some of it's Artie's fault.
New York announced it as red air quality,
heading over
heading
into
up to purple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I just want to bring up a random thing because I know that people are very doom and gloomy about the state of the world for various reasons. And one of them is that, oh no, we have the environment is screwed, right? And there's no point in doing anything. Why even do your homework? Because the environment is bad, et cetera, et cetera. But oh no, that was the thing I just read recently, that basically the reason why students are all cheating with ChatGPT is because there's no point learning anything because the environment is bad.
No,
and so there's no future.
Cheating. That's not why they're cheating with ChatGPT.
Oh, well, that's what this one post was saying. I didn't agree with them, but I was just saying, okay. Anyhow, but my point is, we've gotten better, actually. And I know that it's, hey, Hawkeye, and I know that it's easy to think that now is the worst time we've ever been, but our environment was really bad in many points in history, really bad. And I bring this up because in that episode of, absolutely back in the medieval era, but I was just thinking about this because there was that episode of Mad Men that talked about this very sort of infamous smog that hit New York where nobody could just go outside. And I remember growing up in California, there'd be smog warnings for LA where you couldn't, especially if you were old or had asthma, you just shouldn't go outside at all because the air quality was so bad. That was before the EPA really cracked down on a bunch of things. And we just had regular smogs where you just couldn't go outside. And also sometimes the Hudson would catch on fire. And not
the Hudson.
Pardon me.
Be clear. The East River caught on fire.
Oh, I'm so sorry. The East River caught on fire.
It is an important distinction because, fun facts, the Hudson River is actually a fjord. So it was, because of the way the tidal shifts around the island of Manhattan and the other islands in Manhattan Harbor, New York Harbor, which are Staten Island, Ellis Island, Governor's Island, Liberty Island, and a whole bunch of other little ones. But because of the way the rivers shift, and the Hudson River is a fjord that would prevent it, the way that just the rivers and everything flowed, none of the things that caused it to catch on fire would stay there. Now, the East River did catch on fire at multiple points and in my own lifetime. And when I lived in the city of New York on Governor's Island.
Diesel Shot just said, rivers be catching on fire more than people know.
Exactly.
It's such a strange phenomenon that people would probably be concerned about it if it was covered better. But it's all for rural ones now, probably because of fracking. My understanding is that is some contamination.
Sometimes fracking, but more interestingly enough, actually methane pockets. The biggest reason the biggest reason that rivers catch on fire is because methane, which is a naturally occurring chemical, people.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to give up eating a cow. Well, I gave up eating cow because I am allergic to it. Not because I suddenly think that getting rid of cows is going to make the environment better.
Well, I mean, cows. Okay, look. Can I just be really upfront and frank with you about how cows are dangerous?
Go right ahead.
Did you ever see the movie Night of the Lepus?
No.
Okay, so Night of the Lepus is a movie about giant rabbits murdering people. Giant rabbits.
Oh yeah, I heard of it. I don't think I ever watched it because I'm not a big horror person.
Well, I want you to imagine the best special effects ever, right? So imagine really good special effects. So imagine regular size bunny rabbits filmed running around what is clearly miniature-sized houses and roads.
Look, just because it's a B movie or even a C movie does not mean I have a sliding scale for what I consider enjoyable in that.
Hmm, hmm.
Also, rabbits. You and I are of the same generation. Rabbits are
Oh yeah,
inherently creepy because we all got tortured
Watership
by
Down.
this by Watership Down.
Yeah,
It's,
but in the
it's
movie,
not good.
big like shots of rabbits, clearly normal sized rabbits on a small size set, running, and then people going like that, and then like shot of rabbits, and then like some large stuffed bunny rabbit just flying through the screen, and then the person going So my point is, I feel like there'll probably be some kind of a sequel with giant cows where you see them running around, but they're like placed against skyscrapers. I'm thinking like New York City skyscrapers, little miniatures, giant cows, and then boom, danger.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Trooper. I lived in Connecticut for high school, and
Mhm.
during my high school years, I was never going to apply anyways because it was never my scene, not and I didn't want to go and there were lots of other reasons, but UConn is a thing. It exists. It is the University of Connecticut. Really good basketball. You may have heard of our basketball teams. You know, the UConn women's basketball team is the winningest sports team in history. Give those ladies the credit that they deserve. Too bad that they got knocked out this year, but the men's team did win this year. But when I was in high school, there are two things that come out of UConn: really great basketball and the UConn Ag School Dairy Farm. And it's very popular in the summer. People go and you can go to the fresh dairy farm and get the ice cream, whatever. But when I was in high school, there were 6 kids expelled from UConn, and 3 of them were arrested for, I kid you not, inappropriate acts with a cow.
I'm gonna guess what that was.
Nobody
They were
knows.
gambling. They were gambling poker with the cows.
I have
right?
no
This
idea.
is-
No, here's the thing. There have been kids who have been expelled for cow tipping. It was not cow tipping. It was inappropriate acts with a cow. Because they just say, if it's cow tipping, they just say it.
Is gambling legal in Connecticut?
Not in the state, only on the reservations, which is a very complicated thing because
I'm gonna guess that it was gambling.
with the cow? I mean, like,
Yeah,
there are lots of things you
and
can.
they lost. That they were playing poker with the cows, and they lost. And then there was a raid. The police came in, and were like, "Gambling is illegal," and then they were arrested for gambling with cows.
Look,
That's what
I don't need to
gonna
know
go with.
anymore. It's an ag school. They have a veterinary program. Don't need to know anymore. But like that happened. It was published in the state paper, in both the local paper and the state, Hartford Current, whatever. And my dad looked at me, and I was like a sophomore in high school, and my dad looked at me and goes, "You're not applying there." And I'm like, "No, no, I'm not." Stores is the only thing in stores is UConn. If you want. Sorry about that, Gritty. Welcome in.
Hey, Gritty.
We're just
We were just talking about cows gambling.
Yeah. I have no idea and I don't want to know. But yeah, no. So yeah, like I said, not gonna give up eating. Well, I gave up eating beef because I have an allergy, but I am not going. Methane caused by dairy cows is not actually going to end the world. You know what you can do with it? You can harvest it and run your natural gas and make it a renewable resource. Same like the state of Georgia did by hooking up their landfills and the methane production from landfills into the gas line system to heat homes and cook on, because
That's cool.
yeah, right? Next masterpiece, cows playing poker. Look, there's a beautiful. Everybody's seen the dogs playing poker, and if you live in the south of Mason-Dixon, you may have seen that even on Black Velvet.
Ooh, Black Velvet is in many places.
Yeah, but a lot of people who are current age demographic, Black Velvet paintings seem to be.
Are you calling me old?
No.
I feel like you're calling me old.
No. It's like fine wine, Trooper. Everything improves with age.
Black Velvet paintings evoke one thing and one thing only. One of the best Psychonauts levels, so that was a great level.
It was.
But I really look. I grew up seeing amazing in the 70s, obviously. Seeing when I was a little kid. Really, I was born in the 70s, and so really when people were like, "Oh, I'm a child of the 80s," I was like, "No, you were born in like 1988." I'm not really like I kind of feel like when you talk about child of the, you kind of have to hit middle school because I feel like when you're 5 or 6, it doesn't really count so much. You know what I mean? Because
I will give a caveat to that.
Go ahead.
My caveat is, I was born in '84.
Mm-hmm.
I can claim to be a child of the '80s because I had older cousins who were basically older siblings.
Yeah. That's different though. I agree with you, right? Because I think that when you have older siblings, you actually get that
because you inherit everything from them.
Yes,
like
absolutely, 100%.
Literally, not just clothes and albums and all these things. So that's my one caveat. But yes, if you just
and I agree with that caveat 100%. But anyway, my point being that like I kind of think that well, I remember the 70s very, very well, right? Like, and I remember all of those Black Velvet paintings, a lot of them being kind of a little sci-fi, like spacescapes, right, with the moon. Wasn't
there one? I recall this, and I haven't seen it since, but my recollection was that my cousin had one of them that was the Boston album cover.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. And Vulpus is like, why would you have dogs when you could have Elvis or the black one with the large afro on your Black Velvet? Also remember those, right? And so, so this is like my thought about this, right? And I was thinking about how, like in elementary school, like I listened to a lot of music. I even had my own music choices pretty early in a weird way, right? You know what I mean? Like there was like a bunch of vinyl and I went through that was like going to be big group of friends. They're going to get rid of some vinyl. I went through as a little kid and I picked out some albums that I really liked that were pretty weird. And so I had some autonomous music choices, sort of pretty young. But I think about how once I hit middle school, your music choices started being something that your peers would take interest in and judge you about, right? All of a sudden your music choices have a different meaning when you're 11 and 12 versus when you're 8. You know what I mean? Like all of a sudden, if I liked or didn't like Duran Duran seemed to mean a whole lot, right? When I was in middle school that it didn't really mean in elementary school. So I kind of feel like the weight of your musical choices start becoming more important for identity perception amongst your peer group once you hit about middle school.
I will agree with this. I will also say, speaking of having spent the weekend cataloging my parents' vinyl collection, which, by the way, Trooper, when you come back, I have to show you the greatness that is the vinyl collection.
I'm so excited.
Including, and you're speaking of weird shit, Trooper, my mother's family are all Italian immigrants. My father's family are all Irish. We have an entire collection of the just, various Irish folk albums. A lot of the Irish Rovers. Then we have my mother's Italian grouping. And
both your parents were born in the US, yeah?
Yeah, both my parents were born in the US.
Second or third generation?
They're second generation. I'm third generation. So my technically, both of my parents can apply for either Italian or Irish citizenship, and then I would get it if that was something that they chose to do. But like my mother's family grew up speaking, because my mother, when she was little, both her parents worked, like you did if you were an immigrant family and did not. And so she spent either when she was going to school, she would get out of school and she would go walk to her grandmother's house. And Nana never learned English. She only spoke Sicilian. So we grew up, like me, slightly more than my sister, because there's a 7-year age gap between my sister, and a lot of people had died by the time my sister was born. But like, we're at the level of, you know, there were people who were of my grandparents' generation or my great-grandparents' generation who just didn't speak English, and so they would speak, and, you know, I would either respond in English or respond in Sicilian, depending on what the conversation was about. And depending on, you know, because when you're 3 or 4 or 5, your vocabulary in N1. And then, of course, when I'm sitting here even at home, like, you've been in my house, my mother and I are cooking. There is English is the third language that ends up in that household. But we're talking about albums. We're talking about, Trooper, we have Peppino the Italian Mouse.
Nice.
And I'm looking at the back of this album going, there's Peppino the Italian Mouse. There's the Twist Italiano. There's all these kind of like weird Italian
but
jokey song kind of album. And then Mala Femina is on this album. And you're like, one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, no, there's the same thing with my dad, right? Because my dad's parents worked in the factories on the East Coast. So he was watched by his grandparents, who actually lived in the same apartment with them. Yeah. Like on the same...
On the floor above?
On the floor above.
That's a big thing. That was a thing.
Yeah. And he did not actually speak English until he went to kindergarten.
My grandfather...
His parents were a little concerned. They're like, is he going to learn English? He did the minute he went to, you know, school.
My mother's father, Giuseppe, right? They lived in when Giuseppe was born, his parents were Sicilian, and they lived in a tenement block with 6 apartments. And the Russians were on the top floor. Then there were the Jewish, the Ashkenazi Jewish. Then there was the Slavs, and then the Germans, and then his parents were on the bottom floor. So he went to school speaking Russian, Hebrew, or Russian, Yiddish, a little bit of Hebrew, Polish, and Italian, well, Sicilian, not Italian, which is an important distinction because Mussolini did not standardize the language until 1938. So it didn't exist. Sorry. Speaking Sicilian and not English.
Yeah. And my dad was fluent, right? But he, and I think this is really interesting. He did not teach it to me because he moved from the East Coast to the West Coast, right? So I did not get it. I mean, I got curse words and various things because he would say some random things in Sicilian. Many curse words, but also just like, hey, goodbye. You know, I'm like, nothing much, Dad. You know, it's cool. But he would be embarrassed to speak Italian to Italians because he learned Italian from his grandparents, which meant that he spoke turn-of-the-century Sicilian. And it is not the turn of the century anymore, right? And whenever Italians would hear him speak, they're like, what is your vocabulary? What are you saying? But what I think is really interesting is...
We'll answer that question, Hawkeye, in a second. I'm going to let you finish.
What I think is really interesting is that for the longest time, you know, okay, so slight tangent, but all the same. I read an article recently about Italians who are like, you know, we Italians in our cooking, we don't use garlic. So this whole like obsession with garlic that Americans have and saying that's Italian, that's so ridiculous because garlic is trashy. We would never use it. And the article is about how actually Southern Italians do use garlic. That is a sort of a Northern Italian re-envisioning of what Italian cuisine is in order to exclude Southern Italian cuisine. And most of the Italians who came to the United States were Southern Italians. So when you have Italians saying, "Oh, that's not Italian," about Italian American stuff, it's often not Northern Italian. But to sort of tie in with that, there is recently some linguists, Italian linguists from Italy, who have come over to the United States to actually learn to study Italian Americans because Italian Americans have preserved certain Sicilian things from over 100 years ago. And so when they were trying to find out historical linguistic things, they're like, how do we find out these things? Oh, we go to the United States, but also not just the United States, also Canada, right? You go to the New World and you find people who immigrated around the turn of the century, and you could actually find out really cool, they were finding out really cool things because that was one of the few places where those things were still happening.
When we still have cousins that live in Sicily, in a town, well, we have cousins who live in Giardini Noxus, which if you know where Taormina is on the east coast of the island, Taormina is up on the hill, and Giardini Noxus is the bay at the bottom, just south of Taormina, at the bottom of the mountain. By the way, if you ever watched the series if you watched White Lotus this season, and they were at the San Domenico in Taormina, absolutely gorgeous. Oh. But it's a beautiful, beautiful hotel, and the San Domenico is, God, mwah. But they have these shots where the actors are walking out of the hotel through the piazza and down into through the pool and then down or then out onto the beach. That cannot happen. Technically there is a beach, but it isn't the beach you can actually do that at. There is no sand at this beach. You have to go down half a mountain right at the into the rocky coastline. Basically the Straits of Messina. The beach shots are all on the southern portion of the island near Agrigento, and it's hilarious because people who know Sicily or know Taormina are sitting there going, that hotel has been there for over 200 years. That beach doesn't exist. Sorry. But Hawkeye asks, may I ask, curiosity, how close are Italian and Sicilian? Are they similar to, say, Spanish and Portuguese? So here's where it is the distinction. Spanish and Portuguese are actually closer than Italian and Sicilian are, because Sicilian is actually more heavily Greek influenced because the original Greek settlers that originally settled the island. And so if I go to, when you were talking about that linguistic thing, when my parents have been to Sicily previously, on previous trips with my when they went with a couple times with my grandparents, with my mother's parents, they were actually recorded because of this, having been here turn of the century. They're Sicilian. And going back to my point, Mussolini standardized the language, as in he standardized what language people were taught in school, which is only this northern Tuscan dialect. And if that became the official language of Italy.
Same thing with German, right? With Bismarck.
But in Italy, I don't know how common it is still in Germany, but in Italy, even today, unless you're in like Tuscany, and only Tuscany, maybe in Rome, if you're like of a bureaucrat level, nobody speaks Italian at home or on the street. You only speak Italian with foreigners or with the bureaucrats that come. So if you're in Sicily and you're walking down the street, you hear Sicilian every day. And then somebody will say, if I go to Italy and I go to Venice. If I go to Venice, and I've had this conversation, like I'll walk up to somebody and say, dove la copa? And they'll look at me and go, tu sei Siciliana? Sì. Tu sei Maragana? Sì. And you see the gears going because you're a young Sicilian American woman, mostly traveling by herself or traveling whatever. And they go, we don't want to fuck with you because you're obviously connected and mobbed the fuck up, because why else are you a young Italian, young Sicilian American woman traveling by yourself? Or it's even worse than like my father goes, because my father speaks zero Italian or Sicilian, like zero. But he's this very tall Irishman with blue eyes, and he stands kind of intimidatingly behind my mother, who's like 5 foot, and you just see they just go, yeah, we're not gonna fuck with you guys. What would you like?
So I think I'm one of those people that really is I'm not really into things being objectively true outside of people. Right. So people are like, well, objectively, this is how you define a continent. And I was like, yeah, if there were an objective definition, we wouldn't have disagreements about how many continents there are. And different countries teach different things. So I don't know what else to tell you, right? Like you can say that there's this objective thing, but clearly other countries have a different objective thing. So, but what I think is really fascinating about this is there are these sort of interesting discussions about dialect versus language.
Mm-hmm.
And I often find that there are people who will say, oh, no, Sicilian's not a language, it's a dialect. Oh, Bavarian's not a language, it's a dialect. That all these other sorts of forms of Italian or German, right, that where these people were sort of invaded by either Bismarck or, you know how it went, right? They would then say...
It's okay, you can say we were invaded by Mussolini. It's fine, it was true.
Well, but even before Mussolini, right? I mean...
Yeah, but the Sicilian language...
Yeah.
The denigration of the language of Sicily really came because of Mussolini.
But but I imagine Garibaldi was, anyhow, right?
No, Garibaldi was a Sicilian, so we remember.
Nice.
Remember, he has to unify the
yes.
he unifies the kingdom of the two Sicilies and then goes north.
Yes. Yeah. So what I think is interesting, though, is right that whether or not it's called a dialect or a language is quite political. And I was thinking about this with the Germans, right? Because they will just say that all the other German languages are just dialects. They're not languages, right? And I was like, well, that's interesting. There are a couple of things I think are fascinating about this. One is I watched a film called Bedienung, which is like waitstaff. And it was all these documentary filmmakers went out to all these different sort of restaurants in Germany all on the same day and then recorded everybody. Like they interviewed waitstaff all across Germany, all at the same day, and then they put it together as a documentary. And what's interesting, of course, is that when they interviewed this woman who worked at a beer garden in the Black Forest, and she was subtitled into German, right? And so, I grew up in, I didn't grow up, but I lived in Augsburg, and as an adult, I grew up there, right? And people who are outside of Bavaria know exactly that I learned my German in Bavaria. People in Bavaria know exactly that I learned my German in the city of Augsburg. And it's no longer the case, but there was a language border that ran right through the city. If you were on one side of the city, you would speak basically Swabian Bavarian. And if you lived on the other side of the city, you would speak Bavarian. And what I think is interesting is that these things were not mutually intelligible for a very long time, or barely mutually intelligible. That sort of mutual intelligibility has happened more because teaching one form of the language in schools, but then also television, right? Like a lot of this sort of linguistic difference has really flattened out since the ubiquity of television post-World War II, and also a bit more mobility post-World War II. But I am not convinced that Bavarian is just a dialect of German, considering that they don't necessarily use all the same tenses or in the same way. There's some vocabulary there that is clearly not Germanic in origin. They think it's mostly sort of Celtic, sort of like a Gaelic, there's some old words like we don't quite know where that came from. And so I think it's very convenient to say, oh, that's just a dialect of the larger German, and the larger German is mine, right? You know what I mean? Versus sort of recognizing that actually maybe in the 1600s, this was not actually just a dialect. It was its own language that was very close, but, not the same.
Well, the joy of having been a linguistics student means that I can say that even today, linguists define Sicilian as a separate language. It is not inherently a dialect, because and if they do consider it a dialect, they consider it a dialect of Greek, not a dialect of Italian, because the grammar is more similar to Greek than it is to Italian. So much so that in Sicily and parts of Bari and Calabria, which is the very, very bottom of the boot of Italy, which were the Greek colonies points, you can see the different endings in cases and declensions. You see, and particularly like I'm blanking on the term right now. Okay. So, like, for example, one of my friends, or one of my sister's friends, their last name is Calaswano, right? That UNO ending is part of a dative case that usually and it implies where this person's family is from. And it's a Greek ending versus an Italian ending. And Boyce is sitting here denigrating Syracuse. I would like to point out that Hero of Syracuse is the only person to kick Athens' butt. So step off, Sparta. We literally kicked. You wanted to invade our island so that you could use it in your Peloponnesian War, and we said, fuck you. Step off. And then we imprisoned everyone you set in a quarry, and then, you can go listen to them. If you ever get the opportunity, go to Siracusa it's the southern point in southeastern point of Sicily, and it has beautiful, beautiful ruins. But it also has this quarry and what is called the Ear of Dionysus. So during the Peloponnesian War, the Athenians decided that they needed more. They were the supreme naval power, and the Spartans were mostly based on both their own propaganda and intelligent alliances, and strong basic army was able to situate land power, basically. And during the Peloponnesian War, the Athenians are like, well, we need more money and power, so we're gonna go, oh wait, we have this colony, there was this former colony over here in the island of Sicily, we should go take that back. Now, mind you, it's been about 400 years, plus probably closer to 6, since there was any actual connection between this colony in Sicily and the Athenian government. Hi. And so they came, they landed, they got their butt kicked, and the Sicilians didn't have any place to, like, as a prison, so they had this quarry that they kind of imprisoned all of these Athenian soldiers in. And there's this interesting acoustic anomaly which is called the Ear of Dionysus, and it's this point at the top of the quarry where you can hear conversation at the bottom perfectly sound. So they would listen to all of the plots for, seizing power, all of these things. And as Boyce says, there really needs to be a TV series or video game or movie about Archimedes and just the craziness that he did in supporting Hero II of Sicily.
I really want to go to Malta.
Beautiful island, beautiful people.
Because there's this Neolithic site called the Hypogeum, which I'm a little bit obsessed with.
Hypogeum is gorgeous.
I really want to go there, and it's this old, like...
I've never been, but I've seen pictures.
Yeah, I've seen pictures. This sort of like underground, sort of like carved, exciting place. But apparently there is a spot where if you speak into a hole that they've carved and your voice is within the right frequency register, your voice will be basically, I'm going to use the word transported, right? It's an echo effect, right? Transported to this other chamber they've built, but it'll sound like it's coming out of nowhere and is really big. So they kind of felt that, like, priests would kind of do like voice of God stuff. And there's another site in Zimbabwe, Greater Zimbabwe, where there's a similar sort of thing that they sort of like acoustic thing. And I was just like, I find that kind of stuff so interesting. Well, right. I used it for an RPG scenario once where it's like these sort of like acoustic, dramatic Cthulian things,
Well, like, it's one of the things that I love about going to, one of the things, if you go to Sicily, or if you even go to Italy, but if you go to Sicily in particular, all of these old Greek amphitheaters are still there. And the one in Taormina is absolutely gorgeous because you can, here, you want to see what it looks like? I can show you what it looks like as I change my virtual background. This is the, here, if I do this, does that help? Nope, that does not help. All right.
Other direction. Huh? Head towards The Witcher. Lean towards The Witcher. and then we can see it a little bit better. Yeah.
So you can see as it looks out. Well, this isn't actually Taormina. No, it is. No, this is not out Taormina. Why is this not Taormina? This is the wrong one. Sorry, this is in Greece. Where's my Taormina? I have Taormina. I had Taormina. Look, I'm going to fix this because it is an absolutely stunning visage, and it's important. But it looks out over, because Taormina is at the top of the hill, and at the bottom of the hill it opens up into this giant bay. And it is, yeah, this is Athens. Why can't I find Taormina? Because my life is that. So look. Okay, so the Greek theater, which is a theater, not an amphitheater, because they're technically the same, different things. But the Greek theater in Taormina is absolutely gorgeous. And here we go. We'll use this image. We'll use this as a share. Can I share this? And I'll just do this, and I'll put it in the chat, there, that chat. And it looks out over the bay, but the acoustics are such, you can stand on the bottom of the stage and talk at just above normal volume, right? Like projecting just a little bit, and be heard standing in the standing room only. Perfectly. And because these are so good, they're still used. Like, you will have these major talents come and do their and they're like, I don't want to do a concert in the amphitheater, in your soccer arena. I'm going to do the concert in the Greek theater. I'm going to do, like, there's this whole thing about touring the Greek theaters in Italy, Sicily, and Greece, that a lot of these like really big name, like Andrea Bocelli did a whole tour. We're not talking small name peons. We're talking.
So this sort of comes to a thing that really, if I mute myself, it's because they're testing.
They're testing, yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things that really frustrates me, and I don't always even know. I mean, it's one of the problems that it's the thing that you do in seminars in college rather than in your surveys. But the problem is that high schools all survey. And sometimes, and I don't blame the teachers for it. I usually blame the pace that they're being forced to do, right? Like, we had to do all of world history in 1 year, and in high school. And they're going to go from basically the cavemen to, we basically hit more or less like the Industrial Revolution, World War I, and all of that in 1 year. And the thing that really frustrates me, and it frustrated me in high school, right? But what this conversation has reminded me of, this thing that's really frustrating, is we basically do the greatest hits, right? So we're like, they were cavemen, blah, blah, blah. Then we're like, Tigris Euphrates Valley, cuneiform, blah, blah, blah. Then we're like, ancient Greece and ancient Egypt, blah, blah, blah. Rome, blah, blah, blah. The Holy Roman Empire, and it split. And then we just go on. But the thing is, we talked about Greece when it was ancient, and never after that. You would never know what happened to Greece after the ancient time. We talked about Egypt when it was ancient, and then never after that. We didn't even really talk about it. We talked about Italy and ancient Rome, and then we talked about it when it was the Medicis, and then we were done with Italy. We never came back to it, right? Until we get World War II. But the point is that,
to be fair, Italy didn't exist during the Medici period, and then it doesn't come back to actually being a place in the World War II.
But I mean, the thing is, we don't talk about that part of the world. We talk about it twice, right? We talk about it during ancient Rome, and then during the city-states, right? During the Renaissance, right? For trade. And it's just very frustrating to me because, I mean, as a kid, it was frustrating to me. So I would look at the map that they would give us in our book, and I was like, hey, there's a really large red area over here that's labeled the Ottoman Empire. Are we going to talk about that? And they're like, oh, we don't have time. And I was like, but it looks really big. It seems like it might be important. Are we going to talk about it? And they're like, no, it's not that important. We don't need to know about it. And I was like, I have to read about this myself. So I went to like my little Encyclopedia Britannica because, and I have to say that I think it's really, and we do this all the time. We only hit things at their high point. and then we don't come back to it, which means we often don't get context or things over time. So we don't understand how things develop, right? Because we only look at it when it's the most important, whatever that might mean, right? And I find that very frustrating. I also find that I think that, so people like to make fun of Americans, right, for being ignorant. I will note that everybody's ignorant, so it's not like we're special. You know what I mean? And people are like, oh, Americans, they can't find Iraq on a map. And I was like, we never actually learned about Iraq because we didn't actually deal with that part of the world after the ancient world. You know what I mean? Like, and so, yeah, I get why many Americans may not be able to find it on a map because it was never actually part, when we were learning geography, it was often ancient geography and it wasn't there. But it's just, and like, I get the frustration. I get that you're like, well, but how can we talk about these things when right now we have to talk about the Protestant Reformation? So we can't talk about what's going on in other parts of the world in that time period. I was like, what? Yeah, I get it. You have to go through like a couple thousand years of history in 2 semesters, but I don't think it's good. And I wish there was some other way to do this so that we can understand what's going on in Cyprus right now. You know what I mean? Like, people are like, oh, there's trouble in Cyprus. We don't know what that's all about because we never really take the time to learn how these things develop over time, you know? And I just find it very frustrating. And we do this with everything historically. Whenever we do history, it's just like, oh, well, it's like if you do music history, you don't learn about England, the UK actually at all until you hit Handel, then you're done, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, and we're going to sort of hit the Italian area, right? When it's Verdi, but then, and we'll do like Italian, a little bit earlier Italian opera, but then we're done, right? Like we hit like.
You're going to talk about 3 Italian opera composers, and that's it. And not acknowledge that the entire art form is Italian, and that, sorry, I have opinions about that.
Well, I mean, we did get, well, actually, I don't know if that's true. I'm having a hard time now because I actually took a class on a medieval class, in which of course we did talk about Orfeo and Poppaea. So we did actually talk about the early opera, but I don't know if I actually got that as an undergraduate. I cannot remember now.
I mean, does anyone act? I mean, you chose it and you sought it out, but but if I like turned to to the world and I said, are there Italian opera composers other than Verdi, Puccini, and
Rossini?
Rossini, thank you. I was like, I'm singing it in my head and I couldn't remember the name.
Yeah.
Are there other opera? Do we acknowledge the fact that, like, when my cousins talk about, like, oh, it's summer, want to know how we know it's summer? It's because we can go and there will be literal. Sorry. Speaking of opera, one particular opera geek is asking me a question that I need to answer. So give me 2 seconds.
And I will just note that Krellin was like, there were cavemen, but were there really? Good question. And Vulpes is like, Asia didn't count other than Genghis Khan when the British came, and then when the British came from, also true. We also got Japan when the British got there. Like, we did like 1 week on India and like 1 week on China, sort of, but it wasn't even really.
Now, I would like to say I, as a history teacher, did a better job, but I was also able to say that we split it, so I only had to worry about a much shorter period of time. But yeah, so like my cousins would talk about, it's summer or warmer because you would have people just do random pop-up operas in the piazza. Like, it's a Wednesday night. A bunch of people aren't, you're in the local village, which in my family is Graniti, which is slightly up the mountain of Etna High. It's an active volcano. We talk about the new church, by the way, in Graniti. The new church being built in the 1600s to replace, or 1700s to replace the one that was burned down, that was originally there from the 1300s, but the new church is, still the new church. Like, the church and in the town of Graniti predates most of the colonization of this continent, but it's the new church. But like, you would go and you would just be like, oh, you've got a bunch of people who have musicians, you got a couple of people who have been trained for the conservatory, but not necessarily professional operas, or they might be. and they'll just be like, eh, hey,
Uh,
let's do Rigoletto in the middle of the street
yeah.
because we can.
I will say that I went to 3 different high schools.
Yeah.
And the high school I went to in San Francisco and the high school I went to Oakland, both of the teachers did this thing. The last high school I went to was like a national exemplary high school, which did not do this thing. And national exemplary just usually means that a lot of the students there go to college, a high percentage, which meant that they had a lot of money in that school. But they did this in my first year high history school, and I think the teacher was just like, you know what, I'm going to cheat and I'm going to take 1 week to do something special, right? And they actually did that twice. There was like a special program, and we did an entire week on the French Revolution, which you almost never get to do. And we did a whole production with it. They were like, okay, everybody, you're all assigned a person, pick a person. And I was Madame Roland, and you have to research who that person is and write a diary based on being that person. And you've got, at the very end, we had to say what happened to her. Like, did we all die in the guillotine or not, right? And we did the same thing with the Russian Revolution in that particular class. In my other school in Oakland, the teacher there did a whole week on South Africa. And that was just them being like, you know, we're going to just find a way to take a week to go in depth in something. And the National Academic School, they just didn't do that. Because they were really, I suppose, really worried about AP tests, and so they didn't take that time. But I learned a lot more about history and how to do history when we spent that 1 week getting really in depth, because I was like, oh, if I need to research this person, oh, wow, almost all of her stuff is in French, not English. So what can I find? I had to go down to the main library downtown. And I learned so much more about how to do history, how to do research, about people's lives, like what it meant to be just an average person in Russia, right, in the teens. And it was really valuable. And I know, and it's the same thing with English literature, right? That people are like, well, but we have to do this, this, and this. I'm like, do we actually have to do 4 Shakespeare plays? And I love Shakespeare. There are other people besides Shakespeare who are writing at the time.
Well, there are other people who were writing Shakespeare at the time, and B, there are other Shakespeare plays other than Romeo and Juliet Romeo and Juliet, Hamlet, and
The Scottish play, or Julius Caesar.
No, not even Julius Caesar. It's It's Romeo and Juliet, Hamlet, and then Midsummer Night's Dream. Those are the 3.
We didn't do Midsummer Night's Dream. We did Romeo and Juliet, Hamlet, Julius Caesar, and then our 4th was the Scottish play.
Well, but the thing is now, it's kind of standardized that those are the 3 that people do, so you can get a tragedy and a comedy and Hamlet, or Hamlet, a comedy and Romeo and Juliet, because people still teach it like it's supposed to be a tragedy. It's not. Hamlet, if you do the play correctly and you actually read the text, you realize not Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet. If you actually do the play correctly and you read the text, you realize Shakespeare is mocking. Well, he's using a Italian poem, which was 100 years earlier than he sets the play. Important distinction point here, and B, that Shakespeare is mocking both Romeo and Juliet and the Capulets and the Montagues for being stupid. Like, he thinks this whole feud is stupid. Now,
I don't know. I think it is framed as a tragedy. I think that Shakespeare is a bit more complicated, right, than people give him credit for. I think he hybridizes forms in ways that people do not acknowledge, and I think that he is often a bit more meta aware than people acknowledge. And often, sometimes the meta stuff is just taken out when we do it. Like we cut a lot, right? That really gives, like, I think that Romeo and Juliet is a tragedy, but it's also a commentary on tragedies at the same time. Do you know what I mean? Like, it is both of these things.
Here's what I would say. I would say that it's not a tragedy. I would say instead, it is what we call it's the third Greek type of play, which is oh God, what is it? Because you had tragic. It's what Alcestis is called. Oh crap. It's not just tragedy. A satyr play. It's a satyr play, right? Which is You have comedies, which is Aristophanes. You have tragedies. Hi, everybody knows Oedipus. There are a whole bunch of others. Hi, by the way, if you want to know more about ancient Greek plays, you should check out my YouTube and see all of the classics on Twitch that we put up there. We did a bunch of readings of ancient Greek plays. But there's also what is called a satyr play, in which it's not a tragedy in the sense that it doesn't meet any of the... It's not necessarily going to end with a tragic ending. And it's not inherently about choices that people make that are poor choices that they know are bad choices. And that's the thing. We talk about tragic flaws, which I think is a horrible bastardization of a Victorian conception of ancient Greek, and without any contextual understanding of the fact that the tragic flaw in all of these tragedies is pushing for information that you didn't need, that you didn't, and pushing beyond your boundaries, right?
What I think is interesting, though, is that I think this is where we have to sort of think about the fact that there are what the ancient Greeks thought of plays.
Yeah, this is true.
Right? But then there is what those terms mean for the Renaissance. And they would often say this is what that means in ancient Greece, but they weren't really, it was their imagination of ancient Greece rather than what ancient Greece was doing, right? So then what a comedy and tragedy meant, even if they were like, oh, a Greek tragedy, it just was different, right? It was not the same thing, and they were using it for different purposes, right? And all of a sudden, and then of course Victorians did the same thing, right? The Victorians had their own needs for what a comedy and tragedy meant. And I think about, right, and then of course what ends up happening is that we in the US, being heavily influenced by, with some exceptions, UK schooling practices, we end up learning British later and romantic ideas of these things in the past,
and particularly because people don't understand that tragedy wasn't actually about the content of the play, although it frequently was tragic, what we would now define as tragic content. Tragedy was defined about the structure of the play. Do we know where the word tragedy comes from? The actual Greek trageos, tragedeos, sorry. It is from dear friend Aristotle. He is a brilliant friend. He makes up words. But unlike Paul, who writes in okay, I have opinions about St. Paul. I do not call him an apostle. I don't think he meets the definitions of being an apostle, but he's a pretty decent saint and a disciple. Fine. But Paul created words and then just used them and never defined them. And when I say he created them, I mean in the sense that he literally made the word up and it exists in no other extant text, or even referenced any other extant text other than to reference Paul's usage of it. Aristotle did the same thing, but he at least defined all of those terms. Like if he created a new term, he defined it. Or if he was using an old term, which was even better because he would, remember Aristotle is living during the 4th century or 5th century, or excuse me, 4th or 3rd century. And there's 2,000 years of Greek language that existed before him. So when he talks about things and defines things, sometimes it's very useful. But he talks
But of course that becomes a problem of not defining things that everybody knows, right? So then all of a sudden, a lot of like cooking techniques or hair techniques, a lot of these things just never get passed on because everybody knows how to do them, except that 400 years later, not everybody knows how to do them anymore, right? And you're like, wait, how did you do that, right? Like we just found out how they were doing the cement, right? With that really cool, the seawater thing.
Yeah, because
so it was like self-healing.
Because it's self-healing, and it means that it's really cool. And they know how to do the general cement. They still haven't figured out the last part, which is Roman cement that sets underwater. Like that allowed for all of the harbors. Like we know which should be possible in the near future, but whatever. But going back to my point with my boy Aristotle, and I remember this I remember this whole passage because it was very important for my undergraduate thesis, which is about gender and conceptions of gender in linguistics. The word tragedy actually has to do with the Greek boy chorus that is giving the commentary, and it comes from the sound that was being used when these young men or literally boys, because
Yep.
there's an actual, in Greek, there is a puer, which is a child, and then there are men,
Yep.
anthros.
Yep.
Children are genderless unless you're referring to them in the past tense. So if they have grown up and become an anthros or a goine, a goine being a wife, which is a term for woman, then you could refer to them as a gender child. But otherwise, the term for child is always in the neuter. Had no gender. You didn't achieve gender status until for boys, achieved a beard, which was literal. There's an actual verb for it. It meant that you had grown a beard and therefore were considered an adult. Or for girls or female presenting individuals, they got married. If those two things never happened, you were still gender neutral and were not considered belonging to either an anthros or, either a man or a wife. And this is actually a big thing, and it was the basis for my kind of conception of that there is a third gender within the Greek culture. It's just very hard to define and is very complicated. But Aristotle is like, this term for tragedy comes from the chorus that existed of these young Greek boys. And it's because the commentators, when the festival of Dionysus started, compared the sound of these young boys singing to the bleating of young goats. And the sound that they made was literally trageos, which is the sound of goats. Which ties back into the reason I remember this so well and can almost quote it verbatim is because it ties into the next sentence, because it talked about the reason, because it goes into these next 3 points. The reason why the voice of these boys would change and therefore change the sound of the chorus was because when their balls drop, it pulled their vocal cords from higher in their throat down into your chest cavity.
It's a lot of really exciting biology that you could learn about. Like, I learned a lot of things.
And Aristotle has some very interesting definitions. And this is then leads into the next...
Like women, they have like a very cool core body temperature.
Yeah.
Which means that their penis, genitalia is all inside of their body, inverted. But if a woman does too much exercise and increases her core body temperature too much, it'll just go woof, and she'll just change gender.
Yeah, at least that was Aristotle's comment on the Athenians. He doesn't actually believe it though, which is an important point, because he then goes on to have a commentary about it. He does, however, continue his commentary about goats and young boys by continuing, and this is why there are two genders, male and female, and then there are those that are both at the same time. This happens frequently in men and goats, and this is why young boys sound like goats. And this is why that is term for tragedy. Literally, those are the 3 sentences that are current in order, and that was important for my thesis. It's like, wait, intersex happen frequently between humans and goats. Okay, and 3 sentences later, and now we're talking about buoyancy. Hi, Aristotle, can you give me a little bit? Okay, now we're going to jump 5 more chapters and then talk a little bit more about this conception. But 2 sentences.
Aristotle.
Hey, Aristotle. You have an ADD problem, it's fine.
Yeah, and like, I get it, right? I understand that language has to change, right? Because because society changes, right? And there's like if you're defining tragedy as being about nobles, like that it has to be about nobles, and that comedy has to end in a marriage, and we just don't live in that world anymore, right? Then but we still want to use words because these are words in our parlance, then those definitions just have to change. And I just think that that's fine. I feel like language is living and useful. It's sometimes just a problem when people do not realize, right, that language has changed. They think that it hasn't, that it was always what it is now, or like there's sometimes basically there are transition problems sometimes is what I want to say.
I think that there's an issue with transition, but I think that there's also an issue sometimes in people appropriating a word that doesn't mean what they think it means. And,
but I think conceptually it may no longer mean that anymore, right? That's the thing. If nobody uses it that way and it doesn't have the impact of that other thing. No,
but I'm talking about like somebody who's like, the 2 words exist simultaneously in the same definition. Or they don't even. There is a subset and a subgroup that's using a and this is for I'm going to use certain linguistics terms here. There is a subset of a group or that uses a term in a particular slang and or colloquial meaning, and then attempts to force that slang or colloquial meaning on the larger linguistic set. And people are like, I'm sorry, I don't understand you. And the subset gets upset and saying, well, you have to understand this is the definition of the term. This is what it means. And people are like, no, it means this. I'm talking specifically about people, you see this frequently with things like, hi, everybody, penultimate is not ultimate.
Yeah, but what I would say is that sometimes if that doesn't work, that subgroup's meaning goes away. But then sometimes a subgroup meaning does, right? It becomes the thing. And then if the entire society that I live in uses the word this way, that's just is what it is. You're like, for example, I still understand the subjunctive, right? I will say, what if I were this, right? Rather than what if I was. But I do understand that is not particularly the way that American English really works so much anymore.
I disagree with that. People still use the subjunctive. And speaking as a language teacher, I did teach this. People use the subjunctive in English. They use it every day. The problem is that people aren't taught what it is, and so they don't know what words. When somebody says you're using the subjunctive, please use an imperative or a infinitive. They don't know what the terms mean.
Absolutely.
They don't, and because they don't because we learn language in such a way that it is based on, and this is what I would tell my students when I'm teaching them to write, is if you want to practice and if you want to know if something is grammatically wrong in your paper, you read it out loud. And if it sounds wrong to your ear, there is a grammar problem that you need to address. Now, that does not necessarily mean that they necessarily know that in English there is no future subjunctive, although there is a future subjunctive in other languages. The future subjunctive does not function in English, and therefore they're like, what?
We really...
No, there is there is no future subjunctive in English.
Wouldn't you say, so hold on, because I used to teach English, let me think about this. If I were,
excuse me, future passive subjunctive.
Okay, so I was like, because it would be would, subjunctive. Right? For this future subjunctive, you would use would. So anyway, what I was going to say though is that I think that this is very interesting, and I understand that some of my views are biased by having read a lot of British literature growing up, and that I often will hear things like, one of the differences between American English and British English is that British English, they still use the subjunctive in speech, and Americans don't. And I was like, well, I do, but I don't know if that's normal or not. You know what I mean? Like there are ways in which I don't always know because I still sometimes do things, and like it was this thing recently. Somebody was talking about you used the word niggle, and somebody was like, that's inappropriate. And they're like, well, in British English, people still use that term. America's just never heard it before. I was like, I have, but is that because I read a lot of Dickens growing up? I don't know. Like I have this particularly British lit background that read a lot of Shakespeare, a lot of Dickens growing up. And so I don't always know if the things that are normal to me are actually in widespread usage in the United States or if they're not. You know what I mean?
But you also have to remember that in the United States is vastly dialectically different in geographical zoning than a lot of people expect. Wait. Yeah.
Kurt is joking, right? Language
is
is unliving and useless. And I was like, but unliving and useless. So not a vampire, but I'm trying to figure out like what kind of undead would be unliving and useless. Maybe zombies.
No, because technically the creation of zombies, if you actually go back to their, understanding in Vodun, is about creating a servant for the Vodun master.
But not Vodun zombies, but like U.S. zombies, which are usually not
infection-based zombies.
Infection-based, or just like weird animated corpses. Like, because I don't think they were infection-based in Night of the Living Dead. They just sort of, they might have been. It was unclear.
Night of the Living Dead is an infection-based. It's
really glossed over. The ground.
Huh?
They just popped out of the ground.
Yeah,
right. They started off coming out of
but
the.
it's really glossed over in like the beginning of the movie where there's like they talk about how all these people died of this there's this widespread illness and it's like literally 2 seconds because it's like on the radio or something.
On the radio, yeah.
That is just explaining how all these people had died. And then all the people start popping out of the ground. So
yeah.
it's one of those when you actually go back and you like watch the movie, like pay attention kind of level watch the movie rather than whatever. But
they're coming to get you, Barbara.
Yeah, I don't care. But a lot of unliving, zombies serve a purpose because how if they're unless they're infection-based zombies, they're created with an intentionality, right? Like
you got that's right, yeah.
Whatever that intentionality was, looking at you, Dr. Frankenstein, you had a reason to create.
Yes.
And
but I feel like
American
movie zombies, I think, seem to be unliving but useless. Because they were, and I can't think of like an ecosystem use for American-style Hollywood zombies either. They don't seem... Give it to me. Give it to me.
It's an invasive species problem.
Do we think of invasive species as useful?
I think that the destruction of the invasive species is useful.
I can see that.
If you consider that the American horror fast zombie overwhelming
or slow zombie or whatever, right?
Shambling
zombies.
Well, I'm talking
supernatural.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fast creation of zombies, right? Like the world,
Yeah.
Rather than, the world-ending mass creation of the world dying that rapidly. Because let's stop and consider the fact that, Walking Dead, 28 Days Later, all World War Z, all of these conceptions are all about our apocalyptic level of zombies, which require widespread creation of zombies on a time scale that is astronomical. Because you can't
like exponentially, increasing
versus the fact that like you get 1 or 2 zombies in your backyard, you can take care of that, and it's not. There has to be some other impetus to create more because they just do take care of the 2 in your backyard, whether they're fast or shambling doesn't really matter. It's how fast they're creating. But if you have this, then you're dealing with there's this projection of the question of whether or not humanity is an invasive species, and the destruction of that invasive species becomes a betterment, because all of these, if you look at those vast destruction, apocalyptic level zombie events, all of the ecological disasters are going away because humanity is
it's interesting, right? Because I'm trying to think about different, not going back to Voodoo, but different zombie. So you have like Night of the Living Dead, right? Which is doing other work, right? Then I'm thinking about Last of Us, which is now like spore zombies, which is doing slightly different work, I think, because Last of Us is post-apocalypse, right? Whereas Night of the Living Dead is at the beginning of it. And then I'm thinking about that movie Night of the Comet, the 80s film where Halley's Comet, it's not really a Halley's Comet, but like a Halley's Comet-like comet comes back, and it hasn't been here since the dinosaurs all died. And it was because if you're outside looking at the comet, you die. You turn it to red dust. But if you only get partial irradiation, right, then you turn into a zombie, and then you eventually die. So basically that becomes interesting because I suppose in that case, there is also a use. It's just not for us, right? It's like a reset, right? It's a reset use, I suppose. And so I think it's interesting to figure out like I find a number of, I know many people don't like zombies. I think zombies can be overdone and boring, but what I think is interesting is that I think the best zombie media is made understanding that it's a commentary on something, right?
Yes.
That it's a commentary on something. That's why you do it. And I think about this is, I would also put Last of Us closer to the Day of the Triffids. Yes, I would too, actually, Lopez. And I think that this is a disappointment I have with some of the modern cyberpunk.
But here's the thing: I don't think of I'm going to say something shocking here, and I'm going to take this position and I will defend it. I don't think Last of Us count as zombies.
Why?
Because the clickers are parasites. because everybody gets turned into a zombie because they are infected by a fungus spore that takes over their body. It's not the same thing, right? Like, half of these people are still alive when the fungus controls them. It's not a zombie, which is a raising of the dead.
I think that we're broadening the term of zombie to mean basically some kind of shambling, your sentience is no longer there sort of a thing.
But I would argue that because of the fact that the longer that this, in The Last of Us in particular, the longer the human form is in the control of the fungus, parasite, the more it becomes a fungus. And there's less and less of the human anatomy left, right? Like you gain, so it becomes a parasite that uses the human host as a it's literally a parasite that uses the human host as a reproductive system and creates more of itself. So I think of the fungus as an entirely different monster.
Okay, so let me think about this, because I'm going to start thinking about now what I like to do when these things happen. I like to start pulling examples and comparing and contrasting them to see what they look like, right? So I'm like, so what my mind is doing right now is thinking like, okay, let me think about parasite style monsters and see how they compare. And the first thing that came to my mind, which I don't think counts actually, but is interesting, would be there were 3 of them. The original from the 50s, the remake from the 70s, and there was another one. I
Am Legend.
No.
Okay.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Okay. Sorry. I was going with the wrong. See, Hawkeye and Volpus was getting it. I was going 50s, 70s, remake in the 2000s, similar.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, not a zombie, full-on body snatching.
Yes. So
there's an entirely invasive species that comes to the planet. And just wears meat suits.
Yes. And so I'm thinking about let me think about parasite films. And I don't know if I feel like, so here's the tricky thing, right? I feel like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, full of plants, right, is tricky because it seems like you're being taken over, but then it turns out actually they just grow a copy of you, then kill you. So it's not that's Invasion of the Body Snatchers is a little bit closer to Stepford Wives than it is like a parasite the original Stepford Wives, as opposed to one that grows within you and then like takes over you. So I'm trying to think of like parasite media where something starts within you, then grows and then takes you over. There was a book by Scott Sigler that did that, but I'm trying to think of
well, usually the parasite media is something invasive taking over the body, but it doesn't necessarily grow. It can sexually reproduce. Looking at Stargate, right? Like the Goa'uld are parasitic, and we all agree that the Goa'uld and the host that's trapped in the Goa'uld is not a zombie.
Yep, that's right.
And if we want to take even further, we can even talk about the fact that that they talk about in SG-1 in the TV series. The fact that they have these, and it's mentioned briefly in the original movie, it is referenced in the movie, is the sarcophagus, right? Because you can kill, like, as long as you can effectively kill the host as long as the Goa'uld is still alive. You can put the host's body in the sarcophagus and reanimate it into a point that it can keep it, and then of course it addresses the addictive possibilities that come out of being repeated use of the sarcophagus. So you have that. You've got the one book I actually banned in my presence when I was teaching high school. The Host by Stephanie Meyer.
Oh, okay.
Because hey Jim, welcome in.
Hey Heather Doc, how are you? So look, I want to talk about this book by Scott Sigler for a second because I feel like this is relevant, right? So in this book by Scott Sigler, Infection, basically alien spores land on the planet and most of them die, right? Because they don't hit a host. But sometimes they might hit your body, and then they are these little cells that will like basically come into your body, and then they start reproducing. and they sort of like basically travel, try to get into your nervous system, right? They sort of hook in, they then listen to your what's going on with you so they can learn language and see things, right? You don't realize that what's happening just yet, but they start taking over your endocrine system so then they can just start telling you to do things, right? And so then you're hearing these voices, and then eventually they get big enough to gestate, and then they pop out of your body, right? And this makes me think about also Alien. And so it seems to me that one of the things that seems to be important about parasite stories as a genre is very often the protagonist are the people with the parasite, and they have to deal with what does it mean to have this parasite growing within them, right? It's like part of the horror is like, oh, this thing is growing within me, whereas the protagonists are usually not zombies, with the exception of like some of the zombie stories that are trying to like upend it, right? But generally speaking, the zombies are antagonists that are mindless, that you kill or that try to kill you, whereas parasites, often you are the person, the protagonist has the parasite within them and has to deal with what does it mean that you're losing control of your body or you're hearing voices, right? So that seems to be a different subject position that goes on function right between those two stories.
I don't disagree with that. My only position is that for The Last of Us and a couple is that I don't think of the creatures that are being fought in The Last of Us as zombies. I think they are an entirely new creature created through, like, you're fighting the fungus. If you look at a clicker, it doesn't look anything like a humanoid, beyond the fact that it's bipedal. Sometimes, let me phrase that, sometimes bipedal, because sometimes it can also infect other things. And then I think that's an important distinction. Like, right, you look at there's I agree with the point of view about the point of view subject matter of a parasite story, which is why if we go back to the point about the book, the one book that I banned when I was teaching, and that was The Host. And I would put up with Twilight as much as, but I would make a point of telling my students, I think this is a truly unhealthy relationship, and if you start thinking that this is an idealized relationship, we need to have a more deeper come to Jesus conversation. But The Host, I inherently objected to because it is an alien invasion story, and the aliens believe that they can, they are a parasitic, not symbiotic, which is an important distinction here, a parasitic species that can take over the human body and believes that they can do everything better, so they take over the human body. The main character was a former resistance fighter who is captured and implanted, but the implantation doesn't go right, so her consciousness is still there, although the parasite is the primary personality and has control of the body and the speech pattern. And so the whole book is told from her, 90% of the book is told from her perspective, locked in her own body. Okay? This is an important point. She, and I'm using these terms in part because the gender is important here. And this is a case where gender is really kind of important in a big way for the point of view of the story. She is a young 20-something, former resistance fighter, taken over. The parasite begins to adopt a feminine a female gender identity that it didn't have one before because it's a parasite and they travel from planet to planet and you can't guarantee the same gender identity, whatever. Fine. So they begin to take over a female gender identity. They escape because she's still aware and can communicate with the parasite and whatever they're doing. There's plot points. I don't actually pay attention. My objection to this book comes in this one particular scene, which is basically 3/4 of a chapter, right? 3/4 of this chapter is after they escape the aliens. They meet back up with the former the cell of resistance fighters that is made up of this girl's the body and core consciousnesses family, including her father and her boyfriend. Okay? These are important. And you have 3/4 of the conversation of this girl in her own head talking about the fact that she is watching her boyfriend beat and torture her body, and that proves that he really loves her. Because he doesn't know that her core consciousness is still there, and he thinks it's only the parasite. And I'm like, no, this is not okay. And this is why this book is not allowed in my classroom, because this saying he hit me because he loved me is never okay.
Hmm. So I was thinking about this, and I'm thinking about a couple of things,
Yep.
right? One of the things I'm thinking about is we go back to the original Voodoo zombie, right? The
Yes.
original zombie.
Yeah.
Their consciousness is still there, and they can be freed
Yes.
sometimes, right? And so
With
that
certain
zombie,
rituals and yes.
yeah, but the idea is that one of the things that makes zombies so the original zombie, one of the horrors of the original zombie is that your consciousness is still there, but you can't do anything, right? So in some ways, it's closer to the Parasite stories than Hollywood zombie stories,
But it's also
right?
that, it's also that you died and your
Yes,
consciousness is still there,
yeah,
and so
you've been captured, right? You know what I mean? Like, and
you
like,
you, you
it's basically enslavement, right? It's
you're
basically
you're enslaved for
eternal
the
enslavement.
you're internal enslavement to the Voodoo, because
Yeah,
and I'm using the term he because
yeah,
usually the individual who would practice this particular type of Voodoo is male
yeah,
identifying,
yeah,
whether the
yeah,
they're male gender identifying because of certain
yeah,
things that go into the Voodoo, and I'm not
yeah.
going to get into it, but one of the things that I was doing when I did my undergraduate work in anthropology was did an actual course on ethnobotany,
Mm-hmm,
and there's an
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
ethnography. Can you chill for 2 minutes? Let me check something.
Sure, sure, sure. I was going to say, I'm going to think about this for a second. So, because right now I'm thinking about, right now, what I'm thinking about is the function. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because it has to do with Last of Us and the clickers. And I'm thinking about body horror, right? I'm thinking about, oh, work with me all here, audience, right? I'm thinking about if zombies originally had horror about loss of control of self. Hollywood zombies basically kind of was doing something different, and then we sort of replaced that sort of loss of control of self with alien spore invasion, basically the parasite. And now the other element that I'm seeing here is now like a Cronenberg kind of body horror, which I feel like that's partly what's going on with The Last of Us. That the first form is a traditional zombie, then they become this other thing. Like we're talking about like growth, like cancerous growth. I kind of think that Last of Us might be about cancerous growth in certain ways. And I'm trying to think about what other media deals with cancerous growth. It's like basically kind of like a body horror growth situation where your body itself starts becoming, starts growing in weird ways, right? I was saying that I was noticing, I was like, I was telling them that I was seeing that the original zombie had to deal with sort of like this existential horror of enslavement, right? Loss of control of your body. And then we make the Hollywood zombie, which is not about that, right? That's not really what it's about.
It's also about control of your body, but it's also about control of your death,
Mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm.
Like on a fundamental level.
Yes.
And
yes,
what I was looking
yes.
for is I was looking
And
for
theft,
this,
right?
huh?
And theft,
And
right? Theft of your
and theft of yourself, and enslavement
yeah.
in a way that
Yeah.
is very complicated because of the way Voodoo works and the
Yeah.
cultures that are part of the original
Yes,
cultures
yes.
of Voodoo.
Have to deal with this as a fear, right? But what I was saying was I think is interesting that the Hollywood zombie ditches that, but then we get that sort of a similar sort of like existential crisis with the parasite, but those parasites are often aliens, right? So I think that's an interesting shift. But then the thing I wanted to say though about The Last of Us, because I would love your take on this, that I told them was like, okay, so I feel like the very first stage of the creatures in Last of Us are more like a traditional zombie, but once you start getting the clickers, it now becomes about kind of like cancerous growth and body horror. So I'm thinking about that as like another sort of one of these other sort of modes, right? Like that you're like the clickers, those the bigger ones, right? They become these. That is about like that's like kind of a body horror thing as opposed to a zombie thing, right?
It's also about a transformation, right? Like you as a core identity are being transformed and not only taken over, but being transformed into this other creature. And that's what I'm thinking. That's why I think
parasite.
The parasite vision on specifically The Last of Us. What I got up to do was what I was looking for was I have this ethnobiography or ethnology from this ethnobotanist who went to Haiti to study with a bunch of these Vaudans, specifically about zombie, and has a very interesting take, and it's because it's zombie, the Vaudans who would create a zombie and I'm using Voodoo, and I know that's not really the correct term, and I'm blanking currently on what the correct term is for a dark practitioner of Voodoo.
Oh, a Bokor.
A Bokor, thank you. Because someone who would create a zombie is inherently not a good practitioner.
Yeah.
And he has a very interesting discussion about this, because it's people who would be turned into this are it's both an act of murder and an act of enslavement and an act of control, to the point of, I can take this life I've given you away back. Like I have killed you once and brought you back, and I can kill you again in a heartbeat.
Malk asks, what do you think about The Serpent and the Rainbow, which is the film that I think is based off the book that you have. And it's interesting for me, when I saw The Serpent and the Rainbow, was like, they're trying to go back to something more specific, except that, if I remember correctly, that movie was like
It's 1988.
Pretty like exploitative, right? It was like sexy, or was that the other one? No, that was Angel Heart that I was thinking of.
No, there's no sexy in The Serpent and the Rainbow.
No, I was thinking about Angel Heart. That was all like sexy voodoo. That was Mickey Rourke.
Serpent and the Rainbow?
No, Angel Heart.
I think so.
That was 87. Yeah, it was Mickey Rourke. And Lisa Bonet. Yep. Well, the Hollywood Zombie, pretty much starting with Romero, were more taking the soul away from it and just dealing with the loss of personality in modern society over taking of the consumer to the extreme. I feel like, I just feel like it was a different horror, right? And I will say, I know people who don't like horror films, which is fine. There are horror films that I don't like, but horror is such a wide genre, right? It's such a wide genre. But I always think that horror, which actually this is related to, in my mind, to people who, there was somebody who was like, I don't like movies where I don't like media like that where people are sad or things are bad. I want like happy things, which is cool. But they were framing it as like a moral failing for people who like things that are sad. I was like, look, if you don't like it, that's cool. But there is a function, right? There's a reason why there are kids like horror things. I mean, not like adult horror things, but like horror in general is about dealing with certain kinds of fears and anxieties in certain kinds of ways, right? And so there's always something interesting about that.
What's the quote, right? Like, children don't need fairy tales to tell them that monsters are real. Children need fairy tales to tell them that monsters can be beaten.
Nice. Yeah. Other Doc says, I was trying to think of an answer for other things that have cancer with growth body horror, and my brain came up with Planet Terror and anime. Oh, there's quite a bit of anime that does that, actually. Yes.
Akira.
Yeah. Akira. I was also thinking about one, I think it's like 7 Billion Needles, maybe. Yes. Also, you just made me think of this one. The Fly, Cronenberg's The Fly.
But also think about that distinction, right? Like, because the cancer with growth body horror is actually much more prevalent in Japanese popular media because of the fallout. I mean, Godzilla exists for a reason.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm using the English term intentionally, everyone. Don't at me. I know that how to actually pronounce his name is Gojira, and he is a kaiju.
Yeah. But this is interesting, right? Because there is a U.S. equivalent, right? And that would be atomic horror, like 50s, 60s atomic horror, which often also dealt with, for the most part, although not exclusively, growth, uncontrolled growth, right? Like a lot of those giant animal movies, they became giant because of radiation of some sort, right? Like the giant ants, that was radiation. Like a lot of these things were, this had come from a radiation. And so you get this sort of like wild growth of nature in a way that becomes really, which is back to the evils of science, right? Amazing colossal. Now, one thing I think is actually very fascinating is I was thinking of the one big counterexample, and that is The Incredible Shrinking Man, where he gets dusted with some kind of radiation and start shrinking. But he's not a monster, right? That's about like disempowerment, right? That he becomes smaller and smaller. And I remember that moment where, and I remember as a kid, that moment where he becomes shorter than his wife and it becomes a huge problem. And I was like, okay, whatever. I was like, because there was clearly like, I'm not a man because I'm shorter than you. I was like, you really should work on that one. But then of course he becomes so small and he's almost attacked by the giant spider. But I think that's fascinating, right? That the protagonist, right? And he becomes diminished by the nuclearness, right? Whereas the nuclear irradiation makes Godzilla bigger, makes everything bigger, right? And I think there's something really, I think that's the cancerous growth, right? Like, and of course, radiation does cause cancer, right? So I think there's something, yes, Food of the Gods, absolutely, Unstable Deus, absolutely in the same category. And that was done again in the atomic era, right? The film version of that came, I think, in the 60s, right? So there's something really interesting about, but if you think these about growth things, right?
If you think about this even further, then you think about like, go back even further. You got H.G. Wells, right?
Yeah.
What's the precursor to H.G. Wells?
Well, you have Frankenstein, of course, right? Mary Shelley.
Yeah, but I'm talking about specifically Food of the Gods.
Oh. I don't know.
Gulliver.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And the Lilliputians.
I suppose you could also think about Alice in Wonderland too, right?
Well, Alice in Wonderland has a very concrete definition, and that's all.
Yeah.
Psychotropic drugs, but I'm talking. But if you would go even step further, you could take that back to like the Lotus Eaters during the Odyssey and the Cyclops.
Yes. So Volpus notes that the Lily Tomlin version of The Incredible Secret Woman makes it about the horrors of modern consumer goods, which of course, Day of the Dead was also about the horrors of modern consumer society. That was like zombie as the mindless consumer. So I think it's interesting when the zombie becomes a commentary on mindless consumerism versus something else. And so but the ones that Mother gives you don't do anything else. That's true. The ones that Mother give you don't do anything at all. Just maybe ask Alice about that though. So one of the things this is a thing that maybe you, because you were probably here, I kind of missed. So, when Saw, there was like Saw, there's a bunch of those sort of movies. I missed those. I knew that they were happening.
You did not watch them, or missed as you enjoyed them and want them back?
No, I never saw them.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we're talking on the same definition of terminology.
Oh, no, I missed them. I missed that wave.
Yeah.
I was told that Hostel was a little bit different than Saw. Now, my understanding is that
Hostel was different than Saw, but Hostel, the difference is, Hostel's comparison is actually Psycho.
Oh, okay.
Hostel, I did not enjoy any of these movies. I did watch them so I could be culturally literate, and a bunch of these people that I knew have them on in this background. I'm not... Yeah. I don't enjoy movies like this because I saw Psycho at the wrong age, and by wrong age I mean 6.
Oh.
So there still is. I put a chair under the door when I'm going to get in the shower because I saw Psycho at 6. And it was not intentional by any means. It wasn't like my parents were being, whatever.
Yeah.
I was at my grandparents and they were watching AMC. And
yeah, it happens.
Whatever. But
I saw like The Omen.
Yeah.
Really young.
Those kind of things you just kind of watched really young, and they were scarring. And if you want to know that our generation, and I can count myself as part of your generation, because I really do belong to the Gen X rather than anything else. But then we look at the things that were created for kids and we're like, was Psycho really anything worse than Return to Oz? Answer, no. But Hostel is Psycho without any of the art or commentary and just focused on the mad slasher portion.
So here's my question. Mm-hmm. Because again, I've not seen them, but I was told that Hostel did have commentary, at least the first one. And I was told that the very first Saw had some interesting commentary, but none of the rest of them did. But I've not seen any of them, so I don't know.
They both have interesting commentary. In the beginning, they're talking about, whatever the particular slasher movie conception is, usually sex. And it's usually a commentary about young people having sex and going out in the hostel or being unaware of their own safety.
Question.
Yeah.
Question about that. My question is still really because, like, I get why 80s slashers, right, were about anxiety around sex. Like, I totally get that
Not all
because
of them
we,
were.
not all of them, but I
Jason
mean,
wasn't.
oh, well, it was though.
Jason
Jason totally was.
Jason was, but he wasn't because it's all because Jason's issues are about him.
Well, not originally, right? Originally, it was his mother who was killing everybody, and she killed everybody because Jason died because he drowned because the camp counselors were having sex and not paying attention to him,
This
right?
is
So,
true, but then he comes back and it's about him.
but he's still just, I mean, especially the first 3 or 4, he's just killing teenagers for having sex. Like, the minute you have sex, you die, and the final girl almost never has sex, right? So, like, there was
That's
like,
true.
yeah.
But
So, but my point
I'm
is,
not
like,
talking. I'm not talking about Friday the 13th. I'm talking about Jason. There's an important distinction that I'm make a dividing line.
you mean like from like Friday the 13th 10, that like,
Yeah,
but I mean, again,
when it's about Jason and it's not about Jason.
Yeah.
That's
Right,
my
but-
distinction.
But here's the thing. My point is that it makes sense to me that those slasher movies are mostly about sex because we're in the middle of the AIDS crisis and also a bunch of weird backlash, right? So I get it. Like, I get why sort of like weird conservative backlash, like sort of moral majority backlash, and also the AIDS crisis causes that. But isn't Hostel and Saw from like the 2000s?
Okay, so Saw the original one starts as a commentary, and I don't recall, and I have not watched these in a long time, and I was never a big fan of them, so I didn't pay that much. I mean, like, I did because I have that level of I always pay attention to whatever is going on, so I whatever. But I was not also. I'm just looking out my window and it's entirely yellow. It's great. I'm not leaving the house. I'm not walking outside. The dog is happy. She's asleep. It's fine. But there was a commentary that went with Saw in the first one, and it was the question about what would you do. And I believe, and people in the audience can correct me, or we could look this up. I believe that the original people who were captured in the first Saw movie, it was the, and this will sound, I am not, this is going to be difficult, but I'm going to use the actual published title of the book that Agatha Christie wrote, which is 12 Little Indians.
Oh, that wasn't the original title.
It's the current socially acceptable one.
The original title was, yeah, go on.
Which is, well, that's as close to socially acceptable as the title will get, because now that's also considered problematic. But in that short story, and if you don't know that short story, please go read it, and or go watch the recent remake with Charles Dance.
They call it "And Then There Were None." That's what they're calling it now.
They're calling it "And Then Were None." Yes, because the other title is 12 Little Soldiers. But yes, so the original it's problematic title, but they're calling it "And Then There Were None." You can find the movie "And Then There Were None" with Charles Dance. Watch it; it's great, and be prepared to be creeped out. The original Saw was closer to "And Then There Were None," but with elaborate traps about like, so are you going to confess to this murder, or what are you going to do to break, are you going to give up your hand to get out of this trap, or are you going to die? And there's always, and the question, yeah, Boyce, you looked up the original title.
Yep.
That's,
Yep.
Yeah, read the story, ignore the title. It's why I got as close as I could to giving you the original title, because the movie might be called "And Then There Were None," but well, no,
I think Dominic Noble, one of the YouTubers that I like, did a video essay on this that was really good, actually.
Yeah, it's.
But I don't think it was Dominic Noble.
Boys, don't let your respect for Agatha Christie drop because she entitled a work that was written in the 1920s. 1930s, using the title of a poem that's actually plot relevant.
Yeah, it was the video essay that I watched, which I don't think was Dominic Noble. Like, I want to say that it was, because obviously he would do this, but I actually don't think it was.
It was not a Lost in Adaptation, because I've watched all of Dominic Noble's Lost in Adaptation. So I would have to look it up.
I think it was by a woman. Anyway, she was talking about how this was actually a commentary on racism.
Yeah, it is.
That people are, and also colonialism, that people that often is missed in adaptations, because in the book you're hearing the like various internal monologues, and like, oh, I see, there's some problems here, right? That the civilized people are the least civilized ones is actually part of the point of that piece. And so there's work going on that gets missed, especially when you adapt it, right? So I wish I could find that. It was a really good video essay. It was really good.
I will say that of the adaptations that I have seen, the most current one, and then there were none with Charles Dance, because they kept a little bit at the ending and did the ending the right. Boys, if you don't... Okay, this is where I'm going to put a giant spoiler alert for Agatha Christie. You should go watch it. If you don't want the spoiler for this, go watch it. Charles Dance... I found it.
Huh? I found it. I'm going to put the link down.
Oh, yeah. Go put the link down. I watched it on Acorn, but you can probably get it on a bunch of other streaming services.
And also, I just subscribed to this person because this was a really, really good video essay, and I did not subscribe to this person. So
okay, so put it in the chat.
Just did.
Okay, so who is this? And have I subscribed to it?
Is this just fantasy?
That's the title. Oh, okay. Well, we'll find that out.
That's the person.
That's the person. We'll find that out. But it's okay. But yeah, okay. Boys, spoiler alert for And Then There Were None, or whatever you're going to call it. Charles Dance in the spoilers. Okay? I'm giving you a giant spoiler warning. Charles Dance at the end of this piece plays the judge, and if you've read this book or you've seen the original piece, you know how this ends. But Charles Dance gives the performance that there is a certain level of British older character actor that is needed for that role to work. And Charles Dance brings his most... Oh, God, you want it. You remember how Charles Dance is Tywin Lannister? You have Tywin Lannister as the judge, and Then There Were None. And it gives the perfect level. It's framed perfectly. It's shot perfectly to showcase exactly how much Agatha Christie put into making this a social commentary and making this about the uncivilized nature of the civilized. So Saw has that same kind of conception in the beginning. And there's always like this, what evil bad thing did you do that you got away with, that whatever. Hostel is kind of like the
tourism.
It's backpackers in Europe, right? Like going to a hostel kind of thing, which is why the first one kind of worked, because it was much more Eurocentric, and then the rest are kind of, Americans saw that it did a good job and then tried to Americanize it, but America doesn't have the same kind of hostel culture that the Europeans did.
Who did the first film? Where's it from?
I think the first one...
Is it Australian? Or was that something else that I'm thinking of? There was like an Australian horror film that people said good things about spelunkers. That wasn't Hostel.
No, that was not Hostel.
There was a spelunkers one. I heard good things about it. Anybody remembers that one?
The original Hostel... Yeah, it's a Slovak city. So it's definitely... It was done in Europe. And I think it's one of those...
Descent.
Yeah. The original was done in Europe, and it's like Eastern Europe, Slovak, very much. And then there are two sequels that come out of that, which are still European, but it's, again, that issue of Americanization for the money. So there's just like this little bits of tone that aren't the same because they're trying to write into a wider audience that doesn't have the film language or the shorthand that comes with a hostile culture that you get in Europe. Hostel, Hostel, not Hostile. But it is, so that one is young backpacker. So it's kind of like the sex question of, but it's more about the, hedonism of young people away from home.
Yes, yes, yes,
and
yes,
and
yes, yes,
taking
yes.
advantage,
Yeah,
and like a little bit of a subtext of the like it,
bad tourists.
bad
It's
tourists.
like it's like that whole, that whole we don't have it in the US as much. We do have it a little bit, right? I suppose our version of this would be like Cancun or something, right? Our spring break culture.
No,
But
you
like
do
in
have
your
spring break. We do have break culture. It's
no,
called
that's what I
Daytona.
meant.
It's called Daytona Beach.
Yeah, Daytona, Cancun, those places,
Yeah,
right? But in Europe, they will go to
Greece and
like
Italy and also Eastern Europe. In
yeah, and Eastern Europe, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, and they will just have uh, a lot of that,
It's
right?
Englishmen
So
behaving. It's Englishmen behaving badly.
yeah, or Germans or whomever, right? Sort
Yeah,
of like first world countries going to not first world spaces and behaving badly, right? In
and
those
behaving
spots.
badly and treating everybody in that country,
Yeah,
whether
yeah,
they're part of the tourist industry or not,
yeah,
badly because they expect us. So
yeah.
Hostel kind of had that
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 vibe.
that take on on the sex question, because it's like,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
there's still a social commentary about unprotected sex, but it's also now also the
yeah,
alcohol and drugs
yeah,
and party
yeah,
party culture that you're traveling for.
yeah, yeah. Party tourism,
Party
right? Yeah,
tourism, that's what we're looking for.
yeah. So I will just say that I'm not a
Exactly.
gore.
Lopez points out that it's the Hostel is from an Eli Roth, which is an American director.
Okay.
So the original like book and production is very Eastern European, but it's Eli Roth who's the writer and director.
So I'm not a big gore fan, right? Like I'm not like I'm
Then
not
you
the
don't
that's
want
not
to watch Saw.
no, that's why I didn't watch it because I'm not a big gore fan.
Neither am I.
I'm okay, like I'm not gonna die, but like that doesn't tend to be my preferred horror. Um, that said, of those slashers that were big in the 80s, the one I loved the most, but then it was also the most disappointing in the end was the first Nightmare on Elm Street. Mainly because it had this really great, coherent, self-contained um, world setup, right? That the reason why Freddy was there was because these people were giving him energy by thinking about him, right? And so like this sort of collective unconscious, right, is creating this figure. And then when Nancy at the end says like, I figured this out, I turn my back on you, and she destroys him, that was perfect. And that would have been the best ending. But then the studio forced them to add that tag on that undid everything, and that was the most disappointing part.
You can
Because I
just
thought,
watch the director's cut where that bit is cut out.
okay, uh, yes, but like for me, I was like,
Sorry,
when I got,
I have cousins
I
that are
didn't know
really
that that
into
was there because the thing is that was such a great movie, right? Because it made like it had was really interesting and thoughtful, right? There was like in the sense of like the sins of the parents, but also like repression. There's a lot of like really interesting stuff in there. And yes, it was gory and all that, right? But I thought it was really, really interesting. And I thought that the ending was very cool. And then they ruined it so they could have sequels. So I was very upset about that.
Yeah, so they ruined. I mean, like there are certain '80s slasher movies that I will watch. The original Nightmare on Elm Street.
Hmm.
Um, oh God, what's his name?
Halloween?
No, I I
Oh,
I will. I have watched Halloween. I'm not a Halloween fan. I love Jamie Lee Curtis, but the premise of Halloween just tires me out. It's the same problem with Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
mm.
What's his name? The black slasher. Oh God,
Oh, Jigsaw?
Candyman. Candyman.
No, Candyman.
Candyman. I will watch the original Candyman because again, that has a very unique premise, a unique
Yeah,
styling, a very
yeah,
intentional story
yeah,
choices, and a
yeah,
very
yeah,
intentional film
yeah,
language that came from the from the
yeah.
camera usage. Um, I do not need. I will, and I will watch. I will watch Scream.
I
I will watch the first Scream, and I will watch the most recent Scream because, and the third Scream, 1, 3, and the current one, which I think is 5, because they were intentional about it being commentary on slasher
Yeah, yeah.
films.
So I never watched Scream because I was out of the country at the time. But I remember thinking, oh yes, I need to watch this because this like my understanding, right, is that Scream was a really important um shift in history, like film
Yes.
history, in the sense that like it was this really important shift in what the horror genre, like this sort of self-aware sort of horror genre moment that really impacted what came after it. And so it's one of those things I know I need to watch. I just was out of the country for the time. And you know,
I will say that we can have a film night and we can watch Scream, 1, 3, and 5. I think it
oh,
falls. I think it's currently falling into. I mean, it.
Star Trek situation.
Yeah.
The
Um.
the opposite.
Yeah, because the even numbers are
Yeah, yeah.
the good stuff.
So Vulpes says, all I can say to bring this back to the original topic of Night of the Lepus, the suggestion of the worst, most fun movie I've seen in years, Cottontail, movie so low budget they didn't even get a realistic fake rabbit for the lab buddy. They used a carnival toy. Pearl won't watch Scream, but will watch the Scream episode of Boy Meets World. So Pearl doesn't like horror because horror is a slow build and you get bored. It's interesting. I was talking to somebody who doesn't like horror, and I was like, "Oh, is it the gore?" Like, no, I'm fine with gore. It's like, "Oh, then what is it?" Right? And like, it was the buildup of tension. They're like, and it wasn't the boredom. It was the I don't like the buildup of tension. I was like, "Oh, so I cannot recommend thrillers then." Right? So like, it's interesting, like or psycho, because like I
See,
really love a good psychological horror. I
I
love a good psychological
I
horror.
love a good I prefer psychological horror to monster horror or slash. Let me rephrase that. There are some I will watch a Hammer horror film. It does not
Mm-hmm,
matter what the subject
mm-hmm,
matter is, what the
mm-hmm,
movie is. I
mm-hmm.
will watch a Hammer horror, but I am freely acknowledging that 9 times out of 10 I am watching it for the cast because it doesn't matter what you give, Vincent Price or Christopher
Yeah,
Lee.
yeah. Dr. Phibes. Yeah, yeah.
You,
Mm-hmm,
you know,
mm-hmm. Yeah,
I can
absolutely.
watch them take
Yeah,
horribly trash and
yeah,
make it,
yeah,
if not golden treasure, then at least
yeah,
pretty decent.
yeah.
But I'm not a slasher fan. Um, I love a good psychological horror. Like my
Yeah, me too.
favorite horror quote unquote movie is not a horror movie, although
Which
it's
one?
frequently included in horror genre.
Which one?
Notorious.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
My dear friend.
Hitchcock from 46?
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
Ingrid
Mm-hmm.
Bergman.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting. They don't call this a horror. They call this a spy film noir.
Yeah, kind of. It's actually closer to a spot. It might be closer to a thriller, but people have called it a horror before because it's Hitchcock,
Mm-hmm.
and therefore inherently everything Hitchcock touches is psychological horror. I think it's. I think that people who go into it thinking that it's a spy film are not going to be happy. I think that people who go into it as a film noir might be closer to being happy because you can have those subgenres of film noir that are closer to a thriller, and by that I mean
Mm-hmm.
like the actual Dashiell Hammett
Mm-hmm.
thrillers. um and I think that it is actually closer to a thriller mystery. But I'm also an individual who will sit here and say one of my favorite movies, my favorite soundtrack of all time, movie musical soundtrack. Not a movie wherein, hold on please, I must answer this phone call.
Oh, sure. Uh, Krellin said, I recently watched Nope, the new Jordan Peele film, and the only reason I didn't turn off after 40 minutes was because I was watching it specifically on a recommendation and knowing it was Jordan Peele doing horror, so I was anticipating a slow build. The back half of that film was pretty gripping. I've not seen Nope yet, but I did watch uh, Get Out and Us. I think, by the way, Krellin, Night of the Living Dead does not have a slow build up, not really. Like that gets to zombies real fast, right? So that one doesn't have a pretty big. Have a that one doesn't have a slow build. Um, that one happens like zombies happen in the first 15 minutes, 10 minutes. Like zombies happen right away. I'm trying to think about slow build or not. I feel like that's interesting. Would I consider Get Out a slow build? Hmm. You're right. I have watched Night of the Living Dead and two, right? Because those had like a fast build up. Get Out is tricky because for me, I was uh, so for me, and I don't know how it is for anybody else here, but for me, two is one of my favorite movie moments of this cop zombie picking up the police radio and saying, "Send more cops." Nice. I was thinking about Get Out, and I think that for some people it might be a slow build, and there's a way in which I can see it as being a slow build film. But I was uncomfortable from the very beginning of the film when the black guy was walking through the suburban neighborhood, and I was like, so for me, it didn't feel super slow buildy. In the sense that yes, it took a while before like full on madness happened, but like for me, consistently through the entire thing, there was these moments of like, oh, this is really bad, right? It felt a little bit more like you know it's bad, but you can't put your finger on what it is yet, and that's different from like for me, there's a difference between those horror movies that are like, look, everything is fine, and then the bad things happen. Versus for me, Get Out was like, everything is not fine. I know it's not fine, but I don't know what it is yet. That you know what I mean? Like there's like that. There's a kind of like a unsettled. It's more a bit like Lynch for me, where you know things are not okay from the very beginning. You just don't know what it is yet that is not okay. You just know it's not okay. Yeah, like you're in a bad situation in the beginning. Absolutely, yeah.
And that's the thing is like I think of Get Out and Nope, and even Look Up, right? Mm-hmm. That's the last most recent.
No, Nope.
Nope.
Oh, wait. Let me check.
Because there was, because I remember Jordan. Okay, Nope is the most recent.
Yeah.
But
Get Out, Us, and Nope were his
Us.
three.
That was what I was forgetting. Nope is the one where you don't look up. So Get Out, Us, and Nope, and I watched all of them. Right, like.
I haven't seen the most recent one though.
Which is Nope.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet.
I see his language of film. I see what he's doing. I think he's closer to, if I want to make the comparison, it is closer to Texas Chainsaw Massacre type of horror. Right? Like, if you watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre from the beginning, you know that there is no way this is a good situation. Everybody involved knows that this is not a good situation. You just watch that opening of that car driving down the road, and you feel in the film language uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So I appreciate what he does. I can appreciate that there are those that are that have a desire for it. I am just an individual where this particular genre of film is not one that I enjoy, and I never have. Like, oh, you're talking about Night of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
It's Night of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, in that order.
Okay.
Yes. Is what Volpez is talking about.
Yes.
Yes. And you know.
So I
which are technically vampire movies, not.
Which one?
Dawn of the
Vampire
Dead.
movie? Oh. I was gonna say that when I was, I don't know, high school maybe middle school, there was a TV movie, and it was The Room, Harold Pinter's play.
Yeah, I remember that.
With Annie Lennox and Linda Hunt. And I loved that. I loved it because the entire time I was like, something bad is happening. This is all bad, but technically nothing bad was happening. It was just people having breakfast and just chatting about their day, but you just knew it was really bad. And I loved the way in which Pinter was able to evoke the unspoken, lurking badness. Like, you know something is not okay here, right? And I love that kind of the creeping underbelly of badness within the normal moment until it doesn't get normal at the very end. And like that I also appreciate about Lynch. Like, what I like about Lynch is when you're like, no, this like happy space is not happy. I know it's not, right? Like, I know this is not okay.
Like, it is one of the things where I think he does the best work in, where Lynch does his best work in Dune, is that opening shot of the Atreides family, and you're like, well, fuck, you're all gonna die. Like, I'm looking and going, you're dead, and you're dead, and you're oh, and you opened your mouth, you're hella dead. Like, you know, in that camera language from the moment. You know, I was like, you that's what you have, and it is. And I think that's one of the things that I really like about intelligent movie makers. I was watching Princess Week's commentary, most recent film or a video essay
on the final duel,
the last duel. I appreciate her position. I don't agree with it because I think it might be a generational gap question.
For those who do not know, The Last Duel is based on a book, and the movie by Ridley Scott is done in a Rashomon style, right, where a woman is sexually assaulted by this guy, and she accuses him of sexual assault. This is a true story.
But the important point is that it is a medieval reporting. She accuses him of sexual assault. It is a medieval case, and it's about the last duel that was a trial by combat in France.
So there's a trial by combat, right, to find out what happens.
And I will link Princess Week's commentary video in the chat right now.
And so they do it as a Rashomon style thing where we see the husband's point of view, the story through the husband's point of view, through the guy's point of view, and then from her point of view. And Princess, go ahead.
And Princess Week's position is that you did not need. You could tell that Ridley Scott did not need to do this as a Rashomon. You could do this just from her perspective, and that by doing this as a sexual assault case from multiple points of views undermines her, and by putting her point of view last, it undermines her because it makes it a question. And I'm like, I don't think so, and I think it's because I grew up on a film language where Rashomon is the most prevalent, but it is not the only film I have ever seen. And in fact, was not even the first film I have seen where you have the question of differing perspectives. And if you grow up if you are a little bit older and you grow up with a certain level of older films, and even older theater, you are prepared for the narrative that the truth is always the one that's presented last. That what the filmmaker wants you to know is the truth, is the perspective that is presented last. It's like the ending of Clue, when not the one that was presented in theaters, but the one when you actually go and buy the DVD set, when it has all of the endings and it says this is what could have happened. Hey, buy Vulpes has fun. This is what could have happened, and this is what could have happened, but this is what really happened. And so I don't necessarily agree with her perspective that presenting the two men's perspectives first undermines her. I think it actually reinforces, because then it says this is what the men in these positions of power were saying was true, but she's the one who knows the actual truth, and this is what the truth is. And that I really enjoy watching Princess Weeks. I don't always agree with her. And well, to find out the end of the Clue, we had to go to the theater 3 times. Exactly. Or you buy the DVD now. But,
so I will say that Princess Week said a thing in that video that I think you said that you think it's generational, right?
Or at least I'm using generational in a term.
Yes. But I'm going to yes and you.
Yeah.
Right? So here's my yes and. She said something in that video which stood out to me, like it just struck me as a thing. She said that the wording I'm not going to get completely right, but the point was basically this has been done a lot, we don't need this anymore, right? So she's coming from a position where this kind of thing has happened enough and I'm tired of it, and I kind of just don't want to see more movies where this happens, right? And I think
I agree with her on that one,
but see, I think that is actually the core of her feeling. And this is a thing that I see quite a lot within a younger generation's commentary, which is we've seen so many movies with X kind of protagonists we don't need anymore. And I personally am not that person. I'm like, I don't like, if for me, if there's a movie with X kind of protagonist, just don't watch it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's important for me is that we make more movies with other, like, I don't think we need to cut off those movies right now. I understand that because people are like, well, but if they make that movie, they won't make this other movie. And it's like, they're not making that other movie right now. So, right, like, you know what I mean? I don't think it's a,
I don't
yeah,
think
so
it's
for me,
I don't think it's an availability. I agree with her point that you could have done a lot of different movies. I disagree with her point that the movie that was created, like you could have made a movie that was just told from Marguerite, the victim's perspective, right?
Yeah.
And had a movie focused on the trial, and then just have this, instead of being, I don't necessarily know that I agree with her on this particular instance, because I think a point on this, I'm going to say why in a second. You could have done just as a judicial movie, as a courtroom drama, and be done, theoretically. Now, I don't think this particular subject matter of this particular last duel could actually be done as just as a judicial duel, because I think because it ignores one of the major points of this judicial film. Because the whole point of this, and this will be a bad thing for me to say, but it is important because I think it's factual to the time, and even still factual today, is the argument was a he said, she said. She claimed she was raped, and he, the rapist, his claim was, I could not have done it because I was in this other place.
Yeah.
So it's a he said, she said. There was no one else home. There was that. Now, the point about this being the last duel is it's a trial by combat where God is the one who will say which of these two people is actually telling the truth. And in and she said that you could have done this just as a courtroom drama. I don't know that you can, because if you were actually doing the last duel as a courtroom drama, you need to have it as a he said, she said, because what else is God going to be judging?
Right, yeah.
Now, if you were doing this as a modern, and then I think that's an issue with, like, we conceive holistically, we as a culture inherently try to put a 20th, 21st century perspective on the court system on period dramas where it didn't have that same kind of court system. Then we expect something out of, like, at the end of the court case, we'll figure out what the truth is, whether or not they are actually the person convicted. We'll just know.
But here's the thing, though. It seemed for me from her argument that she actually thought that going back to the historical texts would be more interesting, because she was like, in the historical text, the stuff that they wrote about the trial was way more interesting. So it seems as if she wanted a bit more historical grounding. And really what it was is, I think that on her core level, she was like, I'm really sick and tired of hearing about rape stories from the male perspective. I just feel like I'm done with that and I don't want to hear it anymore. And I feel like that was really the core of where she was coming from, even though that was not what the entire essay was saying. But that moment where she said that, I was like, I think this is like the core point. I just don't want to see this story anymore.
I think that would have been a more interesting core point. But I think her core point, that she didn't actually want to see this, and this is where my disagreement comes in. She took that core point, and I'll get back to the Ridley Scott point. But, like, I think that core point of not wanting to see a rape case from the male perspective anymore is valid. And if you had that argument, that would have been fine. But if you're trying to take that, but what it felt like she did, and my interpretation of listening to this essay was that was what her thesis should have been, but she buried it, in page 6. And her thesis instead was, I need to justify why I don't think this story should have been this way. I'll just say that this film didn't work because it told it in this order. And this framing device didn't work. The framing device worked fine for the story that was told. You don't want that story anymore. That's different than saying the framing device. There was two different arguments going on that were fighting each other. And
and the thing is, I'm 100% agreeing with you. The thing is, when she said that comment, it was a throwaway comment.
It was a throwaway line. That it was like, that's your thesis. Can we?
Yes. Yeah,
Make
I was
that
like,
your
that's what
thesis.
this is about. I was like, that is what this is about. But that was not what she
You're,
said it was about. And I think it's
I agree.
because, yeah, so like, because the things when you were like, I don't think her argument works. And I was like, yeah, that's what she said her argument was, but I don't think it was really that, right? I don't think that's what she did, but I don't think that's what it was about. It was about the fact that I just don't want to see this story anymore. I think we've had this story too much and I want to see it. But I don't think that she thought that that would be a good argument, right? And so she did what would be framed as a good argument, right? Which is like, here's a structural analysis of why it doesn't work, right?
Yeah, but you can have the structural analysis of a different way, but you didn't actually achieve it for this particular film. Now, I saw Last Duel. I didn't pay to see it in theaters. I haven't paid to see anything in theaters.
Yeah.
Hi. Ridley Scott, I do think got a little hissy fit over the movie and people going to see it. I don't think he was inherently wrong, though, about certain commentary and reviews that was coming out before his hissy fit. Like, I think his response was overboard and pointless and, like, whatever. You're playing into... Ridley Scott plays into the artiste at times, and I'm like, fine, whatever. I ignore him. He's not quite as horrible as some of the other big-name producers that are out there, but at least, whatever, he's...
Sometimes you should have a publicist, is all I'm saying.
Yes, sometimes you should have a publicist. Now, there were people who were younger who saw this and whose comment is, I don't understand. I couldn't follow the movie. Like, and so he is not wrong that there are people, and having taught high schoolers for whom I then had to create a film club where I would just show classic movies, and by classic I mean anything before the year 2000, to get them to understand certain cultural references, and they still were like, well, what's happening? Can't you explain it? I'm like, if you give the movie 3 more minutes, they will explain themselves. But there is an underlying cultural shift on a widespread level wherein, like, so one of these YouTubers that I also follow is AK the Creator, and he does a lot of reaction videos, which is kind of hilarious because he is a very nice younger black gentleman in his maybe 30, who did not grow up listening to country music. Perfectly fair, perfectly valid. He's also maybe somewhere between 25 and 30, so he's late 80s, early 90s country music, did not have the frame of reference for.
No.
It's kind of hilarious when there's another one, and I don't believe it's AK the Creator, but there's another gentleman of the similar black 25 to 30 age range who never grew up listening to 80s, 90s country music. This is an important distinction because, and the reason I stress that this individual is black is because this is not the popular music at the time for him and his demographic was not country music. It was not any of these people. One of these individuals, and I can't remember whether it was AK the Creator or this other gentleman who I also follow, and I'm blanking on his name at the moment, and I apologize, I should go back and check, listened to 3 wooden crosses there are 3 wooden crosses on the right side of the highway. Why are there 4 of them? I do not know. And you're like, if you listen, and the individual who's reacting live and is like, but why aren't there, could not understand from the context clues of the song that the singer, i.e. the perspective, the speaker in the song is the baby of the young unwed mother who is the one who survives this horrible bus accident, right? Like, and is the preacher that's singing in Sunday. And if, like, you wait the 30 seconds to get to the end of the song, and I'm like, okay, so the context clues are not telling you the story anymore. You need it specifically stated.
Yeah.
I have had that experience with a large number of people and I don't know necessarily the cause, and I can think of a lot of reasons why that there are cause, and I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the talking heads that like to ascribe, whatever. I do think that there's a level of people have been giving the only possible answer to things. How much of that is whatever. But I think, and there were people who were making that commentary about Ridley Scott's last duel before he went on his hissy fit. And then after he went on his hissy fit, I'm like, dude, you didn't need to react to the idiots. Just, like, Ridley Scott, you're old enough to know better. Don't read the comments. Don't read the comment section.
Yeah. So
that was my reaction.
So there are many things you're saying that I'm like,
yes.
yeah. I kind of want to like do a thing with it, right? And that is certain things just are, right?
Mm-hmm.
And complaining about certain things in certain ways is never a good look. So what I mean by that is, okay.
I agree with that. I agree with that so much.
And I'm going to compare and contrast two different responses to the current moment. It might have been, what's her name? She was married to Kenneth Branagh. What's her name?
Emma Thompson.
Emma Thompson, yes. She was saying, I think it was her who was saying a thing, and what she said, I thought she said really well, and it was very thoughtful and smart and did not come off badly. Whereas Ridley Scott, what he did, I think, did come off badly, and there are a couple of people like Ridley Scott who's done it. And so the reality of the matter is, in the current space in Hollywood, so, okay, let me tell you what Emma Thompson said. She said, you know, it's kind of a bummer that basically mid-range films are not being made much anymore.
You could not get Steel Magnolias made today.
Yeah, right. You couldn't. She said basically mid-budget films are not really being made. And so there were a bunch of films that were in this mid-budget range that are outside of the range of independent filmmakers, right? But they're not going to be massive, massive blockbusters. And there was a whole tradition of them, right? Lots and lots of these films. And she said those were films that were actually quite often where older actors and women could get work, and they were doing really important things. They were often also Oscar baity films, but that's not what she said, but they often were. And she said that there is a real, and they were often different kinds of stories. They were often a bit more subtle, a little bit more vague. Different things were happening, right? Like Still Magnolias, yes, but also Memento, like all sorts of films that you would sort of like put in this sort of mid-budget range. And she says that it's a real bummer that right now those films are just not really being made by studios who are much more interested in really big blockbusters that will have a huge international audience. Yes, Star Trek films also used to be that mid-tier film. Yes, absolutely. They were. Star Trek was also that mid-tier film. There are a bunch of these films that would, like a lot of sci-fi actually, were these mid-budget films because no one was giving them that money. But there was this really interesting market that was going on like quite a long time. And she says, but right now, they are not making those films for the most part. Studios are really interested in really big blockbusters that are sequels that can do well overseas because they're spending so much money on them, they have to get that. And she was sort of lamenting sort of like the decline of these mid-budget films. That I thought was a really smart commentary that was really good, right? I thought it was very thoughtful. What Ridley Scott did, he's responding to the same thing because let's be honest, the final duel is not ever going to be as popular as the newest Marvel movie in our current environment. But what he said was, people should have been watching my film and they weren't, right? Like the minute you say, I'm entitled to this audience, no one's going to respond well to that. People do not respond well when you say, people did not watch my film, it's because they're dumb. Nobody likes that. That is not a good take, right? And I think that when she was talking about the way that the industry has shifted, it was smart, it was thoughtful, and it didn't come up as entitled. But he did it. Who else did it? There were a couple other people who were like, people should have seen my film, they didn't, and that's because there's something wrong with them. I was like, this never comes off well. Never comes off well.
And I agree with that. That was my point. Is like, I agree that there were comments being made, but he shouldn't have reacted in that manner, and it was stupid, and it was not helpful, and it just makes him look like an idiot. And although Trooper, you and I need to make plans to see it when it comes out. Ridley Scott's newest movie, Henry Cavill is in it.
Oh, what is it?
It just finished principal photography of the Society for the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Affairs.
Oh, that seems exciting. By the way, I think that Princess Week should have talked about The Duelists. If she was
Yes.
going to talk the final duel, she talked about Thelma and Louise, which I thought was a good reference, right? But I don't think she was like, I don't understand why he didn't get that she wouldn't believe when he did Thelma and Louise. And I was like, I think that he does get it. I think that you are not giving him enough credit, right? Because he did do Thelma and Louise, so actually he does know these things. So he's clearly doing this not because he's lazy, but for a reason. He also did The Duelists, right? And so it was his first film. So I think with a little bit more context, you could have gotten a slightly more interesting reading out of the film. But
Yeah,
yes,
you could have also looked at the other works that Ridley Scott has been working on since Thelma and Louise, wherein he has addressed A, sexual assault, and B, the way in which people are believed or disbelieved about sexual assault of multiple genders, by the way, and used historical epic to do it on occasion.
Yeah. So it's just one of those things where I think it feels to me, what the very first thing you said when we brought this up is, I think in the end, the core point that it's generational. I think that and it's not just that you do or do not know previous films, because I know she knows her previous films. I think there's a generational, and by generational, I don't necessarily mean age, but I mean this a bit more zeitgeisty, if it were. Because you can be in different generations and be of this zeitgeist and still have this feeling. A lack of patience with things that are thought of as being something from before, right? And so, and what ends up happening is that this lack of patience often results in not seeing the thing, because what I would say is, having not seen the final duel, but having watched her critical video of it, from watching the critical video, I could tell that it wasn't the same as Rashomon, right? I also was in Rashomon, so that probably does help. But I feel like sometimes people are like, oh, that's just another movie with like a white dude protagonist. And it's like there was a lot of bad misreadings of Mad Men, where they were reading Mad Men as just not a critique, right? And I was like, there was I think it was like season 3, maybe, one of the seasons where Betty Draper gives birth. At that season, that show had more women in the writers' room than any other show on TV at that time. And I really, really think that people missed that there was some very serious commentary. They dismissed it like, oh, it's just another one of these like anti-hero white dude films. What's the point of this? I don't need to see it. It's been done so much. It was like, yeah, but actually this hasn't been done, right? This actually hasn't been done. And it's not doing what you think you're doing because you don't have the patience anymore. And I get when people are very frustrated, they may not have patience, but that does sometimes result in not seeing the thing that is there. Because I agree, there are some things I was like, I don't need any more of that, right? But sometimes the thing isn't that, right? And if you are so frustrated and impatient, you sometimes dismiss a thing before you actually see what it is.
And I think she went into it, and going back to Princess Weeks, and I think she is a very, and again, I don't always agree with her, and I agree. I
think she's very smart, though.
I think she's very smart. I think, and this is, she never makes her arguments unintelligible. She's not making unintelligible or unintelligent arguments, and those are two different words, and I use them specifically for those reasons. I don't always agree with her analysis, which is fine, and that's what academic debate is about.
Right, and side note, real quick interruption. I really wish more people understood that, because many people are like, oh, you think this? Well, you're dumb. It's like, no. This is an argument, right? And actually, also, I'm not saying that you can't have a different interpretation. That's part of what you do, right, in the humanities, and also social sciences, depending on how they fall, is that you understand that there are competing ideas. And that's the point, right? That what you're doing is bringing up more ideas. You're not saying this is the only way for this thing to be. You're saying this is a way for this thing to be. And I think people really miss that, and then that causes them to be really weird sometimes.
Yes, and I agree with that. And I think there are some this current generation significantly
it's a question.
And similarly but is the current generation significantly less patient than the previous generations were at the same respective age? And I'm going to have to say here, yes. And and here's my reasoning for it. Previous generations, here's where you have to think about it, and a lot of people pointed this out, and Brian, Urban Bohemian, was talking about this. The Space Valkyries is watching Star Trek Voyager for the first time.
Mm.
Or is watching Star Trek Voyager for the first time. Eugenio, DM Jazzy Hands, is watching Star Trek for the first time. They're watching it on streaming.
Mm-hmm.
You do not have to wait.
Mm-hmm. So Kron just said, yeah.
For anything. It is available. Yep. You can go watch the sequel immediately. Versus previous generations where, and even going back to like fanfic, right? Like old school fanfic has its roots actually as a medium, not in the novel, where it gets, or where which is the medium that a lot of people like to make, the media that people like to compare it to, but actually in the serial, right? Like,
yep. There was a video essay on that. Was it by Sarah Zed? Maybe?
Probably. I think it definitely. I mean, Sarah Zed probably has one, but that's I'm of the generation where I remember this and all. Therefore, I was there. But the serialization, episodic, waiting for something to, you and I remember when you had to wait an entire summer to find out what the fuck is going on with JR and who shot JR.
Yeah. I will also note, just to add on to this, because about the question about, because but that, because Malcolm was like, everyone wants everything done immediately, but there have been studies done about what is considered too long to wait, and that has changed, right? And they were looking at things like waiting for vending machines or waiting in a line, or how much late or not late, right? And things from like analog to digital clocks, or all these sorts of things that change a perception of what is a long versus a short wait time.
So on that point, they did an analysis, an actual social science study and the ABA released it, and you can look this whole report up, where the American Bar Association interviewed clients of varying ages and varying points about how long is it appropriate to wait for your lawyer to give you an answer to a question. A complex question. And they had like a regular question, a complex question, whatever. And the general current belief is that if your lawyer cannot answer you within 15 minutes, even if it's just to say, I will get back to you, then your lawyer is taking too long. Now, mind you also have to allow for the fact that 9 times out of 10, a lawyer might also have, like court dates, and they're not allowed to be on the phone in the courtroom. And so this concept of, and there's a very obvious divide here of like older people are like, I can wait 24 hours. Some people or even longer, maybe 48 before I check back in. If it's a pressing concept, I might say, I might need it. And if it was urgent, the client would tell the lawyer it was urgent, versus a lot of younger prospective clients who say, well, everything I do is urgent. That's why I called my lawyer.
Yeah. But I also, just to add on to this, right? Because I want to be sort of thoughtful, right, about this in certain ways. Like, I want to be very clear that I'm not blaming younger people.
No,
because it's technology, but it's also like they did know these things about lateness and like waiting. And apparently people who live in cities have a shorter window of what is a long time to wait than people who live in rural spaces.
Yes. Also
right.
True.
So even today, like the same generation, right, that if you live in a rural space, your idea of what is late is longer, right? You have more time before you think something is late than if you live in a city. And the bigger the city you live in, the less patient you are about waiting. The less time, right? The quicker you become frustrated by it. So there's clearly different things about not just generation, but also space, right? And I also think about the ways in which I see it. So I am of the generation where people still wrote letters. I didn't write a lot of letters because, for a lot of reasons, it turns out it was ADHD. But for me, I was just like, But anyway, it was a lot of stuff. But the point was, but phone calls were very expensive. Like long distance phone calls were very expensive. So when I was in the Army, I called, like I was 18, I left home for the very first time, and I called my parents maybe once a month on the phone, right? Sometimes I get really busy, maybe once every 2 months, right? So when I tell people that, people are like, what, you didn't love your parents? You had a bad relationship with your parents? And I was like, no, of course I love my parents. And they're like, well, but if you don't talk to your parents every day, right, then you don't love them. And like my students talk to their parents every day, usually on text, and it's usually their parents who are doing it. Their parents will then freak out if they don't hear from their kid. Like, and so that's not just young people, that's their parents putting them on them. But that only exists because we have phones on us all the time, right? When you did not have a phone on you and there was no answering machine, if you called and they didn't answer, oh, well, you're going to have to call tomorrow or like just in a couple of hours. It was the way that technology worked meant that like if I called somebody and left a message on their phone answering machine and they did not get back to me for a day, I really wasn't bothered. Like I didn't think that they hated me or they were out to get me or they were avoiding me. And I will say that there are people who are like, I DM'd somebody an hour ago and they haven't got back to me. I think they hate me. And that is a mindset that you have when the expectation that somebody gets back to you immediately, right? Or even things like, well, I saw that they saw my message. Why didn't they get back to me? I was like, maybe they're busy.
Maybe they're looking up the answer. Maybe they have to consider or think about what the actual answer is or find out the information. But it goes, like I remember being in different duty stations and calling my grandparents once a week because we're an Italian stereotype. And scheduling...
Only once a week? You didn't care about them?
Please. And scheduling when we're going to call next based on the time zones that we were in.
Yeah.
It's like it was planned ahead. You thought about this. Yeah. And so, it's not that weird. Trust me. But so it goes back to, and this goes back to my point. So wrapping it even further back, because I can do this and I can reference all these things. When I was going through the album collection, which I hope you can come visit because I have to show off the album collection.
So excited.
It's categorized. It's everything. It's beautiful. I found, because we have a lot of Broadway and cast recordings and soundtracks, we found one of my favorite, and I mentioned this and we never actually got back to it, my favorite soundtrack of all time. Movie soundtrack for a film wherein the music was created for the movie and it's not a Broadway Broadway show that was turned into a film. Okay, the important distinction here.
Xanadu by Olivia Newton-John. Go ahead.
No,
Yellow.
Eddie and the Cruisers.
Yeah,
You can keep Xanadu. I'll keep Eddie and the Cruisers. And
I like them both.
I like the film of Eddie and the Cruisers so much better, and the music. I like John Carpenter better than Olivia Newton-John. I'm sorry.
But John Carpenter, I don't think is Australian.
No.
Go on. Anyways,
it is a great soundtrack, and we only have it on vinyl. It is beautiful. It's also in pristine condition. I may have listened to it multiple times this weekend. But that film,
The Dark Side.
Oh God, I love that movie. The original Eddie and the Cruisers. I do not acknowledge the existence of the sequel. It is a horrible, horrible money cash grab. That was a bad idea. But the actual original film of Eddie and the Cruisers, we had on VHS. We actually taped it off the TV, and we had it on we had it on beta, and then we also got a copy on VHS. And I found a copy to show to my students, and they're like, but what's the answer? And I'm like, there is no answer. If you don't try and answer the question of Eddie and the Cruisers. That's the point of the movie. Not knowing is the point of the movie. They're like, but I need to know. I'm like, so did everybody else, and we aren't going to find out the answer. You can enjoy that.
What you do is you debate it, knowing that you can never come into a definitive answer.
And that's why the sequel doesn't exist.
Yeah. And then you say, well, I think it's this, but we know that both of these opinions can exist at the same time.
Exactly.
Right. That's the thing. Like, did this happen or not? Well, I think it was this, and here's why. Well, I think it's this and this way. But we also know that no one of us can be wrong or right. Do you know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
yeah.
And my other justification for why the sequel doesn't exist, isn't actually canon. It's because they don't get back the original cast, or half of the original cast, and they don't get back John Carpenter to do the music. So therefore, it is not the original Eddie and the Cruisers. It is not a sequel to Eddie and the Cruisers.
I think when we're thinking about like time and distance, right?
Yeah.
I have two things to say about this, and this is they're going to be a little bit contradictory.
Mm-hmm.
But the first thing I would say is you can just see how pacing is different, right? Like when I teach my spy class.
Well, no, I would like to give a preface on that. You can see how Western.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Film.
Yes.
And theater pacing is different. Mainstream
Yes,
American.
Yeah.
Because I will come back to that because I have a comment about that.
Yeah. Because in my spy class, which is all from the 60s, right? It's all spy movies from like basically 55 to 75, the long 60s. And the chase sequence in Live and Let Die, they're like, this is way too long, and it is also boring. And I was like, yes, I understand why you think that. Let's talk about MTV, right? And let's talk about what ends up happening where we start getting much shorter cuts, right? All of a sudden, the pacing of our cuts in sequences becomes much shorter. And if you are used to much shorter cuts, something like that, which is a pretty long chasing in Live and Let Die, will seem very boring to you, right? So I do want to acknowledge that there is a quickening of cuts. Now, the pushback I will say is that people will say, well, young people now have no attention span. I was like, that's actually not true. Young people do have attention spans because they will binge watch 10 hours of TV all in one sitting. They certainly have attention spans. It's just that within that span, the pace of it is different. The rhythm of it is different. And so it's not that young people don't have attention spans. They do. It's just that the rhythm and the pace of the media has a different feeling now than it did right before. And that's just...
Now, to be fair, Hawkeye brings up the question of what would they think of the French Connection chase, and this is where I would like to point out that Live and Let Die's chase is inherently inferior to French Connection, but both of them are always inferior to the ultimate car chase scene, which is Bullet.
Which one?
Bullet.
Oh.
But again, I agree with you about pacing. And this is
pacing, right? As opposed to attention, it's a little bit different. That's like it's a different.
It's partially
issue.
I think there's a little bit of a tension as well because about that, but I also think that but this is where I went back to my caveat about it being Western American theater and film, because I watch a lot of Chinese dramas and a lot of Korean dramas, which have a very different pacing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Particularly Chinese dramas, which are designed, written, filmed, edited, and then broadcast.
Yeah.
And because of the way they have to be edited and get approval for the entire thing from the censors before it can even go to air, the entire work has to be finished. And it has very different pacing because of that. And Korean dramas have the same kind of different pacing, and you can feel it and you can see it. And this is where I, as a viewer, really enjoyed both the Book of Boba Fett and Obi-Wan. And a lot of people that I know, and Trooper, you heard me have this conversation with Pope before, didn't like large chunks of both of those series, but they both thought that they stuck the landing. And this is where I said, and they felt that it was just off. And I'm like, I didn't have that feeling, but I made the comparison to a Chinese drama, particularly for Obi-Wan and Book of Boba Fett. Yeah. Book of Boba Fett very much was a K-drama edited pacing style. You felt it in the tone and everything. I felt like, but if you're used to seeing it, if you're used to an American theater system and the way it's edited and cut, you can very much feel off on it.
So I'm going to now push back, not really with you, but I'm taking what you said and I'm like extrapolating out to an interesting thing.
Go ahead.
Right? So I think that one of the things that's happened, I think this is tied back to the loss of the mid-budget film, because what we have left now are mostly action films, and action films have always had a faster pace than not action films, right? So even back then, right, James Bond had a much faster editing pace than a bunch of other films, like Whatever Happened to Virginia Woolf, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. Just totally different editing techniques, totally different pacing. And if you look at sort of, we've lost all those mid-budget films, which often had different pacing. So when we're talking about films, yeah, it looks like that. But if you look at TV, which is where I think that we've migrated to, a lot of television does not have, like, if you look at a lot of these, what we call like what you might think of as like prestige TV, a lot of them are very slow burn with not necessarily super fast cuts. The pacing is like, I'm thinking about something like 6 Feet Under, Mad Men. Some of these things really do have a kind of a slightly slower rhythm than our action films. So I think there's like a way in which a little bit unfair.
A little bit, but at the same time, I don't think so, because even still, if you look at Mad Men or 6 Feet Under or even Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones, as much as they have this longer level of a little bit less for 6 Feet Under, because I think it predates this a little bit. But if Mad Men and through Game of Thrones and Mad Men definitely, because it still was aired on broadcast TV and was tied to the commercial break.
Yes,
which
absolutely.
Is your
other
point here.
Yes. Yes.
Within the individual scenes, like the scenes may be slower, but if you look at the cut time between the conversation between the mid shot, the short shot, the focus in on the story and the dialogue beat, rather than say something like, and I also think it goes back to mid-range films, but also things that are not big budget, either action or whatever, because you can go back to even further to, there is no way I would ever be able to get a modern high school, college student, with some exceptions, because there's always the exception to the rule.
Nerds. Yeah.
To enjoy and sit through from beginning to end Giant.
So I just want to sort of, I'm thinking, I want to go back. I'm going to take your point about Mad Men, right? But I want to go back to 6 Feet Under for a moment. And I think it's important that it didn't have commercials, right? So I'm thinking about that sort of first generation of prestige TV coming out of HBO.
But here's the thing. It didn't have commercials.
6 Feet Under,
for 6 Feet Under, but at the same time, it wasn't still trying to be quote unquote prestige. Right? Like, if you look at 6 Feet Under, the comparison I make is,
I think it was, though, because because HBO was advertising itself. We're not TV, we're HBO. That was still like, that was that moment where they're trying to get their Emmys.
But it's not the same kind of thing, because I think of it, if you look at 6 Feet Under, and I saw this, and I think I don't know if it's the creators, it probably was the creators, but if you look at the way that that show was shot and framed, lit, the dialogue, the staging, it's a stage play.
Yeah.
Versus I think, the rest of the later prestige push that they're doing, they're using film language and dialogue and shaping of big budget movies.
Yeah. I will, to yes and you in a complicated way.
Always.
Yes. But, and this is really an and. It's an and but. It's not just the framing and the shots and the lighting. It's also the actors. A lot of those actors were stage actors, right? For both 6 Feet Under, also The Wire. They've got a lot of stage actors, right? Which is a different style of acting as well. And they were stage actors who could do television, but it's a different process.
It's a stage, it was a stage actors who were doing television without cuts for commercials. Who, if you look at if you even go further back to if you look at the runtime for 6 Feet Under and The Wire, they did not stick to the hour. They did not stick to the hour marker. versus it was always slightly off, maybe 1 or 2 minutes more or less.
That's right.
They took advantage of the fact that they didn't need, they weren't bounded.
That's right.
Versus
That's
when
right.
you get to like Game of Thrones,
Yeah.
where they are staying in those bounded time limits.
And they're thinking themselves as a movie, right? Which is not how Oz, 6 Feet Under, right? Those shows thought of, they were not thinking themselves as movies.
No.
And I'm thinking about Oz, which had like Rita Moreno, B.D. Wong, right? It had a bunch of Broadway people.
And
Maloney.
Christopher Maloney. And
the guy, Simmons. J.K. Simmons.
See, here's the thing. I put J.K. Simmons and Christopher Maloney in stage acting because they are part of the group of actors that come out of Law and Order, which are basically just Broadway actors who need a steady gig. That is what Law and Order was for 20, 30 years. You want a steady gig and you aren't getting, you aren't in a run right now on Broadway, go get a bit part in Law and Order. They're filming this week.
So Jared just said something I think is really interesting. It ties into this thing I was just reading about. Jared says, I will say that there has been a change lately, going back to weekly release schedules, Disney, Amazon Prime models, for example. And here's something that's really interesting. I think it was Sarah Zed that was talking about how the dumping the entire show all at once does weird things with pacing. And was talking about how there's been this shift that there's a thing that's going on. I think it's Dracula.
Interview
I think
with
it's
Vampire?
Dracula. No. Bram Stoker's Dracula. I think it's Dracula, where there's this service, because that's an epistolary novel, that sends these to you as letters.
Oh yeah, it's part of the, there's one that's like that, and you can do it for either Dracula or a Regency era romance. It's this whole thing.
Yeah, and the thing is, she was talking about this return to waiting, right, being a thing that's happening right now. And I would tie this into maybe also cottagecore. I feel as if there's something about the pandemic or reactions to it that has brought back, it seems, at least at this moment, we'll see where it goes. We don't know where it'll go yet, so early. An interest in returning to slowness again. And so I think that'll be interesting to see how that pans out, what that will mean, how that will manifest itself. You know what I mean? And I don't know how that will manifest itself. But there apparently is, with this, people now waiting for their next letter because they have to wait for it. They can't just read it, right? Or things going back to you just can't get it early. Or also the ability to get access to K-dramas, right? I think that there might be something interesting in this current moment, right? I don't know if it'll take, because you never know if it'll actually become a
want to add into
a larger thing.
And I want to add into that for you and I, the rise and prevalence of TTRPG as a theater medium, whichever kind of. I personally prefer live plays to recorded. I personally have an auditory processing issue, and my learning disability makes podcasts very, very difficult for me. I also
feel mouths.
I need to see, and I need also expression and how language. I need all of it. Even if I'm just listening to it, I need to be able to touch back into visual cues. But I also think that there's a difference for me in the medium of live play versus actual play, and I make the distinction between a live play which is unedited and an actual play which is edited. However much editing went into it, that's my distinction. I think that this rise of this weak, Critical Role becoming very prevalent, more and more people looking,
very slow burn,
what is it, 148 episodes for the first season, and that's not the complete story of Vox Machina. It's only where they pick up when it started streaming, so it's a very slow burn for the story that these characters. Then you've got, the second season, and now we're into the third season. It's very slow. You're moving at a different pace, and I think that's going to start change. And and whether you agree with that particular, if you connect with that particular table in their story or not, it's having a massive effect on the media and how it's changing. And I think that goes for you and I, that we have this same kind of, we tell stories in this space, and we're using that same kind of media rise. it's very, you know, if you look at something like your Pirates of Drynax, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're 2 seasons in and you've had your first major combat.
We had sort of one. They're very good at avoiding combat. They're very good at like subverting it, and I'm like, all right.
They're very good at subverting it, and that's partly on the character points.
We've had 3 combat situations, let's say, in 2 seasons.
In 2 seasons, but I would say that like the first one doesn't.
And 2
really
of them happened in the last 2 episodes.
Like the first one doesn't really count.
Yeah.
Because of that was your framing device for the story.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And that isn't the same thing as the story needing action beats to tell.
Yes.
There are plenty of action beats that are happening, and it's not based on combat.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Versus if you look at the 5 seasons of Witcher, there was slightly more combat in that because that is something that you guys sought. But at the same time, you were really good at avoiding it. And we actually, if you break it down, combat for you guys was 1, maybe 2 major set pieces per season.
Yep. And I think, so I wanted to say this thing. People keep saying everything gets shorter, right? They're like, well, everything is shorter. So now it's all about like shorts, right? It's all like TikTok shorts. And I was like, okay. But at the same time, video essays are getting longer. It's so like, I actually don't think it's true that everything is only short. I think what we're getting is both of these things are still happening, right? Like video essays went from like being 15 to 20 minutes. Now things are like an hour, 45 minutes, 50 minutes. And sure, not everyone's watching those, right? But those things are still existing. They're still existing at the same time.
And they're still existing to a level where there's a large demographic of them that is paying their rent in New York level. Like Princess Fix is very public about the fact that she lives in New York. And you're paying your rent on making video essays. Oh, well, doing other things, but that's your primary, your core introduction to how people find you.
But also, I will note, sure, our streams might be long, but they're not for video game streamers. Video game streamers often do 6 hours. And they have audiences that watch them for full 6 hours. And so like there's very clearly, and that's not full of a lot of like action cuts or whatnot. That's like interacting with somebody. So there's very clearly, so when people say, oh, people nowadays, they just can't handle long things, like they can actually, and they do. They're regularly engaging in long things. I think that we have to be a bit more nuanced about what we mean by short and long. I think it's the pacing and rhythm is shorter, but the pieces are not necessarily shorter themselves. And as a matter of fact, they're kind of getting longer. So I think it's just interesting to see what this is going to look like.
It will be very interesting to me to see what people think of Carousel Court when we bring it to your wonderful streaming platform here on Twitch in 2 weeks on Sunday night. 8 p.m. Eastern, be here. But because and if you've been here and you've been watching any of the GM prep videos that I have been posting, there is my conceptual for the narrative, some people might say would be very choppy or very cut, but I don't think it will function that way. If you think of 6 episodes for an arc, and I'm going to call it arc rather than season because I think that's a better conception of this. 6 episodes an arc spanning 2 decades, and each episode is going to be, each session will be set during a different year. And I think that will be very interesting.
So it's one of those things where there's a way in which I think, and this is just going to be a contradiction that I just feel like you sometimes have to sit with contradictions, right? People are very different now than they were in the past, but also people are exactly the same as they were in the past, right? If that makes any sense, right? Like for me, when people are like, oh, people are so different, it's like, well, they weren't that different, right? But also the times are different, right? Do you know what I mean?
This is where I say I am at my core as an anthropologist, a cross-cultural comparisonist. And a cultural relativist. I can be both of those things at the same time.
I don't think these things are contradictions, right? But I understand that people might think they are. Like something can be both black and white. You're like, no, it can't. And you're like, well, they kind of like there was that I was just talking to Dog about this, the blue dress, gold dress thing. Like and you can say like, well, the dress really was, and I was like, well, but we weren't looking at the real dress. We're looking at a photograph, right? And that photograph existed in a middle space between those things. Do you know what I mean? Where the actual dress actually doesn't matter, because if we were looking at the actual dress, that'd be a different situation. We were looking at that digital photograph, and that digital photograph exists in a middle space where it can be both gold and blue, depending on who you are. And that is just what that was.
And you want to know something that nobody else acknowledged and was very kind of a problem? In one of the reasons that they rejected this concept of middle space is that there was a demographic of the population, me, who saw neither blue nor gold. Because your eyes are shaped differently, and I'm sitting there going,
yeah.
I'm supposed to see blue and gold, but I also look at ink black paintings and see, or what they, those line paintings where do you see a duck or a woman?
Yeah.
I see both simultaneously, because the way my eyes function and they focus, and if you can't, and I think the problem is that people have become so ardent on every matter that there's either A or B, and if you do not choose either A or B, you are evil.
Yeah, this was talked about in chat a little bit earlier. And definitive answers, right? Like, Jared said this thing was really interesting. Jared said, I feel like needing a definitive answer is also a trait of more modern generations, probably because of how readily available answers are. And those definitive answers also tend to reach into morality. Now, I think this is actually very interesting, right? Because it is true that there were times I didn't know the answer to a question, and we were having a conversation at a coffee house, and we're not gonna be able to get that answer until somebody got to a space where they could find that answer. And it might be a couple of days, right? And so that sometimes you just have to sit with, I do not know the name of that actor right now. But now I actually I'll just look it up on my phone, right? So there's something really interesting about, also, this is, I think, tied to propaganda, that the internet has all the answers, which when it clearly doesn't. There are many things that have never been digitized. And so people tend to, because people perceive the internet as having all of the answers, right? Then therefore, if you find it and that's the answer, when actually maybe it's not, right? It might not be the answer at all. And I think that there's something really interesting about what does it mean to, like, I remember having to go to microfiche. Like, I'd have to go to the library. I'd have to, like, pull out spools of microfiche for that 1 year and start spooling through the microfiche to see if I could find what I was looking for. Now I can just do a text search, and find it, which is awesome for finding things. But then I wonder what I don't find. Do you know what I mean?
And we have to remember that, you're assuming that the answer that you're currently finding on these platforms is the truth. And I think that's the biggest problem for me with younger generations who grew up with the internet as an already existing thing versus those of us who grew up in the transition period. And this discussion of, like, the internet not being perfect, that not all the answers are there, and B, the number of people who are like, well, I can just put Wikipedia down, and it's like, no, you can't. It's not a valid source. It's like, well, yeah, it's where everybody gets an answer. You can just go look it up, and it's just on Wikipedia. It's right there. Like, how did they get that answer? Where are they getting that information from? How are you evaluating this source? Are you thinking, no, okay, Google gives you an answer, but is it the actual answer, or is it the answer for the person to pay Google with the most money to get pushed to the top of the search engine?
Now, I will say this. This has been my strategy, because what ends up happening very often is that my students will be like, you're just old and you don't understand new technology and you're just being conservative and a curmudgeon. And I was like, okay, hold on. I want you to know that...
Krellin, you're wrong. I'm going to say
it's a tertiary source. It's a tertiary source.
No, it's not even a tertiary source. Krellin, this is also unfortunately a not correct answer. You can cite secondary sources. Primary.
Sorry, I don't know.
You can cite
Sorry.
secondary sources. Most people do cite secondary sources because they're not going to primary sources, which are the newspapers or the diaries or the original texts of whoever. They're going to the history books. They're going to the reported information. They're going to a secondary source is any reported information. A tertiary source is a reported of the reported information. The problem with Wikipedia and why you cannot cite it as a source and why it is not a valid source is because it is not actually collated or evaluated. Anybody can put any information on there that they want. Now, they've gotten better about correcting things. However, I do know and was there and watched, and I'm still aware of the biggest thing about the FICAPs at Georgia Tech, who annually decide how much can we fuck with Wikipedia by merely transposing numbers on dates. Or ascribing somebody to being, changing little pieces that don't flag on their valuation system, because it is a
crowdsourced thing. But now, for me personally, I do not find that to be a very compelling argument for my students. They just think that is me being anti-technology. So generally, what I say is, you cannot cite Wikipedia for the exact same reason you cannot cite the Encyclopedia Britannica, right? These are tertiary sources, and you do not cite tertiary sources unless you're using it as a primary source, right? But you don't cite tertiary sources. That is supposed to be common knowledge, and you do not cite common knowledge, right? So it's whether or not this is not even about technology, right? Like, just on a basic level, you do not cite tertiary sources. They're not what you, unless you're using it as a primary source, right? Unless
unless you're writing a paper about Wikipedia or whatever.
Yes.
But you can't, what I would tell my students is, like, you cannot use Wikipedia. It is not a valid source. You can source mine Wikipedia and go to the bottom and start looking at where all their information is and take it from there. But don't, and I dinged multiple people, be like, you just went to Wikipedia, didn't you? They go, how did you know? I'm like, well, you decided that Anne Boleyn was a rock star.
But then the thing is, even if, because there are quite a few Wikipedia things that are very, very good, and some of them are more accurate than some encyclopedia, but nonetheless, it is a tertiary source, right?
Exactly.
And you do not cite tertiary sources, even if it's dead tree, even if it's a dead tree tertiary source. So it's not about me hating technology. It's about that is not. That's where you start. You look at it, you read it to get some ideas, and then you find primary and secondary sources, and that's what you're engaging with.
Yeah,
and getting them to understand that it's not about technology, right? It's not about me hating technology. It's just about
that this is not the tool for this. You need to go further.
Yeah.
No, you and I agree with this. Sorry, Krellin, did not mean to shout you on that one, but
but it's also the same reason why people are. I was like, look, you can absolutely cite YouTube comments as primary sources, not as truth, but as an indicator of what people are saying about this thing. You can also cite Twitter as an indicator of what people are saying about this thing, as long as you recognize that who's on Twitter is not going to be the entire population, but but you just can't. Somebody on Twitter said this, so therefore it's true. No. Somebody on Twitter said this, so there's a conversation that's going this way. Right? So it's about understanding what the sources are doing. And so, like, a lot of my students seem to, like, they think they can use Wikipedia, but they think they can't use YouTube comments. And I was like, oh, YouTube comments are very interesting, right? They're very, very interesting, as are reviews on IMDb, right? All those things are super interesting as indicators of what persons on the street, random persons on the street, are going to put out there about their thoughts, right? It tells you interesting things. You just can't take it as, like, a fact. Right, you know what I mean? Like, that's the same
evaluation you have to do for any autobiography, or journal or text from the 1800s, where some lady's talking about what she experienced that day. That's great. It may be true. It may not. But you can say about what people were talking about.
Right. It may not be true, and even if it is true, it may only be true for people who wrote diaries, people who are in a sort of a class and subject position to write diaries. Right, like. There are a bunch of people who did not write diaries, and they had very different experiences, right? You know what I mean? Like that's just, you know what I mean? Like, and I think that, yes, right. And so for me, like, I actually think that Wikipedia is really interesting. You know what I mean? And
I don't deny its interest. I just, it's not a valid source.
And I also I also often will go to Wikipedia to see what's going on there, right, and see what's happening. I think it's
Oh yeah,
super legit.
I start my own research there.
Absolutely. In the same way that I used to back in the day, start my research with the Encyclopedia Britannica, right? Or nowadays, I mean, I still to this day, although you actually can cite the New Grove Dictionary of Music because those are authored, right? It's technically an encyclopedia, but it's not really because
No,
it's authored.
because it's authored, and it's not an encyclopedia; it's a compilation.
Yeah, and it's authored, right? And that's one of the big differences in Britannica, Wikipedia, et cetera. They're not authored, right? So you do not have a person that you can say,
blame for your wrong answer. That's what I used to tell my students.
Yeah, yeah. But also another thing too, and this is I think really important, and this is and Wikipedia is very clear about this. Wikipedia is not the place for original research. You are not allowed to put original research on Wikipedia in the same way you're not allowed to put original research in the Encyclopedia Britannica. That is not what kind of source it is. It's a tertiary source. And when you're engaging with things for work, you want original research, which are your secondary sources, or primary sources, in which case you are the original researcher, right? Like this is the, so it's not like, it's not bad. I think Wikipedia is great. It's just that when people want to cite it, they do not understand what the function of sources are, right? They're not writing a report. You're not writing a report, you're writing scholarship. And those are two different things.
Very different things that serve two very different purposes.
Yeah. 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 Other Dark says, I've noticed folks, like, we'll see one or two people saying something and just everyone is saying it. Yeah, and that's a real problem with Twitter.
And
right?
Therefore the echo chambers that become part of Twitter.
Yeah. Yeah. Because first off, the vast majority of people are not on Twitter, right? And then of the people on Twitter, the vast majority of the people do not tweet, right? And so like you're getting like, super small numbers of people really.
Like to reference this and to show how this was a big thing. So for example, a couple months ago, this blew up and I'm very happy that people took the appropriate way to do this. A British reporter was interviewing, oh God, who writes Ramona?
Beverly Cleary.
Beverly Cleary. I've
read all those.
Yeah. Was it Beverly Cleary? No. Yes. It's Beverly...
Ramona Quimby?
No. I'm trying to remember if it was the correct author.
Oh, I see.
Female author, who is older, and I don't think it was Beverly Cleary because I think she just passed. So I think it's another older popular
Judy Blume.
Judy Blume. It was Judy Blume. Sorry, Judy Blume. You can understand my
yes.
my mental connection.
Same vibe, same time period
between Beverly Cleary and Judy Blume.
Yep.
And
yes.
A British reporter did an interview with Judy Blume and was like, tried to get a gotcha response from her about J.K. Rowling. And kind of got that because the way the question was framed, in the sense of it was, and the quote comes out to be something like, Judy Blume basically says, and then Judy Blume basically says, I don't know that I agree with everyone who's targeting all of these things to J.K. Rowling. And people had to point out that Judy Blume isn't on Twitter. Judy Blume has no Twitter presence.
Yeah.
And if you are of her age or her demographic, then all you know about J.K. Rowling is what's reported in the press. Now, and not all of those press reporters are taking screenshots of J.K. Rowling's tweets to put in the article, right? Like that's not how that works. So when people are like, well, then that means you hate trans people because you're supporting J.K. Rowling, and she's like, no, I don't. I do support trans people. Why are you saying this? I don't understand. And they had to have her publicist basically come out and be like, okay, I don't know what's going on, but this is my statement of support for everybody and why I don't support J.K. Rowling in this and whatever. And it was very obvious a point of, this is an individual who has no frame of reference for
Mm-hmm.
what you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
question was
Mm-hmm.
asked in such
Mm-hmm.
a way of, it was the classic, did you
Mm-hmm.
stop beating your wife question,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? Like, do you, what do you think of J.K. Rowling being vilified for her public statements on all of these
Mm-hmm.
platforms? Now, if that's the only thing you know about this statement,
Mm-hmm.
then you'd be like, well, she's allowed to say what she wants. I don't, whatever. That's not me agreeing with her.
Yeah.
That would be,
Yeah.
and so when Judy Blume found out what was going on there, Judy Blume's like,
Yeah.
no, that was,
Yeah.
I did not have
But
the context for it. Let me explain.
yeah.
But it,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, this is interesting because so iDubbbz, the streamer, came out
Yeah.
with an apology video for his previous work, right? His older work, his something cop work, because he was doing stuff and he apologized. He was like, "Hey," and nobody was calling him out because this video, these things he did were much older, but he himself was like, "Hey, I was saying a lot of really inappropriate things. I thought I was being edgy, and I was harassing people, and I cultivated an audience that ended up harassing my wife. And what I did was not acceptable, and I'm really sorry. And I'm doing these things about it, right?" And it was actually one of the best YouTube apologies I've ever seen. And Moist Critical came out with a video saying he did not need to apologize. He didn't do anything wrong. Sometimes you just say the N-word. Like, I don't know why people are attacking him. Like this really weirdly defensive thing saying like, you don't need to apologize for anything you've done. And people are being unfair. And this other YouTuber who I really like, who's quite young, watched both of those things and said this thing that I thought was really smart. It was like a little interesting sort of, yeah, I know, Krellin. But what he said was, I don't think Moist Critical has said he does not read YouTube comments. So all of his reactions are based on Twitter comments rather than YouTube comments, and they're not the same, right? That actually what's happening in YouTube is quite, weirdly enough, was quite nuanced and interesting. People were saying, like, there was like a whole sort of set of comments on YouTube that were not outrageous, right? But Moist Critical only watched people's hot takes on Twitter. So his response was based on this set of conversation, but not the full conversation. And I thought that was really interesting because it does matter, right? It really does matter what comments you're reading, because they can be very, very different. And yeah, right. And I think that's Cheer says we also have a society that has leaned towards ignorance not being an excuse. So Judy Blume not knowing is on her by societal terms. But I think what's really interesting is that what it is that you're expected to know is really generational, right? So for example, I am not really on TikTok. Like I sometimes watch Sal's stuff on TikTok, but I'm not particularly on TikTok. So there are conversations that are happening on TikTok that I know nothing about because I'm just not on TikTok. And I have no expectation of myself, nor do any of my peers have any expectation that I know what's going on TikTok. If I do, great. If I don't, that's fine. But if you are a TikToker, you assume everybody should also know what's on TikTok. And those are like, what it is that you're expected to know is very different, not even generationally, just also subculturally, right? Like, and I think that's really interesting, right? That what it is you are, this was going back to the OGL thing, right? I remember it was like, Watsy's going down. I was like, your average D&Der has no idea this is going on, and they don't care. I think that and it's not even about, it's not that they've heard about it and they don't care. It's that they're just not hanging out on Reddit, right? Or they're not hanging out on D&D Twitter, right? There are just there are people who don't even know what Critical Role is, right? Like, and I think that like it may be hard to believe, and it's not, and they're not, like, I mean, how many people don't even know that Twitch is a thing? Can you imagine? Like, Critical Role gets like 50,000 live views, maybe? That's 50,000 people. Sure, they have a lot more views on YouTube, right? But that is not a lot of people.
But
That's
it's
not a lot
actually
of people.
it's interesting that a large number of their concurrent views have all switched to YouTube, because their concurrent views
Yep.
on YouTube are actually I think it's over 80,000 now.
Oh, wow. Interesting. It's very interesting.
And
But
because
they've never had those numbers on Twitch, though.
no, and I think part of it is for their desire for YouTube for the concurrent views is there's no chat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I just think that sometimes people forget, like, and like for me, I learned this very young, right? And I will say that this is not just, this is sometimes an always thing in certain ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like when I was in the army and I met that woman who had never, who did not know what a burrito or an egg roll was, I was like, okay, all right, I need to recognize that I grew up in a place that had a Jewish deli, and that I grew up in a place that had a Sicilian place down the street. And I grew up, and we did not grow up rich. We were very poor, but we grew up in San Francisco, which had a lot of mom and pop food places that were international. So for me, my normal involved seeing food from different parts of the world. So of course I knew what a burrito was. Of course I did, right? But that is not everybody's experience. And I would not have known that until I joined the army and met somebody who didn't have that. And I had to realize, oh, right, hold on. My norms are just not norms for everybody. I just thought that, right, like I grew up watching Canto Pop on public access because I grew up in San Francisco and we had access to that. But you know what? Lots of places didn't. And I think that it's one of those things. Hawkeye said, never saw a bagel until my third year of college, for example. Right. So many people would not, they just would not have, right? In the same way that I never saw Tasty Cakes because they were East Coast only. All sorts of things that I never would have seen. And I think that we sometimes don't realize that. And I think that is always forever been the case, that people don't always realize you don't know what you don't know. But I think the tricky thing is that with the internet, we think that everybody has access to the same thing, but not only does not everybody have access to the internet, but not everybody's on the same parts of the internet. But we somehow assume, because like there are like so many millions of people on Twitter, but yeah, not.
And this goes back to, it's like, okay, and I think I agree with you. I agree 100% with you. And one of the things for me, I was talking, so rewind a little to rephrase. So you're talking about growing up with public access, and I remember for me, musical theater was such a big part of my life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because not just the fact that my parents both enjoyed it and my grandparents enjoyed it, and we had all of the albums and they played all the time, but we lived on the East Coast, so our PBS station had all of the replays of Channel 13 PBS from New York, great performances, which, by the way, celebrated its 50th anniversary last month.
Yeah.
Great performances turned 50, and that's kind of upsetting and well, not really a good thing, right? Like, and you're like, well, what's great performances? I'm like, it's PBS showing Broadway theater for free. Every Sunday, or the Met Opera, like the Met Opera and PBS and the American Ballet Theater Company are all things that I grew up with because, you know.
To yes and you, I was in a musical theater academic conference once I was there, and there was a musical theater scholar who I was like, I do not agree with your take, and I'm going to come up with evidence that your take is not a great take. But his take was the text that one should study when it comes to any musical is the Broadway performance only, exclusively. And the original Broadway performance is the only one you can look at. And I was like, what? And he's like, well, I mean,
okay,
basically,
so then I don't want to talk about chess ever.
Yes, basically, right? And I was like, hold on. Not everything starts on Broadway, right? And he's like, well, he's like, everybody lives within a couple hours of New York City. I was like, no, they don't. As a West Coaster, no, they don't. And I said, not everybody gets their musicals through Broadway. First off, there are other places besides Broadway. There's A, off-Broadway, B, West End, C, shows that start somewhere else. And I would hesitate to argue that the vast majority of people get access to live musicals probably through high school first.
Local repertoire theaters, touring
Yep.
companies,
Yep.
high school
Yep.
musicals, or
Yep.
if you are now, admittedly, Great Performances is spreading because they have now
Yep.
got greater agreement between PBS, local PBS stations,
Yep.
so you can do things like see Great Performances everywhere.
Yep.
But like the first opera I ever saw, technically an operetta, or the first operetta that I learned to play, was The Merry Widow, based on a Great
Very
Performances,
nice.
Met performance.
Yep.
I saw Hugh Jackman as Curly in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Not because I suddenly got tickets to London, or
Yeah.
Lincoln Center, because I watch Great Performances.
Yeah.
That is, and it's becoming more and more prevalent, and it's a very,
Yeah.
also, by the way, we'll talk about that performance in a minute, but I was thinking about musical theater, and this is where my jump is going to be, because I've goes back to Instagram and TikTok and all those things. So, my local diner, which Trooper has been to, is an experience. It is it is really, really good, but it is also an Instagram hotspot because they want to kill some people with sugar and or food in the best way. And you know how there are those places where there are just Instagram food places where it's just the picture and not the food? This is not Elm Street. Elm Street is the food that goes with the picture. It's
Yeah.
really good. But one day I was in there and they were talking, and there was this performer who was there and who was talking, and whatever. I live in Fairfield County. Robert Redford and what's his name? The redheaded director.
Ron Howard.
Ron Howard, thank you.
Opie.
Yeah. Ron Howard lived 20 minutes up the road. It's fine. So I'm like, okay, whatever. People are chatting with him in a way like I'm supposed to recognize who this individual is. I'm not gonna bother them. They're in the diner. You don't bother people in the diner. There are unspoken rules. But like then he started doing this little bit of performance, and then the gentleman's name is Eric Turner. He is a black jazz musician. He has an Instagram. He's a really kind of pretty popular black jazz musician. He does a lot of touring in Europe and things. But through following him, I found out about a brand new stage show that opened this week for previews at the New Stageworks off-Broadway production called Rock and Roll Man, The Story of Alan Freed.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I want to see that.
And it's a combination of music from the era and original songs for character development. So it's not just a jukebox musical.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is a show I want to see. I'm really into this.
So this is something I think is really important. Yeah. This is something I think is really important. So Hawkeye says, whereas for a Midwestern boy like me, only musicals we saw were the movie versions or the ones we were in high school. And Samantha says, like, yeah, true. I was in a musical at my elementary school, Guys and Dolls. Another dog says, tangentially.
I'm very intrigued that they did Guys and Dolls in your elementary school.
I mean, we can talk about weird views of the past, and then other dog says, tangentially, I was told my uncle played Curly back in high school, but my mother played Aunt Elle in the same production, if I recall correctly. And here's something I think is really important that I think this guy missed. One, the only reason why he could say that was because he was like 80 years old and lived in New York, so he'd seen everything. So basically only he can write about anything, which I was like, I have no time for you. But also, I think that one of the things that's really important about the musical as opposed to the film is that many people's relationship to the musical is participatory. Right? It's not just that they're the only an audience member. Many of them have participated in musical theater in some way. Tech, crew, they were in it in some way. And there's also, if you go back to, many people nowadays may not, but like, go back to like the Judy Garland and Mickey Rooney, right? Let's put on a show in our backyard. That there's a way in which people will often sort of create their own little musicals, and this is no longer as popular, but like, there were all these amateur Gibbalt and Sullivan communities, like, right? People just did that. So there's like a kind of participatory community aspect to musicals, brass bands, et cetera, that I think is really important about the musical, that if you insist the only thing that counts is the Broadway version, especially pre-internet, I'm like, what are you doing, right? Because so many of these shows never went on tour even, right? Like I was watching What's My Line?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, What's My Line is all over YouTube. You can watch all these old episodes of What's My Line, which I recommend. And what I recommend it for specifically is that Dorothy Kilgallen, what they had were like basically New York specific journalists. Like one of them was like basically specifically about a Broadway journalist. And they would be talking. When you see them, it was very clear this was such insider stuff, right? They're like, are you on the such and such? Are you in one of the theaters on such and such a street right now? Right? Like these things were like, of course they knew who was on that theater right now because but like nobody else knew that stuff, right? And it was so insider baseball. And it was in a way that was like very clear that 1950 something or other, if you were not living in New York, you had no idea what they were talking about, but they knew what they were talking about, right?
Well, like there's that, and then there's like, so this individual that you're talking about, this particular person at this conference, obviously then they're not going to agree with the Fantastics.
No.
The Fantastics is such a seminal work. Also, the longest running show in musical theater history. Still. But it never made it to Broadway. It is
my big counter is Grease. For more than one reason. One, the original version of Grease was not on Broadway. It was like in Chicago or something, right?
Well, the out of town. What do they think about out of town trials then?
Well, they would say that that's not the text, right? The text is what happened on Broadway, and the original version of Grease is much different from what happened on Broadway. But also, ask anybody, and they're going to be like, "Oh, Hopelessly Devoted to You," which is not from the original show. And when they brought Grease back on Broadway, they put that song in there, and I would say that one of the core texts of Grease is the movie musical, right? That to ignore the movie musical and not talk about it at all because only what happened on Broadway counts misses a whole bunch of things that are really important about how Grease is understood in the world, right? So I just don't think I just think that's really self-serving, and it really does not work especially before you could get access to bootlegs easily, right? And it really ignores the ways in which for many people, Oklahoma is what they did in high school. You know what I mean? And like it was their memories to it are tied to the fact that they were in it, or their best friend was in it, or somebody they knew was in it. You know what I mean? And I just think that I just think that's not a good take, because it really ignores anything that doesn't happen on Broadway, including off-Broadway New York. And it really ignores the community aspect of musical theater and what that means to participate in something, you know?
Yeah, it ignores, like, now personally, I also have certain problems with the gentrification and touristification of Broadway. Because I think, 9/11 happened, and then it's the come see a show push, which means that that Broadway has always had this defining line of like shows that were okay for family friendly and that were tourist oriented, and then the shows that were like
not
chorus line.
But that also has a negative impact on non-musicals, right?
Yeah,
because
like
right now,
exactly.
Straight play, because people are like, well, that's not going to make as much money as the newest Disney musical, so it's harder to get straight plays in. Like it's harder, there's a lot going on there.
It's harder to get straight plays. It's harder to get musicals that don't, like, the same year that Hamilton opens on Broadway, across the frickin' street, in the theater across the street, Allegiance opened.
Yeah, that's right. That was a great show.
It was a great show, and I was glad I got to see it as many times as I did on Fathom events, because I was living in Atlanta and I was not able to get to...
And here's the thing, I never would have been able to see it had it been for the Fathom event, right? So I'm so glad that happened, because I never would have been able to see it. But one of the things that really bugged me is that somebody was like, oh, well, that wasn't that music a failure? It's like, no, it was on Broadway for over a year. But nowadays, this is the kind of it's a bit of a frustration of mine that, like, unless it is some massive, unless it's Cats, right, or The Lion King, it's a failure. But like a whole year on Broadway is not a failure, That's not a failure. They did well. It's just that we are, and it's the same thing that unless you make $100 billion in the box office, then it's a failure. It's like, but you didn't lose money.
You
Like that movie didn't lose money.
That show didn't lose money. Instead I would have phrased it as, I feel bad because it did not win the Tony, and
Yeah.
I personally thought that let me phrase that.
Both Allegiance and Shuffle Along were the same year as Hamilton. That was a real bummer.
Yeah.
Both of those
fall into what are called downer shows and are not going to draw in the attention. Like downer shows do not get tourist attention.
No.
And it's sad because they should.
Yeah.
But because it also opened the same year as Hamilton, it also didn't get the darling theater, whatever.
Yeah. And I know that Shuffle Along
have.
Shuffle Along tried really hard to get themselves put in the adaptation category so they would not be competing against Hamilton, but they did not succeed at that because
there's no adaptation category.
The category for it was about original
for screenplay? For scripts?
Yeah, they're basically trying to say that they were the original.
There's original and there's revival.
Yeah, they wanted to be put in the revival category.
Yeah.
And they were not. They were put in the original category, so they're competing with Hamilton. And I understand why they wanted to be put under the revival category, because they're like, we do not want to compete with Hamilton. But they actually were a new story. They were a musical about the musical.
About the musical Shuffle Along versus actually being a revival of Shuffle Along, which I know.
Because it wasn't actually a revival of Shuffle Along. No. It was a show about the making of Shuffle Along.
And I personally thought that Lea Salonga should have won the Tony that year. Sorry.
She was amazing.
She was absolutely amazing. And
she was amazing.
I love me Renee. Who plays Angela? What's her name in Hamilton? The sister-in-law.
Yeah.
Has one of the hardest songs.
Angelica.
Yeah. Who plays Angelica? She is fabulous.
Yeah.
Lea Salonga was better. Shocked.
She was.
But I think it's also partially the role.
Also,
Krillin is like the last 10 minutes have been Greek. I'm sorry, we're talking about musical theater.
Sorry. I will also just say that one of the things, and look, we can sort of pivot, but one of the things I think is was a problem for Allegiance, which is actually a problem of not Allegiance's problem, right? Is that it was not composed in such a way as to have breakout pop hits. That was not how it was structured. It was structured in a different way, right? And the problem is that we are now used to musicals having breakout songs that you can then go and bop to, and that was just not what that musical was doing. And that doesn't make it a bad musical.
I don't know that I 100% agree.
So they tended to subvert it, like the big one about the swing one. There are a couple things, but they always subverted them.
Lea Salonga was never in Rent. Lea Salonga was in Miss Saigon. Lea Salonga was in
Mulan?
Les Mis.
Les Mis.
Because she has played both Fantine and Cosette. Or not Cosette, Fantine and Eponine, sorry.
Yeah.
She was one of the original Eponine, and she played Fantine later in the 20th anniversary.
Was she in Mulan? Did she voice for Mulan?
Yeah, she did the singing voice for Mulan.
Yeah, that's right. It was her and
Ming Na Wen.
Yeah, and Donny Osmond, right?
Yeah, Donny Osmond. But
she was really good.
She's also Lea Salonga has been in so many things and is a great Filipino performer.
Yeah, she's really good. She's really good. She's got a great voice. She's very emotive.
And she's very emotive, and she can, unlike Idina Menzel, reproduce every time.
Macadocian says, art as art can be fantastic, but art for money is just a way to earn as much coin as humanly possible. Got to squeeze every last dime out of what you can squeeze money out of these days. Monetize everything. And I'm going to nuance that. If you cannot buy food, then, so here's the problem with this. The idea of the starving artist is really convenient for producers because that means they don't have to pay their artists, right? Because if we think that artists who make money are fake and sellouts, that's really convenient for producers who then don't have to pay artists because artists don't believe they should be making money, right?
And I would
That if
also
money,
like to say
if money
this,
ruins your life, right?
I
Yeah.
would also like to say this starving artist concept
Yeah.
is a false adaptation and interpretation of a reality of people are like, well, it's from La Boheme. I'm like, no. La Boheme, they are currently starring. Oh, yeah, you're Renee Goldsberry. Yes.
Yes.
Renee Goldsberry is who I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Renee Goldsberry is in Hamilton. And I also, she might be in a revival of Rent, but she's not in the original Rent. She is currently doing something that's blanking on my mind. Oh, but no, the person who plays Eliza is doing Camelot. She's doing, which is getting really good reviews and very interesting points. But, what was I just saying?
Starving artists.
Starving artists were this 50s, 60s reinterpretation of late 19th, early 20th century artists who were starving in the garret, but wanted to make money.
Well, that's the thing, right?
Like,
most people who have no money would like to have some money, right? Because if you have no food, it sucks. And one of the other things too about this, right, is that, and you're right about the 50s and 60s, it has to do with like the rock aesthetic. But if you cannot do your work full time and you cannot eat, then you cannot get better at your work because you don't have time to get better at it, right? And so there's nothing wrong with your art making money so that you can spend your full time working on your art and getting better at it, right? And in many ways, when we live in a space where, and it's not even just about capitalism, it's all about like patronage, et cetera, wherein you are making entertainment. If people are not entertained, you're not communicating, right? The problem with, in my opinion, the art for money's sake, please note, I don't think there's anything wrong with making money with your art. I think actually you should. I think not paying your artist is bad. But the problem with art for money's sake is that the people who have that mentality are not the artists. They are people who are producing and they're like, oh, that one movie did well, let's just make more of those. The people who have that attitude are, I would say, are often creatively, they're not particularly creative and they're risk averse. They're like, well, that was popular, so let's just do that again. But they don't have, so they copy, but they don't have ideas. The reason why that first one did well was because there were artists behind making it who had ideas, right? And you are now just making Eddie and the Cruisers 2, right? Which is now just basically like, I don't actually have any ideas, but that did well, so let's just do more of that. And I think that as long as they basically cut out the creative process, right? That's the problem. And I think that if the creative process is there, you can make money and still be like, making money doesn't mean you're not creative. You can be creative and make money. But the problem is that people who are not creative just bandwagon. Do you know what I mean? I think that's the problem, right? Yeah, art, like healthcare, is a profession. If it's your profession, you should make money doing it, right? And I think, although here's my flip side though, here's my pushback. Because generally speaking, that is what I also agree with, and I believe that. That said, if your profession requires people to give you money because they like what you do, and nobody likes what you do, then you're just not going to make money off of that profession. And you can say, but I deserve to make money off your profession, except that you are not entitled to other people's money. If people do not like what you do, they're not going to give you money. And that is just the life of it. Do you know what I mean? And I think when I think about this, I think about some people who make very, very niche things. And then they get mad that they're not as popular as blockbuster things. But you're making a niche thing. Do you know what I mean? That's what it is. Like, who was it? The guy who did My Dinner with Andre didn't complain that My Dinner with Andre wasn't as big as Jaws or Star Wars, because of course it wasn't going to be as big as Jaws or Star Wars. Obviously. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's just not going to be for everybody. And I think that we have to also be realistic. I mean, one of the other things too, right? Or as Hawkeye says, if you're not good at it, right? Like, just because you want to do it doesn't mean that you're good at it or that people want to pay you to see you do it. And that's just kind of how that goes. And I mean that, and I also think there's another thing too, because I think I'm talking about this specifically right now in my mind about streamed RPGs. We're like, well, everybody should be making a full-time living off of streamed RPGs, and I was like, there's no money in this industry. Like, 3 people do. Like, there's no money in this is a hobby. This is not yet actually an industry. It's a hobby. So you know what I mean? Like this, and I think that sometimes people, and this is where we have this. Oh, there was such a really good article I read. It was so good. I wish I could find it again. It was about influencers and how people think that because they're famous, they're making money. But most influencers make no money at all, right? And it was about how people got really mad when their influencers would promo things. They're like, oh, hey, here's this promo thing that I got, and like, you should buy it. And people are like, no, I want you to be like a regular, relatable person who's not like shilling promo stuff. But the thing is, they're not actually making money, right? Like many of these influencers make $0 from YouTube, or like $35 from YouTube. And so there's this sort of thing where people assume that because they're famous, they're making money, but they're not. And yeah, so it's just one of these things where I think that people misunderstand what the income is, right?
I can pull aside the curtain for us, or for me at least.
Mm-hmm.
There is a merch that doesn't exist. I don't make money off of it right at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
People are like, well, you should have a Ko-Fi. There exists. Hi, I currently have a campaign out there trying to raise money to get another additional camera so I can do more cooking streams. Don't make any money off of that. There is...
Yeah, I don't think of an influencer as a glorified beggar. I think of an influencer as somebody who is doing entertainment, and maybe they'll get paid. Maybe they won't. You know? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. They're more like a busker than a beggar, right? It's more like a busker than a beggar.
So, speaking of TikTok and Instagram, because I watch Reels occasionally just to fall asleep because it's hilarious sometimes. Also, interesting ways I can manipulate the algorithm so I can start getting stuff in Italian, and that you are probably not going to get in the United States. But, so a comedian was talking about being in... It's very unprofessional, but it was kind of funny. In the best kind of way that a comedian is. He was talking about, well, he's like, New York has the best quality of homeless people. Because they have the most, like, not that homelessness is good, not that we should be, promoting this, but we have the best. I was in Seattle, and these guys came up to me and said, hey, you should pay me $5. And he looked at them in deadpan, and he said, I looked at them in deadpan in the eye, he goes, do you know where I'm from? I just saw Cirque du Soleil on the 6 train. I gave them a dime. What the hell do you think I'm going to give you money for? You just come up to me asking for $5. And I'm like, yeah, if you're from New York, you sit there. Busking is not the same thing as begging. It's entirely different. And there's a very different ideology that goes into that, right? Like, so I think of influencers, and I don't know that I agree. The influencers provide a varied entertainments. This is also true. I understand where the term came from. I don't know that I always agree with it.
With what?
Influencer, the term influencer.
Oh, I see. Yes, okay. I was like, which one? Busker? Beggar? Influencer? Which term? There's so many. Go ahead. Yes.
No, busker is a very defined term, and I'm...
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, I lived in New York. I understand the fact that this guy said he saw Cirque du Soleil on the 6 train means that they were a halfway decent Cirque du Soleil. If they were on the 1 train or the 2 train, or if they had gotten, one of the permanent spots on the corner in the Times Square station between the 1 and the 2 train and the shuttle, the Times Square to Grand Central shuttle, then it would be entirely different, because there is a sliding scale in the subway system of New York about the rating of your performers. Yep. Like, you can go... I was about to write the correlation between influence and busker. Exactly. Like, as other doc points out, busking, begging, and panhandling are very different activities, and they're very different ways to work. I will say that I understand the term influencer. I understand how it came to be, but I don't know that I agree with it. And so I agree that there are people who push back against it and say, no, I'm a content creator. Mm-hmm. And I agree with a large number of the people that who can be both an influencer and a content creator. And I think if you're a content creator, you should be given acknowledgement of that title. Now, do not get me wrong. If some of these people want to throw money at me, I will turn myself into an influencer. But I'm not currently. I'm merely a content creator and a streamer.
Okay, I'm having thoughts right now about this.
Think away. Talk it out.
Okay. All right, because this is how I work. People say things, and I'm like, okay, let me pull other examples, right? And so what I thought in my mind was, okay, who might I call an influencer in different times and places in different contexts, right? Coco Chanel influenced people. So I'm thinking about somebody. So in the way that I'm thinking about an influencer, yes, Kim Kardashian is an influencer, but not necessarily a content creator, right? Yes, right. And I think that now I just see those influencers demanding that vendors give them things for free. Perhaps generational for me, but to me that's begging. So actually, I think that's actually slightly different. So I will say people on Twitter being like, hey, give me stuff, that's irritating. But what they're doing is they're engaging in product placement, right? They're being like, hey, I will shill your product for you. So, but they should, in the same way that movie reviewers do not pay for movie tickets, right? Movie reviewers do not pay for movie tickets. They get their movie tickets for free, and then they go and they write a review about the movie. Also, very often restaurateurs will often get a free. It depends on where they're at, right?
No, the restaurant. No, here's the thing.
Restaurateurs don't, but movie viewers do.
The restaurant. So here's the thing, and that's where I'd put the dividing line between influencers who do want to do influencer food stuff and restaurant reviewers, because restaurant reviewers do not get stuff for free, and the big names in New York.
Yeah.
They go out of their way to hide their identity, hide their face, make sure that they show up at a restaurant, nobody knows who they are, because they will possibly destroy them in the New York Times the next morning.
Yeah. But I think
movie reviewers did get comped tickets, but theater reviewers don't. Well, they do, but they don't.
Which one?
The theater, Broadway shows.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Broadway shows don't get comped tickets.
Yeah.
What you do is you have previews, and preview tickets are cheaper.
Yeah, so, but also I think about a lot of like celebrities, movie stars. They will often not be paying for those dresses, right? Because Valentino's like, please wear my dress.
But they also don't own that.
They also
dress.
keep them. That is correct.
They're wearing it to the event to be seen, and then they take it off.
That's right. But so I was going to think about this idea of influencer, right? So my idea now, I'm thinking about the idea of an influencer as a person for whom people look to them as a marker of style and things to do, right? They look to them for recommendations and style, which means that we certainly have had influencers before social media, but for YouTube, right? I think certainly Coco Chanel was an influencer. There were various socialites, right?
Grace Kelly was an influencer.
Grace Kelly was an influencer. Now, not all actors are influencers, right? I think that's really important. Not all actors are influencers, but some
Cary Grant was an influencer.
Right. And sometimes your presidents are influencers, like Kennedy was an influencer, as was, Jackie, but not all, but like LBG was not an influencer. Right. So
Lady Bird was not an influencer.
No, but I feel like we can recognize that. Oh, and there are various like singers, right, who were influencers in the 19th century. So you can be an influencer without, like, we had that beforehand. If you remember, for those who are old enough, the Hilton sisters were influencers for a while. What they did was they went to parties and got photographed in like Vanity Fair or whatever, and that was like.
Now, and to be fair to Paris, my girl took that Barbie stereotype
She's very smart.
That was lambasted all over her, took all of that, paparazzi usage used the paparazzi, and is now making mint and working her butt off for the Hilton family. She actually does good jobs.
Zsa Zsa Gabor is another one of these examples, and he's like, but they were doing things that grabbed them influence. The thing is, I don't think we can make this distinction. If the populace is influenced by them, then they are influencers. The sense that like you can say, well, they didn't do anything. But if they didn't do anything, then nobody would care.
Yeah,
right?
Here's the thing. If you want to talk about like the quintessential moment, which I think is the true influencer moment of the 20th century, is actually Cary Grant.
I might go with Clara Bow.
No. And this is my point where I'm gonna let me finish.
Undershirts?
The undershirts.
Yeah.
You had to reshoot a scene of a movie
Yeah.
Because Cary Grant took his shirt off and he wasn't wearing an undershirt.
Yep.
And the sales dropped.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
Cary Grant undershirts, Kennedy hats.
You know, you
Clara Bow.
They literally reshot the scene of that movie.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that, like, and so the thing is, there are people who are influencers, and I do not think that is completely in their control, right? Because I don't, you know, you can't, same with Gable and Happen to, yeah. Now, I also think.
So I said Cary Grant, I meant Clark Gable. Wow.
Clark Gable, yeah.
Sorry, Clark Gable and the undershirt. That was what I was saying, and it happened one night. Wow. That was.
Yeah.
I have not made that mistake in years.
But I also think that what's tricky, right, is that many of those YouTubers started off just as vloggers, right? And I think what I think is very interesting about our current moment is that what we have are amateurs, right? Marlon Brando t-shirts, absolutely Marlon Brando and undershirts as like outerwear. We have before most of those people that were influencers in that way were rich or they were famous. But we now live in a space where people who are hobbyists can become influencers, which is a democratization of influencing, which hasn't really happened before, and people have feelings about it, right? And it is just like some of these people are just like, they were just vloggers. Some of them were like 14 years old.
I don't know that I agree with that it never happened before.
I'd have to think of examples of people who were not in some way wealthy and therefore had access to the media attention.
Okay, so it's what's his name?
I'm sure there's somebody.
1820s Regency male B, not Byron.
Are you thinking about
Not Bad and Dangerous to Know?
Beau Brummel. Beau Brummel.
Beau Brummel. Beau Brummel changed men's fashion, and he was not wealthy. And the whole reason he changes men's fashion to being all of these dark colors and not popular bright colors is because he's not wealthy and couldn't afford it. And so
but he did go to Eton College.
On scholarship?
Yes, but that means he was in the circle of those people. Like, I think that if Beau Brummel had not been in the circle of the literati, right, of that scene, I don't think he could have done that. Now, that said, I'm going to go back, and now that I said that, I'm going to go back and agree with you. I think there are definitely people who are influencers in their community, right, or within working class spaces that absolutely 100% are influencers, even on a larger level, even like not even just within their small community, but in a larger sort of sense, that who are not either wealthy or famous, right, but they have sort of more a local influence that can probably go further, right? I think that is absolutely true. I think that probably what happens though is we don't, like, I imagine, well, let's just go here, brothel owners. I imagine there were 100% various courtesans, not courtesans because they tend to have access to upper class people, but like
let's
people
also
who
consider
worked.
the fact that a courtesan is not a whore.
No, although some have sex for.
Yes, but I'm talking.
But it's not the same thing.
But it's not the same thing, and it's a courtesan can make an appearance at social functions.
Absolutely.
It's the movie Gigi, right? Like you could take a courtesan to a court event, to all of these events, and versus like going to a brothel.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would also say that you think about things like all an influencer is the popular kid it's the popular clique. And all we've done is made the popular clique wider spread, and so those of us who were never in the popular clique are like what
or the weird avant-garde kid, right? Because like now I'm thinking about this, right? I'm thinking about how important Old West brothel owners were. Like if you were a madam in a brothel, right, and you ran that brothel, remember there were very few women in that brothel and in those towns in general, and especially in the early Old West. Mm-hmm. Those women were foundational influencers for what the culture of that town would be like. They were actually in charge in many ways, right? Like of the entire culture, right? Because they were the ones that brought in music, that brought in taste, flavor, all the like.
Mae West, you are correct. Mae West,
Absolutely.
and here's the thing: is I would put forward that Mae West is the democratization of an influencer who
Yes.
makes it good because
Yes.
she
Yes.
did
Yes.
not have money to begin with.
No, at all. Like at all. Zero money. And she also was very self-consciously she that's why they arrested her and put her in prison, right? Because she self-consciously said, no, poor women who've got to maybe do some sex work can still win and have a good life. And they're like, we have to put you in prison for that. And then we're gonna make the his code because we can't handle all this. But like she never did the I'm going to be a good girl now. She's like, no, I'm not going to pretend to be some kind of middle class woman. I'm going to go and like talk about those women who live in the Bowery. And that's what I'm going to do. Right. You know what I mean? And they put her in prison for it, but only for like 15, 20 days. That's okay. Made her career. But like she wrote her own stuff. You know what I mean? Like yeah, absolutely Mae West. And I think that, and Crumb was like important enough that women wouldn't join the union without suffrage. Absolutely. And I think
Wyoming, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that there's probably, if you think about it, yes, right? There are going to be influencers in mining towns, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, and I think especially like, yeah, preachers, right? Preachers are like not all preachers, right? But some people like C.L. Franklin, Aretha Franklin's dad was absolutely an influencer, right? Like certain preachers, certain figures are able to sort of have influence.
All an influencer is a person that has influence in any
Yeah.
form of media.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
it has taken on the connotation of a commercialization of and a corporatization of influence. But at the same time, there was so anybody who has power or popularity is an influencer in whatever strata or of economics or power or society that they reside within. You can say that
Muses.
Muses,
right? So it was probably because you remember the European models of the late 80s, and also think the 1880s when you would have like the muse for Toulouse-Lautrec or various sort of poets who are hanging out and like
George, the original salons, with
absolutely.
Lady George and all of those other French intellectuals.
Yeah.
Those are influencers.
Absolutely.
Influencer is anybody who has enough popularity to change the moment or to influence the people around them. Now,
Zelda Fitzgerald.
There you go. You can have positives and negatives in the ways that's viewed. I would even argue that the politicos and the pontificators on 24-hour news channels are influencers.
Absolutely.
It's a natural state of being, probably, for a human. Any human group is going to have one person who influences the group one way or the other because of the way it works. And, even those who reject the popular kid, quote unquote, who want to be the nerdy, who maybe are rejected or, the oddball out, whether that's their choice or not, are within the sphere of the influencer. And therefore, like, look, Mean Girls exists for a reason. The Heathers exists for a reason. All of that is a microcosm.
But also outsiders can also be influencers.
Exactly.
Right? Like Susie Sue was an influencer for outsiders. Do you know what I mean? And so was Robert Smith from the Cure. But we're like, they dressed like them. You know what I mean? Like they're like there is the way in which
Benatar.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
And this ties back to an article that I saw earlier, which is very interesting, and it is very, just go with me and with it, and it's going to take a second. So there is a Danish museum. So this was an article that was released in BBC either today or yesterday. There's a Danish museum that is regretfully complaining in public on to the BBC, which means they're making a big fucking deal out of it, even though they're claiming that they're not making a big fucking deal out of it. The fact that Egypt is rejecting the permits for this museum and their archaeologists because they're currently doing a production. This museum is putting on a in the Netherlands, I want you to remember, we're talking the Danes in the Netherlands are doing a show, or it's a gallery showing, or about the influence of Egypt on modern pop, and the Egyptians and the Egyptian government and the Egyptian antiquities who are like, Egypt isn't Black Africa. It's true. And the museum is like, well, we understand that it's their autonomy, and it's the right of any nation to control the archaeological influences that are in theirs, but we feel that this is the wrong response to the arguments that we're putting out there about, you know, Beyonce being influenced by Nefertiti. And you're like, okay, you're accusing the Egyptians of being racist. Interesting. You're the Danes, who are putting this together, and there is a conversation to be had, and a parallel was being made in this article about the pushback from a lot of people, particularly the Egyptian Antiquities Authority, about Netflix's Cleopatra docudrama series. And a lot of people in classic circles were like, okay, fine, whatever. You want to cast a Black woman? There's a bad conversation to be had, because there's a lot of, he's like, well, we don't really know what she looked like because she was on this coin or whatever, and you can have this conversation. I'm like, the Macedonians did a lot of things. Intermarry with upper class Egyptians, maybe. Intermarry with the Carthaginians, more than likely. Intermarry with the Nubians, not a chance in hell. Because but Ethiopians maybe, because of the way Greek processes work. Now,
my butt here is, the problem is, we're like, people tend to cast Anglo-Saxons as Cleopatra.
Also
and Cleopatra was not an Anglo-Saxon, right?
Also wrong.
This is the problem of like a construction of whiteness, right? That like Greeks are not that, right? So like there's a way in which you're also like, so there, like there's a bunch of things that are getting sort of like
and
out.
so the Egyptians, and so this article was also mentioning this pushback that had happened, and I'm like, we don't need to make her look Anglo-Saxon, but we can acknowledge the fact that she is not one of the Nubian queens. Hi, there are some really great Nubian queens that we can talk about from history and how great and kick-ass they were, and even some West African Mali queens that are just girlfriend.
But also Ethiopians are also Black, though, right? Like there's a way in which we completely forget Black East Africa, right? Which is like,
or Northeast Africa, or the fact that Ethiopian, Eritrean, Nubia, all of these are not the same thing as Egyptian. And Elizabeth Taylor is not what Cleopatra looks like, but at the same time, people who say, well, Cleopatra was African, we should make her be a dark-skinned woman, not what people think of as a dark-skinned African, is not who she was. But this particular article is talking about the influence. This particular museum is doing a show based on the influence of Egypt, right? Isis, Nefertiti, big names, if Egyptian figures, not Nubian.
Merlin says Africa's big, y'all. Though. It is. It's like it's a whole continent.
It's a massive continent, and one of the big depending on where you're drawing the line, the biggest continent. It is kind of important that the line can, otherwise South America might be, but whatever. But this article was basically saying that because the Egyptian government had pulled the permits, and the Egyptian government didn't actually say, there's been no report by the Egyptian government that they said that they pulled the permits for this Danish archaeologists because of this museum's show. It's just the museum is saying that they did it because of this show. And you're
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Right, but we don't know that's true.
we don't know that that's true. And quite frankly, the Egyptians pull permits on archaeologists all the fucking
All the
time to try and control the digs and the way in which Europeans have taken a lot of shit from them. So,
Yeah.
I'll hold off. I'll put a pin in that. Also, Nefertiti wasn't black. Or at least not what we define in our head as dark-skinned Nubian black African.
Right. But so I'll just
Ethiopian,
say one that
possibly, maybe a little bit of influence there, but
see, here's where we have a problem. The justifying the erasure of blackness by defining blackness as only West African is a problem, right? Because
I
that
will
erases
acknowledge that.
Right? That erases the fact that there are black people also in Australia. Like there's blackness in other places, right? So that becomes just a way to avoid having black people there. But also, I think we need to sort of acknowledge that there are multiple Egypts, there are multiple Shakespeares, there are multiple Europes, right? That you can be influenced by a version of Egypt, which is not that version of Egypt, right? So, for example, if we're going to talk about Beyonce being influenced by Egypt, then what I would say is that she was influenced by Pan-African Afrofuturism of the 70s, which is a different Egypt, right? She absolutely was, right? But we're talking about a different Egypt than that Egypt, right? Is the Egypt of the 1970s in the United States, which is like Earth, Wind, and Fire. It's like, you know, Sun Ra. It's all this kind of stuff, right? But that's, and that, I think that is what she, if we're going to make that case, that's what she's drawing on. And that's a totally legit thing for her to draw on, because she's been hanging out in the 70s in the entire last album anyway, right? So like, but we just have to acknowledge that those are different Egypts, right? In the same way that if you are going to, like, there is a mythical Ireland that a number of Irish Americans are super into, that many Irish people are not into, but that is a particular Ireland that is important for a particular group of Irish Americans.
I would like to put a pin caveat twist on that. I think that mythical Ireland isn't actually mythical to the Irish Americans. It's mythical to the WASPs looking at Irish Americans.
Well, I know a bunch of people from Ireland who are like, I don't know what Irish Americans are doing. That is just not like, what do you like, who are sometimes quite offended by Irish American creations of Ireland. But I think
that the people that they're being offended by aren't actually Irish American.
Oh, well, I was talking to an Irishman who was absolutely there offended by Irish Americans. They're like, I wish Irish Americans would stop telling me racist things, because Ireland is a modern country. We are not necessarily racist like that. I don't want to hear that from them.
Okay.
Also,
I would like to put a caveat on that there are a lot of people who are not white living in Ireland. It is, however, not as non-racist as they like to claim. And there are...
That is also true. That is also true. Whenever somebody's like, and I was like, right.
Yeah,
but,
no,
and
their racism
absolutely.
Is in different places in different ways.
In different places, absolutely.
And
absolutely.
I would like to point out a lot of things that, yes, there's a lot of... I understand exactly what they're talking about, but I don't think it's a mythicization the way... I don't think it's the same mythicization is you're referencing in Beyonce and Egypt was interpreted by the Afrofuturists in the 70s, because I think it's instead it's a warped nostalgia and a mourning, right? Like,
but I think that's why it is the same, right? Because a lot of that is about a warped nostalgia and a mourning in both places. I think there's a lot of similarities between that.
But I think the slight difference though is the warped nostalgia and mourning can be, and here's the thing: every Irish American that you ever talk to, you can tell, they will tell you straight up where their family is from, down to possibly the village, maybe, at least in my case, the bridge between the 4 farms that make up one of the family.
It's a little bit different from the West Coast. West Coast Irish are a little bit different, I will note. But...
yeah, but they're also West Coast, so sorry.
Wow.
You know me.
Wow.
I haven't hid my East Coast bias in years, but again, but I think, but it's an idealization for Ireland and what it was and what their family stories would tell them about it,
Yes.
versus the
Yeah.
Afrofuturist interpretation of Egypt, which is part of Africa. And but even during that Afrofuturist piece of the 1970s, it was descendants of West African enslaved peoples who were reinterpreting a demographic and people of Egypt who were not the same and separated by a continent and were two different peoples in ideology. So it's not a
There were also
reinterpretation of what
Nubians
they
in Egypt, though, right? Like they
what,
were. I mean, they were
no
not the ruling class, but they were there.
what Nubians?
Yeah,
Yes,
because
they were
I
a
mean,
slave
Egypt was huge. Yes.
they were a
Yes.
slave population. There was a
Yes.
slave population of Nubians. There's an
Yeah.
entire opera about it. We call it Aida.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Nubia is not. But even Nubia isn't the same thing as Egypt, right? Like
Yeah.
culturally isn't not, the
Yeah.
language isn't, the
Yeah.
the practices are not the same. There were Nubians living in what is defined as Egypt. Hey Simon, welcome in. We were just concerned about you.
Yeah, we were worried about your air quality.
Versus ours, which is still yellow. Or actually, don't look at Times Square. But like well, like the west coast of Ireland or the west coast of the United States, because I can tell you the west coast of Ireland, we all know where you're from. But oh no, you must be, yeah, you can, we'll show you.
So, because there's and this is the thing that actually happens also with some weird ethnomusicologists and some various weird things, right? Which is a kind of a fetishization of an authenticity that cannot change, right? So I know a number of Irish Americans who are more Irish than Irish, and they don't like it when Irish people play electric guitars, because that's not real Irish music. They get really, really weird about insisting that Ireland not be in the 21st century, because they need an ancient Ireland to be their touchdown, right?
And
now,
I have
will
an
say
answer for
flip
that.
side, I will say on the flip side that this Irish woman that I know, I wish that she also need to acknowledge that, because she was like, Irish people don't eat corned beef and cabbage. What is that? Like, she was like, and I was like, well, hold on.
Corned
Please
beef and cabbage.
recognize
No Irish in America ever claimed that we ate corned beef and cabbage in Ireland. We couldn't afford it.
Right. And I was like, so that I think is a misunderstanding, right? Like, basically, the people who came over from Ireland came over to time and place. And yes, I understand that she's frustrated that many Irish Americans still behave as if Ireland is in that time and place. But she should also acknowledge that those Irish Americans did come from that time and place, right? So there's like a bit of a basically there's a conflict between people in Ireland and other places wanting to have acknowledged that they are modern, and people who are diasporic, whose relationship to that place is often not modern, right? That there is often a conflict there.
And I think that there's an important point of that you need to take into consideration, particularly when it comes to Ireland. And I'm going to use Ireland here as a very particular point. You could also make a comparison here to Israel and Ireland and Israel, and maybe a little bit. I'll tie it back to mainland China in a little bit, but in the diaspora of people who fled or were forcibly removed from Ireland in the 18th and 19th century. Look, I
will note, by the way, that many scholars make a distinction between diaspora and immigration, and that if it is not forced, they would say it is not a diaspora.
Which is interesting because a large
is about sort of rupture.
Which is interesting because there is no. Yes, it did because I have been called that to my face, Krellin.
Oh.
I have literally been called that to my face. And I have then turned around and said, nope, That is not a term you get to use against me. If you want to insult me, you can call me a McGinney or a Wop, but you cannot call me a gringo.
But I don't think gringo is for Anglo-Saxons.
Yeah, but I still don't qualify on any other definition of gringo either.
I suppose you're not Western, I suppose. Go on.
Yeah, but I grew up Catholic, so I shouldn't qualify for that either.
Well, because it comes from where the green grass grows. It comes from non-Spanish cowboys.
Yes, I understand, but I don't think I qualify on any definition of the term. But if you look at particularly Ireland, the people who are in Ireland now, and they're their own country. They have Ireland. It changes. It goes through change. Not necessarily in the cities more fast than in the country, but history does not stand still. But if you look at the people who left, they are of a population where literally it was illegal to speak their language, practice their religion, and for whom a large number of them were forcibly removed for fighting against the oppressor. Hi, if you don't know who the oppressor is, it's England. And the people who want Ireland to remain in this time capsule see a reason to do so for two fronts. Number one, a large number of them don't think the war is over. Paul McCartney kind of agreed if he recorded "Give Ireland Back to the Irish." Just saying. Yeah, Krellin, you agree. The oppressor is still England. We still blame Cromwell. Exactly. Blame Cromwell for everything. Well, don't blame Cromwell for everything. Blame the English government for a lot of it. But there's a point at which, for those people, the wars never stopped. And the only reason that they can't go home is because that war has never stopped.
What's tricky, though, right?
Whether that's truth or not is within their own head.
But also, what's tricky is that many people were not born in Ireland. Their parents were not born in Ireland. And sometimes also, because it's now 2023, their grandparents were not born in Ireland, right? And so there is a relationship in the same way that, like, my ex-girlfriend's mother was Scottish and very into being Scottish, like really into being Scottish, also didn't like the English, and would invite she was part of an organization, would invite the pretender to the Scottish throne to high teas to advocate for the return of an absolutist monarchy in Scotland with this pretender of the throne. And the Scottish people were like, we don't know what that's about. Like, that's weird, because they don't live here, right? Like, so there are these tensions between those who have left and those who have stayed. And it's just a tension. And that's with pretty much any diaspora group, right? That these tensions
and that's why I think that, like, my comparison you can make to Israel and the Jewish diaspora and the return to Israel, and the connection of this belief that there is a possibility of return, right? Like, I'm blanking on the Hebrew. I used to know it in Hebrew, and now I'm blanking on it. The next year in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Which, through the 1940s, every Jewish family would say at Passover, next year in Jerusalem, next year in Jerusalem, next year in Jerusalem.
And this is why...
And even still.
And this is why, according to scholars who do this sort of a thing, diaspora is different from immigration.
I would agree with that.
Right? Because fundamentally, the difference between immigration, right, and diaspora is often numbers, right? That often you do not have massive numbers coming in from immigration. And also, immigrants tend to also still have a direct connection to the homeland.
Yes.
Right? Their connection to the homeland is...
They can go home.
Yeah. Yes. Right. So that it's actually just a very... And this came about, actually, was very interesting. I learned about this when I was over at William & Mary, and traditionally in the United States, if you had both, African studies and African American studies were two separate departments. They were not the same, in the same way that Latin American studies and Latino studies are also different. And William and Mary decided to merge those two departments into one department, into an Africana studies department, probably to save money. And they invited the head of the Africana studies department from Harvard to come down and talk about it, because Harvard had done that. And what the head of the Africana studies department said is, watch out, you're in for some rude awakenings. And one of the things they said was that these are fundamentally very different fields of study. In the United States, African studies tends to be populated by, they're both interdisciplinary, but those disciplines are very different. African studies tends to be economics, political science, tends to be what African studies is. It tends to be a lot of people think about, how do we exploit this, how do we economically do these things, right? Whereas African American studies tend to be a lot of humanists, right? A lot of humanists. And those two people have not talked to each other. And then they show up in the same department and you're like, oh, wait, but he said, this is where this thinking was, he said, he had mentioned about he was part of the diaspora. He was African. And one of his colleagues who was African was like, no, you're not part of the diaspora, right? You're an African immigrant, but you're not part of the diaspora. It's not actually the same. And he was like, well, what do you mean? Because I'm here. He's like, yeah, but you can go back. You are here because you're wealthy, basically, right? And you come into this country with a level of wealth that allows you, that is just not this minute. It doesn't mean you're illegitimate or bad, but there's a difference between, you do not have the sense of rupture, right? You don't have the sense of loss and mourning that is part of, and like disconnect, right? That is part of a diasporic experience, whether we're talking about the Irish diaspora, the Jewish diaspora, the Black diaspora, any of these diasporas, right? That these are like, diaspora comes from like refugees, people like enslavement, all these things. And that's actually just a difference, right? Krillin says, I'm chewing on the difference between Latin American and Latino and how the local Chicano movement feels about that. Well, see, this is interesting, right? Because fundamentally, being Latino or Latina, Latine, Latinx is actually an American identity, right? It is the same identity as Asian American, right? It is, and actually also the same identity as Black, right? It is a umbrella term identity that is in reaction to being treated the same within this context, right? So if you are Latin American, you are Argentinian, or you're Mexican, or you're El Salvadoran, right? And you might be like, oh, well, I'm El Salvadoran and I don't like those people from Honduras, whatever it is, right? But once you all come to the United States, you are not treated as separate people. You're treated all as one group. And that identity is an identity of solidarity, in the same way that like Asian American is a category that was created by Asian American activists to create solidarity in this moment in the 70s, right? Even though back in Asia, that's going to be a different thing.
And let's put a fine point on it. In Asia, even today, the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Koreans do not want to be in the same grouping together. And that's not even getting into Southeast Asia.
Yeah. Yeah, which is why I'm thinking about its relationship with Chicanos. I'm not sure whether they identify as part of Latinos. Oh, so this is actually interesting. I can tell you this answer. So the Chicano movement was really the first of these sort of, that's where a lot of this started, where a lot of this sort of, it's where it started. It started in California, on the West Coast, right? The Chicano movement. So we're thinking mostly like the Southwest. And that's where it started. And the Latinidad, the Latino movement starts a little bit later, and sort of then merges basically East Coast and West Coast and the middle, right? The Southwest and all that. It merges all together under that term. And Chicano as a term has sort of like drifted out a little bit. But what's really fascinating, I was talking to a friend about this, who's from Texas. So he actually counts as part of this West Coast thing, that there is a tension in Latino studies between the East and the West Coast, because the foundational figures of Latino studies were actually all part of the Chicano studies movement. And so a lot of the foundational theorists' works and texts are all mostly Southwest and from Southwestern folks, which makes a bunch of folks who are East Coast irritated. But it is also, that's just kind of like the history of the field. It has expanded and gotten bigger, of course, right? Now there's a lot about Puerto Rico and Cuba, so it has definitely expanded. But the roots of that movement are in El Paso and Los Angeles and New Mexico and Arizona. And that's just kind of where it started as a political space and therefore also as a academic space. And so there's a little bit of a tension about representation, but it is much better now than it's just no longer the 80s. Like in the 80s, it was like really Southwest centric. But it's different now. It's different now. There's still a not insignificant group who identifies Chicano here in New Mexico. Absolutely. Yeah. Of course, New Mexico is also home to the Hispanic population that is very insistent on their Spanish heritage, not Latin American. That is also true. And I think also there's still a lot of Chicanos in East LA, right? So like that, because that is an identity that didn't just necessarily completely fall away, but as the movement got bigger, right? Basically, as it got bigger in the later 70s, it started expanding.
I think that it's like any major movement like that. There are people that use that term and identify as that term, but the broader, more public definition, and it's why I watch particularly amongst certain people that are in academic fields versus people who identify in this way, who are very against the term Latinx.
Mm-hmm.
Because they feel that it is a forced term, shall we say. And there are people, it's the same kind of conversation that's happening in the Philippines, right? Because people, I'm going to use this in particularly for quotes for a reason in a minute. A progressive population of white folks in the United States and Canada want to make Filipinx the accepted gender-neutral term. And a lot of people in Filipino are like, no, Filipino is already gender-neutral. And if we wanted to have a gender-neutral term, we have our own language that has multiple genders in it. Please do not...
What I'm going to say is that is also just not true. What's happening, especially with Latinx, is that the people who made that were not white people. They were Latinos and Latinas, right?
Not in any linguistic grouping I've ever been to. They were all...
I'm telling you, that is the case, but white people adopted it to be progressive, to be allies. The thing is, the people who are really pushing against it are Latin Americans, right? There is a language issue, right? Where a lot of Latinos, Latinas, many of them don't actually speak Spanish, right? And they're not white, but they're from here. And Latinx makes sense. It's also really big in Mexico. That is also a term that's very big in Mexico. Now, Latin Americans are like, it should be Latine with an E. So there is a tension that's happening between Latin Americans and Latinos, Latinas, right? Latinx, Latine. That is a tension. And what ends up happening is that progressive white people listening to their Latinx friends are like, oh, okay, we're going to go with that. And this is actually also a ways in which people who are Latin American do not necessarily always understand the difference between Latin American and Latino, right? This is where basically, because Latino is a diaspora identity, is what it is, right? And so this is, again, a similar tension between diaspora identity and home space identity. And so Latinx has been rewritten as a white thing, but it actually did not start there. It started in progressive Latino, Latina, Latinx young people spaces. And it's also currently still being used in Mexico by people who are, I suppose you might call them non-binary, and a lot of drag queens as well. So it's actually just not true. That's just not the case, but it has become the story, right? And it's just kind of complicated that way, right? That there are things that, because progressive white people have taken them up, become delegitimized, but they did not actually start there, right? It becomes a way, and actually saying that, oh, only white people like that is a regular way to delegitimize things that often don't actually start there, right? And that becomes like black people don't like X, that's only white people think. Like, actually, that's like, for example, smooth jazz, right? Like smooth jazz as a white person thing. Like, actually, it wasn't, right?
Most importantly to remember, as Colin says, maybe important to remember is that most Hispanics also still identify as white. This is also true.
That's right.
I would also...
that's right.
I will listen to you. I mean, my linguist friends were... So the actual definition of where things come is this is why things evolve. I will say that the Filipino thing is very much an issue. and it's an issue of language, and that's why
Yeah.
I've been paying a lot of attention to it, because
Yeah.
Tagalog is still vastly widely spoken, even though Spanish is the official language of the
Yeah.
country.
Yes.
Tagalog
Yeah.
is is the secondary language of the country, and is growing in popularity. And so people are like, we don't need your perceptions of language to influence us, which is important, because like those terms have to come from within the language itself.
Yeah, but what's tricky, right, is that this again a diaspora situation, right? Like that's the thing, that there are people in a diaspora and they need words for themselves, and these are the words they're picking for themselves. And it's the same thing as when what's her face, Scarlett Johansson was cast as the Major, right?
Yeah, in Ghost in the Shell.
Right, and a bunch of Asian Americans were like, "This is not okay." A bunch of people in Japan were like, "We don't care," and so a bunch of white people were like, "People in Japan don't care." So they're the country of origin and they don't care. So I don't know why you care. And I'm like, they don't care because they have their own film industry, right? They actually have representation in their country. So it isn't actually an issue for them, right? Because they have their own film industry. Asian Americans can't get cast as anything. And as a matter of fact, when we start casting Asian people, we don't even cast Asian Americans. We end up casting Asian actors for the most part. It's really hard to be Asian American in this country when you have almost no representation. And so of course they're upset about it. Right? This is an American film, right? And they're like, hey, we're not getting representation. And so this is one of these moments where people get, and if you live in Japan, you're often not getting the same kind of harassment as being an Asian American in the United States, right? And the same thing with, where that becomes this becomes one of these diaspora versus home tensions, right? Where when you run your own government, right, you're often having when you are not the minority, right, in that place, you're often not dealing with the same things that people who are minority in that place are dealing with.
But I would also like to point out that the conversation, leaving aside the conversation about Latina and Latinx, which is a more complicated question, the conversation about Filipino is about a language in which, and a force about language and a perception about language that isn't there even within their own culture, because of the way in which their own identity is different, even within the diaspora is different. Or and as Colin says, there's also a very strong global movement of American things should stay in America, but our culture keeps dominating everything. The Latina stuff is probably part of it. That is like there's that we are even. And this is where as we go back to that point about Ireland and this like mythic recreation, it's like, it's not right that people are doing that, and they shouldn't. But I understand where it comes from, as long as you keep it into yourself and don't try and force it on others. Or more importantly, and this is where I think a large number of people have caused a lot of problems, is they're forcing and this is why I can say, and I do, I am a cultural relativist. I don't need to stand here and say that Western ideology is the best definition of anything, or creation, or identity, or terminology even. Because the people that are created both are going to give an answer. Now, on one hand, I think the Latinx is a thing that you can attribute to the diaspora. The Filipino diaspora is within living memory.
Yeah, but
within two generations. It's not.
This is also generational, though, right? So, like, I'm thinking about think about this for a moment. So, I'm going to say that there are not all Irish Americans, but there are a number of Irish Americans who have a fantastical idea of Ireland. Now, that's not necessarily bad, right? There are like a number of things that Black people said about Africa in the 1970s are not necessarily true. However, some people also said that Black people came from outer space. You know what I mean? Also not necessarily true. But the point is that was actually important for survival, right? And it becomes part of a diaspora cultural identity. And that is not a bad thing, right? That is just what it is. Now, I tend to think you kind of have to be aware of these things. I think it becomes a little bit problematic when you're not aware of the constructions. But to go back to Krellin, there is a very strong global movement of American things should stay in America, very often from English people. I'm going to note that one. And the thing is, though, that some of that is unfair, right? Some of that is unfair. Some of that, when I was in, like, you want to know who was super anti-American? Some of the most anti-American people I've ever met in the 90s were from England. And they were very upset that people were learning American accents and not English accents. And I was like, this is about you no longer being the dominant English force. That's what this is about, right? Like,
it's also about, let's be honest, there was a large push of the Americans against the British imperialism in the 90s.
Sure.
In ways
sure.
that were like
Yeah.
American ambassadors and
Yes,
hosting
absolutely.
events that were deconstructing the Commonwealth in very public, very
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
you know.
But also, and this is a thing that I have to say, and this is like perhaps a hot take. People need to take responsibility for their own consumption of American stuff, and also recognition that their consumption of American stuff is not always American stuff, right? So what I mean by that is, it is not always the case that Americans are the ones who are forcing American things on everything. America is also a fetish object, right? There is a fantasy of America that is just as mythological as everybody else. Like, people have fantasies all the time, right? And some of these mythologies are not even from us, right? There are these mythologies of America that are useful for other countries, very often young people. And that has been the case since the 1920s, right? Where young people in other countries will take a mythical America, often not even with Americans involved, sometimes yes, sometimes no, and use it for generational warfare, right? To do certain kinds of pushbacks against tradition, et cetera, et cetera. And then people are like, why are Americans just invading our space? It actually wasn't even Americans that did that. It was young people in the 1920s who were very, very upset with their parents and with their older generations, especially post-World War II, World War I, pardon me. And this happens all the time. Like, all that rock and roll that was happening in Czechoslovakia, right, in the 60s and 70s really didn't have much to do with America at all. Right. And you could be like, oh, that's American and cultural imperialism. Like, no, it was young people in Czechoslovakia who were really upset with the communist government. And this was the best way that they could push back. And all the songs were in Czech, right? And none of them were American bands, right? They were all Czech bands. And so there's a way in which America itself is also sometimes mythical. And sometimes the America that exists abroad isn't even really American. And they are using that America to do their own politics. And so sometimes that pushback is not fair. Right. And it's, you know, it's complicated, right? It's a very complicated thing.
Look,
like,
Trooper,
I remember.
Trooper.
Yeah.
We have gone 5 hours, and that is the first
Oh,
time
yeah.
we've said it's complicated.
Oh,
Excuse me, second
right.
time. It's the second time we've said it's complicated. I want y'all to understand. For us, this is a shock.
Yeah. And I think about, like, for example, people. And then there are a number of progressive Americans who get on board with that anti-American thing in ways that they miss the point, right?
Oh, I agree.
So for example, they're like, oh, isn't it so terrible? K-pop, isn't that so awful? That's such an example of America invading Asia and American culture hegemony and our American stuff destroying their traditional stuff. No, that was actually made there. And sure, the thing is, they're also a global country. They were influenced by America, and they decided what they wanted to do with it. And then they used that as soft power to influence North Korea, and then Japan, and then rest of Asia, and then come here and put their stuff on our charts, which hasn't happened since Sukiyaki in the 1960s, right? So, like, the idea that everything is somehow our fault is pretty American-centric, but also really ignores the fact that other countries do things with our stuff that may not have to do with us. You know what I mean? So, and also it's often generational, because America ends up being framed as like youth, as like ideologically in other countries. And so very often young people who want to rebel against their older generations use a notion of America to do that. And so then sometimes some of that anti-American stuff is actually not even really about us. You know what I mean? Like, it's about, which, for example, I've heard this happens with French and non-binary people. They're like, well, there are no non-binary people in France. You cannot have non-binary stuff. That's just American stuff. And I was like, there are non-binary people, like all this stuff. If you have to go find French blogs, there are a bunch of French 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds who are coming up with non-binary forms of French. And I know you're mad about it, Académie Française, but this is not American. These are French 18-year-olds who don't like you and who don't like the Académie Française and are trying to come up with other language. And I know you say it's illegitimate, but you cannot blame us for that. Like, this is not on us, right? This is, and I know it's convenient to do so, right? I know it's convenient to do so because it is popular to do so. And it's not like the United States is perfect and has never done anything wrong, but sometimes it's not actually about us, right? Sometimes we're not actually what's going on there. And as Carl says, cultural exchanges happen sometimes without power imbalances being the reason, right? Or sometimes they happen because of power imbalances, but in ways you don't expect, right? You know what I mean? Like I think about the ways in which, because here's the thing, I hate to say this is very shocking. You know who has a lot of money? Western European countries. I'm just going to note that they still, like England and France, still have an empire. They still have colonies, right? And I know that it's very convenient to make the United States the symbol of all that stuff, but there are other countries that still have colonies, right? And it's very convenient for them
to
talk about us all the time. That's all I'm saying.
I would also like to point out, they're not the only ones.
There
are imperial. You can, and I have followed Zhang Zhang, the author of Iron Widow, and they have a very important discussion about the fact that, yes, we can talk about how China was a subject of colonization, and also acknowledge the fact that China is currently an imperial power and in colonizing their own territory, and has been an imperial power for millennia. Those two things can exist simultaneously.
Yes, the Hmong diaspora has some words, also Tibet, and also to actually a whole bunch of places, right? Like there are a bunch of places, right? We can also that China doesn't have an empire is a uniquely 20th century thing. Absolutely.
21st, so I would say uniquely 21st century thing.
Or second half of the 20th, maybe?
No, because you have to remember the second half of the 20th goes through the Cultural Revolution up until the 1980s. Mao was real public about being an so bringing the joy of
So there was this conversation that happened, right? This is a point about using America in ways in which I think are unfair. So there was in the Game of Thrones. I'm saying that the only time it didn't have an empire was the 20th. I see what you're saying. So Game of Thrones, the card game, right, is an international community. And when Fantasy Flight Games shut the game down, stopped producing new content, the community didn't die. They just organized amongst themselves, right? So there was they basically made a council with representatives of all the different metas, right? So there's the Italian meta, the Spanish meta, the Chinese meta. England has more than one meta. The United States has a whole bunch of different metas, right? So there's a bunch of different metas, right? In the United States, you'd say like the Boston meta. In England, you say like the London meta, right? Because like density. Anyway, lots of different metas. And the council is made up of metas from all over. Spain, the Spanish meta, had a history of egregious sexism. And so most metas would host tournaments, right? And one of the things that you would do in a tournament is you'd make prizes for the winners, and it would usually be something local and cool. The Boston meta made a play mat that was like a Game of Thrones scene, but like with Boston landmarks. And what they would do is they would hire artists, very good artists, to make cheesecake pinup cards for each of the houses, right? So Game of Thrones has 8 houses, right? It's like the Lannisters, the Starks, right, et cetera, et cetera.
They have 8 great houses.
Well, the 8 houses of the game include the Night's Watch, so it's right. But so they have these 8 houses, right? And like usually you would have like a house card, and it's quite common to make custom art for the house cards because the house cards are not in play, so you can have them on the table. And they would make they had basically nude art of Sansa Stark, of Cersei Lannister, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we're like, that's gross. Please stop it, right? Could you please stop doing that? This is not cool. And as a joke they made one year, they're like, okay, so they did pinup of dudes, but it was all like pinups of dudes as straight guys would do it, i.e. they were dumpy and not sexy because they thought it was going to be funny, ha ha ha, and you can't complain now. And at one point in time, there was this woman who was one of the few women on this council, and she said something in a private DM to someone about the Spanish meta being really sexist. Somebody leaked it to the Spanish meta. The Spanish meta then told everybody about how they wanted her kicked off the council because she was racist against Spaniards. And a lot of us were like, Spanishness is a nationality, not a race. There are a lot of different races in Spain. So let's try again, right? And they were like, she's racist against Spaniards because she called us sexist. And we are like, it's not racist. We're like, okay, it's American cultural imperialism because we don't have sexism in Spain. In Spain, we don't have sexism, and that's just an American idea, and you're trying to force your ideas on our country. And I was like, you are all men. Like, I know women in Spain, and they will tell you that there is sexism in Spain, but the big pushback was, this is American cultural imperialism, so that no one could say anything about it. And I was like, very convenient, right? You know what I mean? Like, this is, that's not,
not, thanks guys.
What this was. Thanks guys.
Let's talk about this. And I bet if we called your mom, you'd have an entirely different response.
Yeah, but weirdly, you don't have any women hanging out with you. I wonder why that is. Because a lot of these other metas have a lot of women hanging out with them, but yours doesn't. And I'm also going to note, by the way, that the Spanish meta were not all Spanish people. Like, there were people who were not from Spain, who lived in Spain, who were part of this. Like, when you say the Spanish meta, you don't necessarily mean that everybody there is a Spanish national. You mean people who play primarily in Spain. That's all you, right? Anyway, I just thought it was like, interesting. You're good, and I've heard this in a couple of different contexts where people would say, oh no, we're not homophobic. That's just an American concept because there are no gay people in Africa. And I was like, again, and there are no non-binary people in Africa. I was like, again, that is just not accurate. You know what I mean? Like that, like it is very convenient for you to blame the United States because we are a very good bad guy to beat up on, but that is just not true. Like that is just not a true statement. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so sometimes I just want to be a little bit careful about blaming American cultural imperialism because sometimes that is a rhetoric used by people who are doing not cool things. And when you try to call them out on it, they're like, American cultural imperialism. I was like,
Being told no is not an abuse, you motherfucker.
Yeah. Dear Spain, you were the country where a guy showed up to a Warhammer tourney in full Nazi regalia. You might want to watch where you're throwing that racism thing around. Yeah. And this is the thing that I feel like this has happened. Also, there are no cats in America, and the streets are made of cheese. Yep. And the thing is, I noticed this quite a lot when I was living in Europe, right? In these really interesting ways. Like there was like a bunch of like people in Europe who were like, Germans, they're all fascists. I was like, France, right now, Le Pen is leading the polls. It was the 90s, and you have a bunch of neo-Nazi attacks happening. I feel like it's very convenient for you to sort of frame all of fascism as being German, when historically we could talk about, but like there was never any Nazis anywhere else except for Germany. It was like Austria. Like Austria was blaming Germany for all Nazism in the 90s when it was like not good in Austria. And I was like, this is fascinating, right? This is a very convenient. But right. And so I just think we always have to be a little bit careful about that. You know what I mean? About like the ways in which we sometimes, and by we, I mean anybody, right? Sometimes project things to the villain in order to reject them, but when sometimes actually the calls come from inside the house, you know. So yeah, but that was like that was a big one. And also the same thing happened with some Japanese dudes being like, "There's no sexism in Japan," and so like I don't know why you're complaining about these things. That's just an American thing. And I was like,
I will say I will say that one of the things that I will point out and has been my experience, both as an anthropologist and a linguist, and also in law school, is particularly in law school, you would not believe the number of people who want to define legal concepts and social ills under modern American popular ideology, not legal ideology, but popular ideology. Yeah. And I'm like, it don't work that way.
Yeah, but I mean, this was all about um, Mirror's Edge,
Yeah.
right?
No,
When
no.
the art came out for Mirror's Edge, and somebody was like, some guys were like, "This is racist. You made her ugly. She looks Korean." And I was like, "Whoa, okay, you're telling on yourself right there." Like, that's a whole bunch of telling on yourself. And then they redid the artwork to make her look good looking, and they made her look 14, hypersexualized with big boobs. And a bunch of people were like, that's sexist. Like, we don't have sexism in Japan. That's just an American concept. And I was like, you have women's only train cars because of groping. You cannot, like, we really need to, like, we need to, like, hold on now. This is just convenient for you to say this, right? This is, like, I also have Japanese women who are friends, and that is not what they have to say. You know what I mean? It's just one of these things where this happens all the time, right? Where, or like, women's rights is only an American concept. In Iran, no women want equal rights. And I was like, yeah, that's also not true.
I would like to point out, possibly in your twisted version of the existence of the country of Iran, maybe, but I remember Persia.
Yeah.
I also remember
yeah.
that Iran is a relatively new thing, and by new I mean middle of the 20th century, and before that, there are some very different Iran that existed pre-1970. Just letting that out there.
Yes. Gilgush was in the 1960s. I'm just saying that what you're saying is convenient for you to say, but I'd like to hear some other people say that, right? I would just like to hear some other people say that. It's like when people say, have you also looked at Iran anytime in the past year? For example, that would be another good example, Iran of the past year. It's like when people say, oh, well, in Japan, it's all just one racial category. It's completely homogenous. It's like, really? Fuck the I knew about that. Or the Okinawans. Actually, that's just not true, right? Like, that's also just not true. So it's just very convenient sometimes, right? That people will sometimes look, because we're really big, it's really convenient to be in the United States for a whole bunch of things. And some things are definitely our fault. But some things, sometimes that's just a convenient excuse for not wanting to deal with other stuff. That's all.
Or acknowledge the complexities of history.
Yeah, it's like someone Musa says, there are different races in Japan, right? Like, we're the scapegoat right now, right? We are. There were times when other people are the scapegoat. It's just one of those things that happens. Like, I'm not mad about it in general, like, because we can take it. But my whole thing is, when people operate under harmful fantasies, I feel like that's the thing you need to work on, right? Like, if you think that your country's never done anything bad, regardless of what that country is, when people in the United States say that, I'm like, nope, you cannot do that. Like, the minute anybody's like, the United States, we are the only countries that have freedom, I'm like, you have to stop. That is not appropriate. You need to work on that fantasy, because that is not cool, right?
You need to work on your fantasy, and then other people need to work on their fantasies.
Yes.
And no, yes. Let me rephrase that.
Yes.
No. I would like to change these words. I would like to say delusions.
Fine. Yes.
Because a fantasy does not harm anyone else and brings you joy.
Yes.
These statements harm other people and do not bring you joy. So therefore...
Yes. Delusions. So I'm just against
No, Krellin, I disagree with that statement.
Wakanda. Well, okay, this is interesting, right? Because in the film itself...
In the film itself, it points out the fact that Wakanda is a vastly superior and a stable, economically affluent, but also
hyper-isolationist.
Hyper-isolationist. But it's also...
Oh, it doesn't exist. Fair.
Yeah, Wakanda doesn't exist.
Fair. But, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But to be fair, like, you can throw that idea at other nations.
Yeah. But I get your point.
Yeah.
That's the only one, right? That's the only one. Yeah, I get your point. I see you. And the thing is, it's like, so here's I was gonna say it's a less charged one. It's about the Holocaust, so I suppose it's not. There's this very persistent thing that people say, and I hate it. Hate it, don't like it, dislike it. It is that jazz is freedom. Because during the 20s, 30s, 40s, but especially post-World War II, there was this whole thing that people would say, if you love jazz, you couldn't be a Nazi. Because jazz is freedom. That was said a lot. And a number of people who are Nazi military officers were like, but I love jazz, and use that as a way to get through the denazification process. And there's a lot of like, oh, well, this person, sure, okay, yeah, they were a Nazi officer, but they really loved jazz though. So, right, they couldn't really be a Nazi. And I was like, that's just not true. You need to stop that one, right? Like you need to stop that. You need to stop that. That's
Oh, speaking
not
of
good.
jazz, we have a new place to come when you come to visit.
Ooh.
It's called the Jazz Forum Club. It is open weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sundays. Small venue jazz club that does like wine board and snacks.
Nice. Let's talk about it. We're kind of seeing that mirrored in punk. Absolutely, Cher. Absolutely. You can be, yes, right. The thing is,
I'm sorry, there are some punks who are A, racist assholes, and B, and when I say that they're racist assholes, I'm using this term intentionally because there are a large number of punks who are part of the Orange Men, and if you don't know what they are...
I mean, that's the thing. You cannot... It is just convenient to say that this aesthetic thing is only liked by people who have this ideology, and that's just not true. You cannot control...
And you cannot
control who likes a thing.
You cannot control who likes a thing, but you also cannot control who uses... whether those people who like that thing might have part of that ideology. And for example, even in the 70s, there was a large percentage of punk in the actual original, in the late 60s, early into the 70s, punk scene, for whom punk was about anti-Tory government in England. That did not mean that they actually cared or supported freedom in Ireland or
that's right,
or Welsh independence or Welsh union miners. They were anti-British government. That also did not mean that they liked black people.
That's right. Yeah. And I actually, so in my dissertation, I make this point about youth rebellion. Specifically, I'm talking about gender, right? And my point is that just because you hate your dad, who's the man, doesn't mean that you're progressive.
And just because you hate your dad, who's the man, doesn't mean you love your uncle, who might also be the man.
Right.
But who looks cool.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, and I was like trying to put this out because I was like, look, there are a bunch of these guys that were very clearly pushing back against traditional gender norms in the 1920s. And they were clearly really pushing back against like the sort of militarist sort of masculinity. But that doesn't mean they were good to women. That just because they sang really sweet love songs doesn't actually mean they weren't sexist. It just means they did not like the inherited masculinity of their father. But that, and some of them might not have been sexist, but that doesn't mean they necessarily weren't, right? And just because you're rebellious against one thing doesn't mean that you are rebellious against all of the things. I think that sometimes people forget that. You know?
Speaking of rebellion music, have you been following Morgan St. Jean? Hi, by the way, we're going to talk music now.
I have listened to the things that you have given me, and they're very good.
She came out with a very interesting... Well, her EP is launching on Friday?
Ooh.
And she's been teasing...
Because I just don't listen to Spotify.
Well, you can also get it on Apple Music.
Yeah. But that's where a lot of people find new stuff, and I just Spotify's I just don't have it open normally. So there's these ways in which, and I should, because I've got some playlists in there, but
it exists. It's always there. I can just pull it up. But she released her come out song. Which is actually, the teaser that she's put out.
Which one?
Skin and Bones.
Oh.
And the teasers come out, but they haven't released... No, an EP, not a book. Which is not quite an album, but... Yeah. So, she, it's going to be, I think it'll be a very interesting EP. It's also a very interesting point about how music on Spotify has changed the way you can get indie artists can release for themselves, or at least financially, it's a little bit easier.
Yeah, of course, the problem is that discoverability is always a problem.
Well, yeah, which is
Yeah.
which is why she has an Instagram and can do
Right.
all
I
that
mean,
kind of
this,
stuff.
right. And
But
that's, yeah,
you gotta diversify
that's,
with your money. But
yeah.
no, she. So it'll be very interesting. I can't wait to see or hear, listen to all of it. But like the individual songs that I've heard from her are very good and very, very, very positive. Um,
I, I was thinking, speaking of her, but not,
mhm.
a video came out, a song came out, like, when things were getting really like tense, just like actually not that long ago. Kesha came out with a song and released it like, on YouTube.
Yeah, because
And
she's having because of her issues. Yes.
yeah. But the thing is, something struck me, which is distressing. It is what it is. She seemed, I'm going to say this, and this is not my opinion, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying this as an indication of the industry's idea of how women are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Old.
Yeah.
She seemed old. And I feel like it's totally fine for people not to be, I think it's fine for women to be over 30. I think that's totally fine. But I was thinking about how the music industry tends to jettison women over 30 unless they hold on somehow. You know what I mean? Like it's really hard to maintain just a few spots.
Let's look at the icon that we lost way too soon. It will always be way too soon. But Tina's career really as herself, is not until she's in her 40s. But she is such an anomaly.
She's such an anomaly. And it was really hard for her, right? And you're old or a diva, basically, yeah, right? And
okay, and can we go back to this point about being a diva and something that's like, so I've seen the video clips coming out from Beyonce from the recent tour dates that she's been doing.
Mm-hmm.
And Tina made classic music. This is also true. Trooper, you need to finish that thread.
I know. I'm almost done with my prep. Once that prep is done, then I can finish the thread. Then I can talk about her and like Rod Stewart. I'm very excited.
Yeah, but I'm very excited to see it. But one of the things that struck me is watching Beyonce now on stage in these dance routines and these numbers that she's doing. It does not seem to bring her joy. Or she's just really, really hates the world. I can't tell, but on her facial expression, it's not, like, there are women who are, like, if we're talking about divas, right? Like, who are currently performing. J-Lo. J-Lo is currently performing. J-Lo is currently doing big...
Definitely a diva.
Definitely a diva.
She would count.
She is almost... I think she's like 5 or 10 times more athletic in her performances than Beyonce has been recently, particularly with the very large showmanship that Beyonce has been doing, but very stationary in her performances.
Yeah.
Versus, Tina, J-Lo, Cher. All their like same age demographic when they were performing at the current age that Beyonce is, right? Like, all seem to if they weren't actively smiling through every particular song, you could see vivaciousness and life in their facial expressions as they're performing. I do not see that in Beyonce.
Yeah, I think there are things going on because she used to do that, but I think some of that has to do with the demand that women smile, and also, right. So there's that, right, that like men can scowl, and that is received much better than when women scowl. Right. That is just a thing, but
that is
also
true.
Yeah, and so there's so that's like that's
I mean, like that. I shouldn't use smile in this term, but you can see animation, right? Like,
yeah. But I also think there is a history of pressure on Black people to perform in certain kinds of ways, and that those ways being a bit more happy in ways. And this then resolves in various kinds of weird splits, right? You get somebody like Miles Davis who would just turn his back on the audience because he did not want to do minstrelsy, right? The specter of minstrelsy has these really complicated byproducts in multiple different ways. And the thing about Beyonce, which I think is really important to note, is that she started in the Diana Ross tradition. And that got her, there's been a lot of pushback against her for that particular tradition because that tradition is denigrated, is not really Black compared to the Aretha Franklin tradition, right? These are just different Black traditions, but the sort of polished and smooth, which she was definitely doing in Destiny's Child and earlier Beyonce, is a tradition that is a Black tradition, but it is often denigrated as not authentic and a bit of a sellout. So when she gets together with Jay-Z, right, she starts incorporating more sort of hip-hop masculinity, which gets her more cred. She has to negotiate Black femininity in a very complicated space in a way that is kind of unfair for her. Like it kind of just sucks to be her. And when you look at when she starts getting cred, when academics start writing about her, when people start thinking of her as a real artist, it's like Lemonade Onward, right? Because there's a way in which we do not necessarily, especially post-rock, we do not necessarily value that kind of expression. People say very unkind things about Lizzo. One, because they're fat phobic, but also because they say that she's a sellout, because that happiness is not considered authentic. So there's a lot of there's a lot of messed up ways in which this sort of plays itself out.
I don't want to misconstrue my comment. My comment is not about happiness, although you could tie that into emotional state, whatever. I do not think the music brings her any joy in them anymore. However you choose to perform, whatever expression you use in your choice of a performance, like if you watch Tina in the 80s and 90s doing Proud Mary, she does not have a giant smile on her face because now she has but you can see an enjoyment of the art in the way she presents the art. Every clip I have seen of Beyonce in this current tour is her shutting down just kind of side-eyeing her backup dancers, being very looking tired about the music as a whole and not an enjoyment. It's like, why am I here? I hate this. And there is a level of which, yes, I understand that not about forcing Black women or women in general to smile, or being able to, like Pat Benatar doesn't always smile when she's on stage. Joan Jett did not smile, period, when she was on stage. I understand the point about Miles Davis about turning away from the audience, like Otis Redding kind of did the same thing, right? Like he did, but you could still hear and see when they were doing live performances that they enjoyed the music. You could see that in oh God,
but I don't always think that art's about enjoyment.
I don't think art's always about enjoyment, but I think that
even for the artist.
No, but you have to have an emotional response, and I don't think she's having an emotional response anymore. I think she's at that level of apathy. What it looked like to me, observing these moments from this tour, is that level of like, fuck, I don't even know why I'm here anymore. I could show up, you know the facial expression that John Lennon had when he started doing Eggman? That kind of like, you guys are all tools, I'm in here, I could read the phone book and you would still think that that was great. You don't actually respect my art. Why am I here? This is a drain on my existence.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad if that is true, but that is the way it is appearing, because I hope that she has
Yep.
some level of, whether it's catharsis from her art
Yep.
or
Yep. Yep.
enjoyment of the
Yep.
art, a
Yep.
reason to continue to do
Yep.
art
Yeah. Yeah.
versus,
Yeah.
versus, you know,
Yeah.
I am here as an obligation and I hate it. And if I could make it
Yeah.
sound horrible so that you wouldn't show up, I would.
I also think these things are complicated, right? In the sense that, because I hear what you're saying, but I also think about what is that frustration? Because we don't know.
No, we don't. We do
I've
not know what the frustration is.
Like, so if there is frustration, we don't know what it is. But I'm thinking about, for example, there were some moments where Kathleen Battle, some other opera singers were like, no, stop. And they were like, absolutely not, right? People were like, oh, look at you. But they were like, I know what I want, right? I know what I want. Maestro, you're playing this too fast. We cannot get what I want, right? And I've seen people be very frustrated because
then yeah, there's something.
The quality is not what they want. Do you know what I mean? Like they're not getting what they want.
Who like Aretha has stopped a concert.
Yep. Yes, she has. Yes, she has.
Multiple times. She stopped a concert.
Yes.
Is like, no,
Yep.
you are in the wrong
Yep.
key, and
Yep.
turned around and
Yep.
told people, and
Yep.
it's like, this is what I want. This is how you're going to
Yep.
do it, and we're going to go with this. And
Yep.
like, if that's what Beyonce
Yep.
is feeling, then I'm sorry that she's not in a position where she feels that she can do that on
Yep.
stage and get what she wants.
Yeah.
I just feel that everything, and it's not just a single performance, like
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah,
been
yeah,
multiple performances. So I
Yeah.
hope whatever,
Yeah.
if it's something not going
Yeah.
the way she wants and she wants
Yeah.
it to improve, that she
Yeah.
is in a position that she can improve it, or if there's
Yeah.
no longer enjoyment, catharsis, emotional
Yeah.
response
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
music that
Yeah.
she's making, that she now
Yeah.
becomes in a position where she
Yeah.
can do that, right? Like,
Yeah. Because sometimes you're not, right?
Exactly.
And I think about those people who are in like,
horrible record contracts.
yes, that's exactly what I was going to say, right? And they're like, I want to do this, not that, but they can't, right? And I think about the frustration of that, right?
And I think that's an important, and I think that's
Yeah.
and I think that's where I was trying to go with
Yeah.
this conversation,
Yeah.
is like,
Yeah.
I hope that she ends up in a position, because everything
Yeah.
I have seen, and people are like,
Yeah.
oh my god, the Beyonce concert tour is so great, and Beyonce concert is so fabulous, and I'm looking at these, it's like, I follow this very interesting.
Yeah, like with that Prince and Warner or Boy George and Sony. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Boy George, pardon me. George Michael and Sony.
George Michael and Sony. And like,
Yeah.
Prince, however, was like, look, I can just take whatever I had in the vault, and you can go and go away.
Yeah.
George Michael was in a different position. But like, I follow this individual who's a dancer and creator on Instagram, Austin Farrell. He is a very interesting individual. He came to really big popularity during lockdown because he started, he's an actual dancer in England, and is a black mixed race creator in England. He started doing these lip sync costume videos in his street during lockdown in England. The really big one that, the two really big ones that he did was, one of them was for as Tina Turner doing doing Tina Turner. It was really great. But he was, so I follow him on Instagram, and I was watching, his vids, because he went to the festival, the music festival that was up in England, and that she was performing at this week. And so he was posting video clips, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, this isn't, and these are pictures from someone who is following and is really engaged and thinks that she's doing really well, and is also involved in the music scene, and is also involved in the performance scene in general. And I'm looking at these videos and I'm like, it's very interesting what you don't say over this particular video, and it's also very interesting that you're that close to Beyonce and she just looks like none of this is what she wants at the moment. And so I hope that she gets to a position where she can be.
So here's the thing that I will say, and it has to do with that Garth Brooks concert we went to.
Yeah.
Um, there was a moment in that concert that struck me. And it was that moment where it was like calling up their signs, you know what I mean? Of the songs they wanted to hear. And he takes those kind of requests sort of, which is cool. And somebody helped us sign from his latest album. And he said, nobody ever requests the stuff from my latest stuff. So thank you. They performed it. And the thing about being an artist is, and this is a thing that nobody wants to acknowledge, that fans are tyrants. One of the things about musicians, a little bit more than actors, but certainly musicians, probably also dancers, probably also some certain other ones, right? Is that we demand a level of emotional labor that is...
Hello, you're watching Avenue X, and today...
unfair. And we also want to be lied to about it, right? I remember one of my students wrote a paper that was not good, and we had to have a discussion about it. And it was about At Last by Etta James. And it was about how it was wrong of Beyonce to sing it because only Etta James could sing it, because Etta James feels it for real all the time. And there was this interview with her from like 2 or 3 years ago, whatever it was, a couple of years ago, where she said, every time I sing that song, I still have the exact same feelings of heartbreak that I had when I was 20. And she was like, so see, she said it in this interview. And I was like, look, I'm going to tell you something you probably don't want to hear. She said that because she had to. I guarantee you that she has sung that song for almost 70 years. Right?
She does not feel the exact same heartbreak when she did it at 20. Now, she might feel nostalgia and recall that particular emotion when she did it, but she didn't feel it when she started singing.
That is just not how it works, right? No. That's just not how it works. But people want to believe that Mick Jagger can't get no satisfaction exactly the same way. And they want to believe that when the artist is singing about sadness, they are themselves really honestly sad. And if the artist breaks the illusion, fans get mad, right? And fans very often demand emotional turmoil. They demand a certain level of illusion, of emotional openness, whether or not it's true. And they want it to be there and they want to think it's true. It's one of the reasons why they kind of like their artists drunk and abused, right? Because they think it's somehow more real. And that is super unfair. And to think, I can't even imagine, I was so sad for Garth Brooks, right? That basically he's playing a tour, and I know he loves that stuff that he's doing, right? But the fact that he's got a fan base that most of whom just does not care about the stuff he's doing now, that's real sad, right? And he can't do a concert that's just all of his new stuff because it will not sell out. So he has to do this stuff, and I'm sure he'd like to do
other stuff,
more of his new stuff, right?
That's why he's got the Sirius XM station.
Yes, right. And I think about, there are a number of bands that will say, I hate this song, but I have to perform it. But I do not like it, and I don't want to perform it anymore. They have to.
Then there's the flip side, the two big names who I can point out, who it does not matter. They will. Billy Joel. Now, to be fair, he started out hating a lot of it, but I think he's gotten back the other way. Because he ended up having to play it for so much because of his horrible ex-wife and their accountant who ran away with his money twice. And now he's like, I call up Madison Square Garden and be like, hey, I'm coming for a weekend and I'm gonna do what I want and people will show up. And the original does not matter. We'll play it all. Bruce Springsteen. You want to talk about a man who's like, we might not tour for a little while, but I will pick up the phone, call the E Street Band, and then we'll go play the Meadowlands, and I'll play for 4.5 hours.
Now, what's interesting, though, is that there are 100% people who are doing all the stuff, and they do it really well, and they don't feel it, and you will never know.
Oh, God, yeah.
Because they're very good at selling it, but they could never tell you that because we demand that they say they feel it, which, by the way, is a little weird, right? Because this goes back to acting, actually, right? Because if you go with the classical style of acting training, you don't feel it. That's not the point.
You want to
the point is to sell it.
It goes back to that line that we talked about Olivier talking to this method actor. He's like, how do you get in that space? And he goes, it's called acting, my son. You should try it.
You
And
should
I'm
try
like, Olivier, thanks for being one of the original.
it, right? Good snark. And the thing is, the point is it effective? That's the thing, right? But this goes back to Rousseau and his distrust of actors,
Yeah,
right? He's like, you can never trust actors, because they're liars, right? And that made people very uncomfortable. It made people very uncomfortable, the idea that you could counterfeit emotions. Because if I can fool you with a counterfeit emotion, then that makes you feel very destabilized, right? People don't like it so much, right? They want to feel like they don't want to feel like they can be tricked, right? And so we demand that our artists tell us that they're not tricking us, even if they are. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I do not know the name of the band because it is a tightly held secret. I do not know them. It's a tightly held secret. But one of my professors, Rob Walser, who wrote his dissertation on heavy metal music, and then put out this book on heavy metal music, did a lot of interviews with a lot of bands and also did ethnography with fans. And he said, it's a secret, that one thing he said was really funny. He says, like, all the metal bands were all convinced that This Is Spinal Tap was about them. They all were. They're like, no, it's about me. But there is one band, and I do not know because he's ever shared, who they're one of these, like, big, very hedonist, decadent hair metal bands, groupies, sex, drugs, vomiting all the time. And full-on 80s excess, right? And apparently all of that was a lie. They were all married. After the show, they went home to their wife and kids and just went to sleep. And they got up early and they rehearsed and practiced. But they knew they could never let their fan base know that what they were professionals, that they took great pride in putting on a very good show, and they worked out and they ate well so that they could have longevity in their career, right? Because they didn't all want to overdose and die, and that just kind of wasn't what they were. But they knew that what was being sold was just as much the idea that that band was on drugs and drunk and passed out and vomit as it was the music itself. And that if people knew that they ate vegetables and they knew music theory and really liked classical music and all of that kind of stuff, people would call them fake and would stop buying their albums, even though the music is the same, right? So there's a kind of pressure we put on people to perform their soul and their inner world that is very oppressive.
Oh no, I agree. And there is a level of that, and there is a point at which you should not make those demands. And that's why my point about Beyonce is like, I hope she can be in a position where, if that is what she is feeling, is say, fuck off. And if she's not, that there are people around her who can do it. And I don't think it's going to be Jay-Z.
No. And also, by the way, this is super anachronistic, right? Because if you go back to Free Now, right? Bach did not feel his music. It was a job. He was hired to make music every single day for the church, and then he did. He was like a what do you call it? A carpenter.
Yeah.
He made chairs, right? And he made these pieces of music for mass. That's what, and the idea that somehow he had to suffer or be inspired by something in his life was just not the way that people thought about art at the time.
This goes back to my point about this idealization and people not understanding what La Boheme is. La Boheme are four guys starving in a garret.
Yeah, that's right.
Because they can't sell their shit.
Yeah, and
but they would want to. And they would really, really like to.
And in some ways, which people are not going to talk about, right? It is also about the transition from the patronage system to the non-patronage system with the rise of the middle classes, right? Like what it meant to be an artist, really, like the economics of being an artist changed quite dramatically, and a lot of people all of a sudden had no food. Do you know what I mean? Like that was like a
artist guilds went away, and a lot of things like that happened.
Cole Porter, Hawkeye said, as Cole Porter used to say, the only inspiration I needed was a call from a producer. And here's the thing: professional songwriters, that's what they do. Right? They write songs, right? That's their job.
Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue and An American Rhapsody in Blue only exists because people called him a commercial shill and that he could not do anything artistic. And he's like, fine, hold my martini. Hold my martini. Like,
and this is where we get like, well, a real artist just has to wait until they're inspired. So I'm just not going to make any art for 5 years. And I was like, I'm sorry. It's also a job that you have to practice. Like you know what I mean? Like it's a
it's a job that you do and you get paid and you do your job and you do it well. Now there are fabulous performers out there for whom, you know, that's a thing. And I feel, you know, the oppression of fans and fandom, and a lot of this is going to be very negative, and I
yeah.
have opinions. I agree with you on that the oppressiveness of fans is in the way in which they treat
modern fans, right? The way that we've sort of conceived of art now. Yeah.
Now, to be fair, I think older pre-modern period, and by that I'm using the actual term of modern as in refers to art in the beginning of the 20th century, also had the same kind of thing. You just had patrons that you had to keep happy, because I would like to point everyone out to this thing called the Sistine Chapel, which wouldn't exist.
Well, yeah, but the difference is they didn't care if you felt it or not. You just had to do it.
You just had to do it. Now, admittedly,
yeah,
if we want to talk about the original...
Yeah, it wasn't like it was better. It was just different.
It was just
different. And you had to do what they wanted you to do, or they were not going to be your patron. Like, that's just what that was. Rather than the large masses, it was that one person that was like, I'm the king of so-and-so. I'm the Duke of Ferrara. This is what I want. You're going to go and do it. And you're like, well,
hi, I'm the Pope. I want you to come do things to me as Sidlik.
Yeah, you know, and like it's, you know, it's always a thing, right? Because in the end, it's a service industry. And so it's just going to be, there's always difficulties with that. Back then, the various arts were your job, not just some calling of a muse. But the idea of the calling of the muse, that is very late 19th century romanticism is what that is, right? Like
it's entirely late 19th century romanticism. Now, that's not 100% true, because there were Renaissance painters who called a particular woman their muse.
Yes.
But that was the woman that they were sleeping with for an extended period of time, and may or may not have actually been married to based on legal definitions of common law marriage. But we won't get into that because it got really complicated.
Yes. And sometimes, I'm not going to say about those Renaissance painters, but I'm going to say sometimes their muses were doing some of their work for them. There are a number of playwrights whose muses might have written some of their stuff.
Yeah, I was going through and I was referring to a particular Italian Renaissance painter.
Oh, yeah. No, and I was thinking about how some of Schumann's work was written by his wife. Some of Mozart's work was written by his sister. You know, just various moments where women could not get themselves published under their own name, and their muses did a lot of that work for them.
Yep. No, but that's a thing. I don't know. Inspiration
or theft.
It's complicated.
Complicated. That would not surprise me. Who knows how many anonymous works were actually done by women back in the day? Yeah, there's a thing that was said. I don't know if it was an article. This is like a musicology thing, but there was a musicology thing back then. It was called Anonymous for is a Woman, is what it was, right? So there's like Anonymous for is a particular name given to a number of anonymous works, and this one woman scholar was like, Anonymous for is a woman. Now, do we know? Absolutely not. That wasn't really the point of what she was saying. What she was saying is that you just assume that that's impossible, but that's not like what happens if it were? Clearly, Anonymous for is actually probably a bunch of different people, actually.
Yeah,
right? It's not just one person.
It's probably more than one. We're all attributing a single work, a single creator to a number of works that may or may not have the same creator. And then, of course, you get things like Artemisia Genetalia, who we should talk more about her.
We should talk about Barbara Strozzi, but
going back to the Last Duel, you want to do, and this is where I think that Princess Week's argument would have been better if you had changed the subject matter, because I think the subject matter of Last Duel doesn't really work for what she wanted the story to be. And if you want to tell the story of a sexual assault victim from her perspective, we could talk about Artemisia and how fucking badass she was. Admittedly, it's a lot darker than the Last Duel, and maybe people don't want to actually see how much effort that people and women particularly had to suffer through to gain that height of... Oh yeah, when is your session 0?
My session 0 is like, it's 7. We should probably go soon so I can eat breakfast.
You mean dinner?
Sure. Yep. Absolutely.
Trooper, did you eat anything today?
What does that mean, though?
That there was
You know,
food in
huh?
your mouth that you ingested that was more than a granola bar.
Okay, now you just added some extra stuff, though.
No, because a
So,
granola bar is not a meal. It says so on the label.
but you didn't say, did I have a meal? You said, did I have food?
No, I said, did you eat today? And
I,
you speak Italian. You understood what I just said.
I did, I know, but I'm trying to weasel.
Yeah, it ain't working.
I know it's not working. I had a protein bar.
Volpez, you want to know about how dark Artemisia's story is? Artemisia is the first woman who becomes a Renaissance painter at the school in Florence, and she actually wants to be a public female figure.
Yeah,
And there are a
yeah,
bunch of men in who decide that the way that we can. Oh, you do know. Okay, good. But I'll just continue because there are people who don't.
yeah, yeah.
A bunch of men decide, the way we can stop you from being an artist, sexual assault and rape. And you want to know what
Yeah.
she says is, fuck you, I'm going to come back and then probably publicly put declaim all of you and put you in my work and showing the world exactly how
Yeah.
ugly you are.
Yeah.
I mean, and one guy who she may or may not have murdered, although the argument also is that her brother did it, so who knows. He deserved it.
There was a question, though. The question was, Krellin said that somebody, I saw someone recently very insistent that punk was created by Black Americans. Do you have thoughts on that, Trooper? So I'm going to say a couple of things. One, I know a number of people who insist that punk comes from the UK, and that is not true. It's just not true. It's not accurate. I understand that they want to believe that. That's very important for them, but it is not true. Malcolm McLaren was the manager for the New York Dolls. He was here. I'm just going to note that there's a whole like downtown New York scene where this is all coming from. But that said, I think we can back up a little bit. And for that claim that punk was started by Black Americans, what I would say is there are a couple of groups that we can think of as proto-punk. And they're almost all from Detroit. MC5 is one of them who are not Black, but Death is, right? So there are a number of groups who are who are very influenced by like Alice Cooper, sort of hard rock of the sort of the kind of garage rock of the late 60s. And many of them were in Detroit that was not in the best space. So what I would say is there are some really important Black proto-punk bands along with the Stooges, MC5. So I would say that punk has Black people as as part of their founders, but those Black people end up getting written out of the story. Also, X-Ray Specs in the UK. So I would say yes, that Black people are involved in the roots of punk in ways that get erased and removed from that story, and that's kind of messed up. I would also say that women are also very important to punk in ways that get written out of that story, because the women who are part of punk get redefined as new wave anachronistically when that was not a distinction in 1977, 78. Blondie was just as punk as everybody else was, but then they rewrite her out of punk and make her new wave. And there's a very, very famous zine that was very early, one of these very first punk zines to demonstrate, to chronicle the punk scene as it was emerging right in that moment. And it was called the Punk New Wave Explosion, right? That was not a distinction that was being made then. And so the B-52s were part of that scene. Blondie was part of that scene. The Go-Go's are part of that scene. There are a bunch of these things that are part of that scene. So there are a bunch of women and queer people that were part of punk that get written out. And there were also a bunch of Black people who were really important part of these sort of early bits. Are there any modern music forms that weren't invented in Detroit? Yes. The blues, and a bunch of them. But Detroit is really, really important, actually, in ways that people don't talk about.
I would also like to point out there's an entire subgenre of music that's a modern, that doesn't come out of Detroit, that is not originally tied to Black music at all.
Well, polka.
Well, polka, yes, but I was also going to, tied to polka, I was going to go with Frank and Dino and Frankie. That whole, that whole the Italian crooner style
Yeah.
of music, which was popular music,
Yeah.
separate from what Frank was doing and what we now consider the American standards.
But that's still actually rooted in blackness too, because what that is taking the Italian sort of style of singing with jazz, because they're all jazz performers. That's the thing. All of that is considered jazz music.
I'm not saying
And they started in big bands.
But I'm not saying.
Right, so-
but I'm not saying it's. I'm not denying the blackness. I'm saying it doesn't come out of Detroit.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah. But like,
It comes out
because
of the
that
East
is basically,
Coast.
yeah, right. That's like a merging of
Merging
of
of-
the bel canto singing style with jazz.
with New York jazz. And
Yeah.
my point is about Krellin's comment about Detroit. That was not about Detroit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Although
Although again, that really
but there's a
New Orleans through Chicago, right, and then New York, right? That's,
but that's not Detroit.
nope.
New Orleans is not
Oh.
Detroit.
Nope, it is not. It is not. Although, no, it's not rooted in Detroit. Although Detroit does have an influence, but it's not rooted in.
No, it doesn't. It's not rooted in Detroit, and there's
St. Louis as well.
There's a distinction, but there's a vast distinction of sound in the Italian crooner, popular music that comes out of even into the 60s and 70s that is very tied to
I see.
or Detroit is North New Orleans, depending on who you talk
Yes.
to.
Yeah.
Zydeco's
Zydeco's no Detroit, I promise.
Yeah,
Fair.
exactly.
Also go. But yeah.
and if we want to get technical, all of country music.
Probably not all of it, but a lot of it. Because remember, country is all. I mean, Detroit. It's about the West, right? Because the problem is that the West keeps moving
Okay,
westward.
so Southern country.
Southern country is from California at this point. It's all from
no,
Bakersfield.
no, Southern country. I'm not talking Southern rock.
No, neither am I. The country sound that we have now is taken from Bakersfield, California.
Well, no, it's taken from the homogenization of Nashville to the point that Sugarland and Jennifer Nettles are like, no, we don't need to be in Nashville anymore. We can go record in Atlanta and go back to there. Which
Oh
was
no,
very
I'm talking
interesting.
Garth Brooks and all of that. I'm talking about the entire all new country. All that stuff is all Bakersfield.
Yeah,
It's a Bakersfield sound, because Nashville was doing countrypolitan, right, in the 50s, and that whole kind of harder sound,
I'm
that's
talking
all
about
California.
modern. Yeah, well,
You said modern, I'm thinking like
you're talking 1950s.
90s.
I'm talking about current. You're talking 1990s. I'm talking about like
Yep.
current, contemporary.
but that's all still rooted in the Bakersfield sound. Right? It's been like hollowed out because Nashville was not interested in sounding particularly country. Right? And then they realized that it sold, so they basically
Nashville.
took it back.
Yeah, Nashville is Nashville, and it always will be.
Nashville was like, okay, well, we'll just have to go and take that sound. But of course, it's also important to note that California Bakersfield sound are Okies, right?
Yeah.
Who were also not well off. They were in refugee camps, and they were not being treated well, and they were not interested in sounding very, very polished, right? So that was not what they were going for. And yeah. Even the Winans, yes, Detroit, the Winans, absolutely. It's true. Contemporary Christian does have a lot of roots there too. Some of us did not forget, though, along with Blondie, Deborah Harry, the Runaways. Oh, absolutely, and Joan Jett. Did not know the Detroit influence, though. Yeah, it was though, and that's the thing. That's the thing. People sleep on the Midwest, right? There's actually a lot of really interesting things coming out of the Midwest. In a lot of ways.
There's a lot of interesting
In a lot of ways,
things
people
about
forget it,
the
yeah.
West. I am not denying in any way, shape, or form. But I will say that I guarantee you that Peppino, the Italian mouse, did not come out of Detroit. It may have went to Detroit.
That said, a bunch of white ethnic stuff is coming out of Detroit as well,
Oh,
from
this
like
is
the
also
40s,
true.
50s.
This is also true.
There's a lot of really important sort of like fusion polka, right? Like, because like if you think about like there's like
All that stuff
Serbian polka.
All that stuff that ends up on the Lawrence Welk show.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's actually, and it's really interesting because that's actually another one of these kind of like umbrella. When you think about different groups of people who come together to form sort of like a group solidarity identity, right, within a diasporic space. Polka is also one of those spaces, right? Because there was a difference between Polish or Czech or Slovakian, but in the United States, those things sort of come together to create like a more unified polka sound in many ways, not in the very beginning, but it becomes that space. And then it goes on the Lawrence Welk show, right? And that's also the same thing with salsa, which is invented in New York City. It's a diaspora music, and it is also a fusion music, regardless of what people want to think about it. Right. But I will say, to go back with Hawkeye, I can still remember with rock, you had the New York sound, the Detroit sound, the Chicago sound. And that's actually, I think, the point, right? That communities had sounds, right? And Detroit was what they called it Detroit soul at one point in time, right? Or Northern soul, because the sound out of Motown was a very specific sound that was rooted in the AME church rather than the Baptist church, in industrial cities, right? But there was also like a Boston sound, a New York sound, and Seattle sound.
There's still a New York sound that's very different from in almost
Jersey.
Every genre. You can go across the river, but I'm talking like New York. You know, if you go to any genre of music, like the New York hip hop is not West
different.
Coast hip hop.
That's right.
I can tolerate I can enjoy New York hip hop. I can turn off West Coast hip hop, except for Tupac, but that doesn't count.
There's a lot of different hip hop on the West Coast, some of which is super awesome. Also, by the way, California bluegrass is amazing. California bluegrass is pretty awesome. I was going to
send you a video. I have to go find it and send it to you now.
Oh.
Do you know that there's a bunch of Dominican friars who play bluegrass music?
Oh, I do not know that. Well, that's awesome.
And they have
religious music is also very different based on what region you're at too, as well.
I did not know you could put Thomas Aquinas to bluegrass.
Love it.
And a banjo.
Well,
it is possible to do bluegrass without a banjo. It is not good, but it is possible.
No, you can do it. And that's probably because the banjo player is picking up the dobro, right? Like this, because like they're also itchy. Okay, so look, here's the thing. It is 7, and I should probably eat food. You know, of the food variety, because our session 0 is at 9. I probably should eat something.
They're called the Hillbilly Thomists.
Tab.
The
Hillbilly.
Yeah, I'll put it in the Twitch chat.
Thomists.
TH.
Oh. Well, that's interesting.
There you go. But I had to give that to you before I forgot. But hey, Trooper, do your spiel.
Yes.
Because I guess it's 7 o'clock and we've been going for 6 hours, which is not 10 hours, and therefore does not beat our...
This is fair. Food. I've heard about this thing from time to time. Also, have you ever heard about the Isaacs? I have not, but now I'm opening up a new tab, because that's how this goes. It's all about multiple tabs. The Isaacs.
Also, it makes me laugh hilariously. Just before we go, last point, it makes me laugh hilariously because of the way Instagram works and the way trending music works. The number of people in the United States who are now using Serpakchitima as for music, and I'm just like, this is 80s Italian summer dance number 101, which is it's a great song. We all love it. We all love to sing along to it. But and they're doing the La Marigano, and I'm like, you don't know what the words are. Otherwise, you would not be putting this song that's basically like that basically says everybody wants to be an American, and why do you want to be American? They don't eat right, they don't talk right, they don't dress right, they don't have good food. Over anything that you think is pretty, and it's all about, it's like, you're insulting yourself by doing this, guys. Okay.
People do this all the time. Like that song Short Dick Man was very popular in Germany. And I'm like, I don't think you know what this song means, but that's cool. Like, you do, but you do not. But like, no, I see that. All right, I'm going to go and eat food.
Tell people where they can find you.
Oh, okay. By the way, it's a good song. It makes me laugh. Anyhow, but you just can't take it too seriously. Um, Today is Wednesday. So Friday, I have my stream on Thursday, but Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern will be The Gamblers, our Powers of Drydex campaign, where we're going to get the second half of our Theban situation on the ground. We'll see what happens. And we're going to have Lindy here as our guest. And then Sunday night, I'll be doing a session 0, but you won't be seeing it. It'll be secret and private. Monday night at 8:30 p.m., I'll be over at Wandering DM's channel for some Vampire, the Masquerade Montreal by Night. And Tuesday at 7 p.m., I'll be streaming on my channel. But the official announcement... Oh, I actually have me the official announcement.
You made it at the last week's session.
It will be. It'll be Motor City Hollow Crown, my 1973 Vampire the Masquerade campaign. And one of the things I've got to do is put some filters on some photos so I can put out the advertisements for them. I'm very excited about it. Yeah, and I've got to go make some I've got some overlay stuff to do. But
thanks for reminding me.
That's a little bit later. Yeah, overlays, got to get some overlays going on. And I've got to go back to my old overlay style a little bit. So that was that. But what a lovely session. Thank you for this.
Thank you. I mean, this is always fun when we get to do these.
It's what we do. It's what we do.
We do. Yeah, it's official. You tweeted it, therefore
yes.
It happened.
I just haven't to the official cast announcement yet, which I'm waiting on catchphrases. I've got photos, which I'm going to be filtering in exciting ways, but I'm just waiting for catchphrases.
Catchphrases is an important thing to think about.
Yes.
But as for me, hey all, you know me. I'm at Deirdre on Twitter, or Praxagorth as Meophoria. You see me around here on Twitch. Oh, look. Trooper is very kindly showing off the merch that exists out there. It's tied to the TTRPG campaigns that we've done. He's wearing the I Survived the Lord Math Experience t-shirt, and he did. Lord Math did survive.
Which, okay. I was prepared for him not to, but he did. But he did.
Both of your characters survived.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
One in a slightly better mental state than the other.
Yes. Yes. Trooper, you influencer. Yes. Look, I'm wearing a very nice, soft, and wonderful t-shirt. It's so soft and nice.
Mm-hmm. It looked good, too.
I'm influencing you.
Yep. And
I think you just do that.
I also have a Ko-Fi if you want to support the channel, because it goes towards buying new equipment, new stuff, supporting art, which, by the way, I've got a new campaign starting a week from Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on the channel. Carousel Court will premiere. Be here, because the drama and the fun, and if you've been following along, I've been doing a bunch of
houses.
House builds, GM prep, world building prep. Last week I did a session on, well, half of it was about finalizing rules for my players, but the other half of it was like building out world, like advertisements that might show up in the world, and which led to some very interesting thought experiments that will have world implications that might have an effect on the players. It might not, but the players won't have an implication. It will be very interesting. I can't wait for you all to see it. This is a beautiful project that I'm glad so many people are supporting and will have to see. If you missed out on the session, well, now it is up on YouTube in the nice neat little playlist where all of these sessions go and make life easy. This will be going up tomorrow. If you missed out on any of our wonderful 6 hours and 18 minutes, or 6 hours and change, according to, my clock. But we will see you, well, I will see you on Monday when I'm over on Wandering DM for some Vampire the Masquerade Montreal by Night. Hashtag not the Ravnos' fault.
I really only have one desire.
What is your desire?
I cannot wait for the memoriams for your character and also for Pope's character. That's what I want. I want those memoriams. I'm just waiting for them.
It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Still not my fault. Don't blame the Ravnos. Blame the Bruja, who may or may not actually be a Bruja.
It's not a Bruja, but it's fine.
Yeah, if you didn't know that.
But it's fine. People understand him to be a Bruja, so we'll just go with that.
Yeah. I'll also be in chat on Friday, because I want to know how the Pirates of Drinax is going, for various reasons.
I'm just gonna say that Auspex is an in-clan discipline for him.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured.
For those who don't know, Auspex is not an in-clan discipline for the Bruja.
No, it's not. But until next time, everybody, have yourself a wonderfully fabulous day, and we should see if there's somebody we can raid. Can we raid anybody?
Who's up?
Oh, Fawn. Fawn is up. Let's go raid Fawn. Fawning Games is playing Grimoire Grows. It's a brand new game. They are a fabulous person, and we should just shower them with love. But until next time, everybody, we will catch my Twitter, because that's post where I'm going to be, and the fun, wonderful, fabulous folks where I get to hang out with. And I will see you all in the future. And the raid,
soon.
I guess the raid countdown is made even longer.
Let's see what that.